mirage.
Yeah.
Okay, so a mirage is when you have the deviation. It's basically they all fall under the category of atmospheric refraction.
Right.
Okay, so look,
Does a
here's the
mirage involve
definition.
an
Here's
upside
the
down image?
definition. It's when the atmosphere acts like a lens. Okay, and you have a deviation in the light as it travels through the medium, and it will deviate towards the cooler portion of the medium or the more optical dense portion of the medium. Okay, and then depending on how much it's deviating, you're going to get different miraging effects. Okay, you're going to get superior, inferior, looming, sinking, stooping, towering, and so on, right? Different variations of those, but that's the basic ones right there. Okay, there's the definition of mirage in the side chat. Okay, and it clearly says in that as well that the density variation is primarily dependent on upon temperature.
Okay.
Okay, so
But
temperature is what we're measuring.
my definition of a mirage is that it's necessarily an inverted image, whether it be an inferior mirage or a superior mirage. Right? That's not looming. Do you want me to find a definition of mirage? We can have
Because
dueling definitions.
yes, so sorry about that, Ruhif. My wife was just asking me something. Can you just repeat the last sentence again? Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, I will find a definition of mirage that
Uh-huh.
means necessarily an inverted image, right? And then we just have dueling definitions, which is pointless.
Okay. All right. Well, this is the American Meteorological Society, so this is peer reviewed. Okay, it's kind of like the go-to glossary on
Cool.
meteorological definitions. Okay, it's it's basically the best you can get when it comes to definitions. I mean, we could use Andrew Thomas Young's definitions as well. He's probably the next best
Yeah.
source, right? So you don't always have to have an inverted image. I mean, I can show you an image right now, and you want to show me where the inverted image is in this superior mirage, and if this isn't a superior mirage, maybe you
Yeah,
could tell me
this is
what
the
it is.
definition thing, right?
Well, not really. This is
Yeah,
just
that's
showing
not a
you.
mirage at
Okay,
all.
so what? Oh, that's not a mirage.
At all.
That's not a mirage at all. Why is
Correct.
the ship floating?
Right. Because the
Why does the
water
ship
is the
appear to
same
be
color
floating?
as the water is the same color as the sky.
Oh, really? And why do we have the cutoff right there with the water? Clearly, we have total
That
internal
that
reflection
that's called
taking place.
it's
This
like
is
my favorite
this is a superior
my
mirage,
favorite optical
guys.
effect. It's called the
Uh,
Fresnel effect.
it's this is called a
What's the
superior
Fresnel
mirage.
effect? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
People go ask Andrew Thomas Young if that's a superior mirage. I guarantee he'll
Oh
say
yeah, you
no.
go ask him. Yeah, you go ask him.
Sure.
Look,
Can't be
every
an
every
awful guy.
single every single. Okay, just type in superior mirage and hit images. You're going to see these exact images. Okay, you
I
can have
So,
understand.
different. You can have
It's
yeah,
different
different
this is this
where.
versions.
is this is so
Well,
wait, where do you guys think the horizon is? I think it's, like, in the sk like, I think the middle point is below that ship, and there's a Fresnel effect, a huge Fresnel effect happening there.
see the cutoff between the red part of the hole and the black part of the hole. That's you can see the horizon.
Oh, so
So we've
yeah,
got
me and Ruhif
calm
so you think
water.
that's the Fresnel effect, right, Ruhif?
I don't know what the Fresnel effect is.
Right, it's because you guys don't account for the Fresnel effect in, geodetic
Okay.
surveying.
Um, where we're at. Yeah. What I was going to say was just because you type in superior mirage and images, right? People on the internet can be wrong and often are wrong.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, and you're a person on the internet, right? And you can be wrong and
Yes.
often are wrong, especially when you
Am
were
I though?
talking about, well, you were saying bottom up obstruction would have to have the mirroring effect, right? You can't have bottom up obstruction without the mirroring effect being an inferior mirage, where you can absolutely have bottom up obstruction due to sinking, right? Which is a different type of inferior mirage that doesn't have the TIR involved in it. It doesn't have that mirroring effect, and they have different definitions. They have
So
two
what
separate
appears in
definitions for
place?
those.
What appears in place of the vanishing zone?
The vanishing look, a horizon is a vanishing zone. What do you mean a vanishing zone specifically?
I'll show you. One sec.
Because you guys claim a horizon is a byproduct of Earth curvature. I claim that a horizon is what the definition of horizon states, right? It's an apparent location.
There you go. So that red part, the red part of
Mm-hmm.
that thing on the right, there's no path of light to reach the observer. So what do you see?
Okay, so let's show a real world demonstration of this without any mirroring effect, and I'll show you what you see. What you see matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay, something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, and what you're seeing is not physically obstructed, although it may appear to be so. Okay, so I'm going to show you some
Frizzle just
examples of
reminded me.
that right now. Sorry?
Frizzle just reminded me that Andrew Thomas Young has been wrong in the past as well.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you've been wrong in the past too.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Sure I have.
yeah, so I'm just using him as a hostile witness. That's all. I mean, I don't agree with everything Andrew Thomas Young says either. Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, yeah. So I can give you multiple definitions. So I mean, you could go to any source of sinking refraction. I mean, you don't seem to acknowledge sinking refraction exists. You think it has to be an inferior mirage. You don't
Close
think
to
there's
it.
a
don't know
mild
anything.
You have.
version
don't
of an
know anything
inferior
they're talking
mirage
about.
doesn't exist? All right, so look, I'm going to bring up an observation now that shows something that you can clearly see across a flat surface. Okay, all of a sudden looks like it disappears over a horizon that becomes apparent once the temperature is changed in the room. Okay, we have cooler air introduced up higher, and then all of a sudden we have a slight amount of upward bending light, which makes the objects kind of look like what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain, but without the mirroring, without the inferior mirage. Okay, and it looks like things are sinking behind the horizon, even though they're not physically obstructed by anything. So I'm just going to
Are you
pop it in the
posting
side
something?
chat, and yeah, I'm just grabbing. Sorry.
What's Ruhip showing non-existent, non-real things? Always some cartoon schematics of non-real stuff. That's weird.
Yeah.
All right, it's in the
And
side.
you think a diagonal line means the triangle is going to be more than 180? I think you're ignorant as fuck. So if I'm on the stairs, right, a stairway, and Bob's on the stairway, and we're both on different stairs, he has a line to him, he has a line to him, and they both draw a line to me. You fucking retard. That's still a triangle. You dumb fuck, and they're both on different levels. You dumb fuck. You fucking retard, Ruhif. You fucking utter retard bitch.
Can someone mute him? I'm
Fucking
doing stuff.
I don't have mod.
fucking retard. I can be on a cliff and Bob can be down on the ground.
Thank
We
you,
have a
Demo.
line to us
I love
that's
you.
a straight line. And both of our lines that go to the observer will be straight lines too. That's a triangle, you fucking retard bitch.
He's,
You fucking
he's speeding up
retard,
because he knows he's
Ruhif.
gonna need it.
Fucking retard.
We're
Rutard.
going to mute him?
Ruhif tar.
Thank you.
Or you gotta save this
Wait,
for
that was
the.
you hear
You
the
gotta
last
save
thing
this
you
for
said?
the end of the stream so we can get a nice send off for the Globies. Okay.
Did you say
Why do you get so
Ruhif
mad?
Tard? Did
He
you hear
did.
Ruhif Tard? Ruhif Tard's a good nickname.
He spits that fire, dude.
Yeah, Demok's the best.
All right,
Where's
Ruhif.
the video for Guy Free?
It's in the side chat. Look. So all we're seeing is a small amount of upward deviation of the light. That's all. So it just creates a bit of downward deviation, apparent downward deviation of the objects in the distance. So all of a sudden, it looks like the blocks are now curving, and the red light that you could see in the distance, it disappears behind an apparent horizon, which is just caused by by them changing the temperature in the room. Okay, they've got in the full video. They show they've got the readings, right? You can see the thermometer in the background. I think they take 4 different height readings. This is only over a small scale as well. So as soon as they introduce the cooler air, okay, we got warmer air down lower, and then slightly cooler air above, and then all of a sudden we get a little bit of upward refraction, which causes a little bit of sinking in the distance. It fits the definition. There's no inferior mirage taking place here. Okay, if just last thing really quick. Okay, if there was if they were to be able to heat the floor up more than this or add much cooler air, okay, then you would have that vanishing zone where the light would actually go over the top of the observer's head. Okay, and then you would get that total internal reflection zone, whatever you want to call it, the mirroring in the distance, where you just see a mirrored image of whatever's in the background. Okay, but we don't have that because we don't have enough deviation of the light.
Cool.
I mean, this matches with
I've
the
got
mainstream. That's all.
no, I've got
Go ahead. Go
the
ahead.
source video, which is a bit better resolution.
Yeah.
For now, I will say it's interesting,
Okay.
but
Cool.
I'll have to get back to you on it.
No, I appreciate that, man. That's good faith.
Cool.
Thank you.
So hold me to it.
Cool. Look, I just want to go over. I mean, if you have time, just 5 minutes, go over a different observation. You probably haven't seen this one. It's interesting. I'm just presenting it just to get your opinion on it. I'm not trying to. It's not like a gotcha. I'm not trying to argue or anything like that. But this is a cool one. If you want to see it.
Or if you're about to get wrecked, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to wreck Ruhif at all.
Wreck my whole day.
I look. I complimented Ruhif when he came in. He just destroyed Nathan Thompson the other day.
Dude,
Cool.
I want to debate Nathan Thompson. And is he
Hey!
ever
I don't think
I
he
don't
is.
think I
Skew
would
up.
Did you watch my videos? Though he's in my part 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch them. I've seen a bit of them. I haven't seen the whole things yet.
Yeah, part 2 is just about exposing all the fake flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. All right. Here we go. We got a boat. Right. This is just a random picture of the boat that's in the observation. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and here is just the ship tracking, right? Just to show us in the observation, the guy goes to the shoreline in the morning, 9:30, and he's zooming out at this ship. It's anchored, and it's what is it, 12.4 nautical miles, just over 14 miles away, something like that. Anyway, all right. So in the morning, he zooms in on the ship, and we can only see the top bit of the ship, right? Obviously, most globe earthers would say, okay, well, it's absolutely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It couldn't possibly be anything other than that. Now, what he does is he keeps zooming in on the ship over the next 3 hours. Okay, so I'm speculating. I don't have the measurements, right, of or the data, the weather data, but I'm assuming that in the morning the water was warmer, right? Because obviously water stays at pretty uniform temperature throughout the night and day compared to the air. Okay, and that the air was much cooler than the water in the morning when he went there. And then as the air starts to warm up, as the sun comes out, blah, 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 more and more of the boat starts to become visible. So over the next 3 hours, you can start to see more and more of the boat appear, even though the boat's stationary. Okay, now we have the opposite effect. 3 hours later, we can see the whole boat, right? That's the same boat. Now we see a bit of stooping, maybe a little bit of looming, right? It looks like it's up a bit. It's a little bit hazy. But yeah, look, this is just to show that in the morning it looked like it was hidden behind the horizon, and someone could cherry pick that and then take that and say, look, this is a shit behind the horizon video. Whereas what's happening is more likely what matches the definition of sinking.
Is there a source video for this one?
I've been trying to find the source video. I have this. Oh, damn it.
What is the first picture of?
The first picture is of the top of that boat. If you have a look at the very first picture I posted of the whole boat, you can see those little units on the top of the boat, and then you've got the whole hull underneath it. It's just those little sections popping out above the top of the horizon. And if you have a look at the bottom of it, we can actually see a little bit of an inferior mirage start to sneak in there as well. Like we can see a gap of what looks like sky right where the horizon and the section above the horizon meet. So it's a sign that there's an inferior mirage taking place, but not a full-blown one. And when he zooms out on it, in the image just below it, you can't really see that, right? It's only when he zooms right in on it. But
I'm looking at
I'm
that
trying
that big thing because it got smaller in the second one, and I assume it's not in the photo in the last one. Is that?
Yeah, it's actually squished. It's actually squished. It's stooping. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I was like, how's that white thing turn into a black thing? No one else is saying anything.
It almost looks like a yeah, man. It almost looks like a different
What was he showing?
day and a different
I get
image,
it.
but
Yeah,
it's not. Look, I do
I
have
got you.
the I'm just gonna go to my server quickly because I it's the video is too big for me to upload here. So just a second. I'm just gonna like see if I can copy the link to the actual full video. So this isn't the full video. This is just a copy of the. It's like it must be half the video or something because it shows him doing the the transition of the zooming in and out over the 3 hour period and that kind of thing.
That'd be perfect.
1 second.
Yeah, the bow's not in the first image. The first image zoomed in a lot, and you can't. The bow's not in frame. The second image, that's the bow in the middle of the photo.
All right, here we go. I should be able to copy it now. All right, copy link. There it is. Yeah, I will track down the original video for this sooner or later. But I do have plenty of other examples similar to this.
How do I download?
All right. Just a couple of citations really quickly just to go along with what I posted.
How do I download it?
Oh,
there we go. No, got it. Done.
Got it? Cool.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, so yeah, I mean, sinking, Oxford reference, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then Andrew Thomas Young, an atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. And then we got Perkins David atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, and urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. So, I mean, like, this is something that would be needed to take into consideration when someone presents a long distance observation and something is sinking or something is appearing to be hidden partially behind the horizon, to validate that we don't have this condition. I think it's much more common than what people say, because all it requires is warmer water or a warmer surface of ground, and then a cooler layer of air above it, which seems to happen quite often.
Nice.
Appreciate that, Ruhiv. You got an interesting out of you. I appreciate.
I'll look at that today.
Cool. Awesome, bro.
Where is he? Just trying to figure out where he is. 1 sec.
Yep. Looks like looks like somewhere on the middle of the East
Adelaide,
Coast. Oh, that's Adelaide?
Plain reality. Yeah. Is it plain reality?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe that'll help me track down the original video.
Yeah, it is too. He's at Grange.
Plain reality?
So it's definitely him. Yeah, definitely plain reality.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, bro.
I'll stick this video out and have a look at Sky Free today at some point.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. Catch you guys soon. See you soon.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Later.
Yo, Ruhiv, wait, before you leave. Did he leave?
He just messaged me and said he wanted nothing to do with you anymore. Queue up. I'm sorry, dude.
I was coming to talk about practice.
He actually said he was just
I had
kidding.
my
Never mind.
I had my envy. I had the goat. The goat is here, and he ran.
Oh, you were gonna ask him, Taylor? Dude, that guy gets in and gets out. He's like, all right, later, bye.
Not all the time.
That was fucking awesome, dude.
Cheers, Jedi. Yeah, I thought the conversation went pretty well. At least he didn't wasn't arguing back, too badly, and trolls weren't jumping in too much besides Demok.
Yeah, no, it's just really, really good, man. Nice, calm conversation. You kept your patience really well, even when he was being shit, and you laid everything out. The point come across really, really clearly. So that was awesome, dude. That would probably go down as one of my favourite, like, half-hour debates. That was really good, man.
Cheers, Jedi. I appreciate it.
Now what do we do? Did you catch any of that video I sent you the other day?
No, I'm about to stick it on right now, actually.
Oh, awesome stuff, man. Well, I'll leave you to it, yeah. Beans is
the
quiet.
icon?
I'm going to go get some lunch and shit anyway.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Speak to you in a bit.
Hello.
Yup.
Are you a flat earther?
Yep.
What makes you think that Earth is flat?
The surface of the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. So there's some conclusions you can make from that.
So are you based? So are your conclusions based just on the surface of Earth?
That's what it would be, yeah. So a flat would be a description of the surface of the Earth. A flat Earth. So you'd use the surface of the Earth to know what the surface of the Earth is.
Do you have any moral basis or
No,
logical basis?
I would just use the surface of the Earth. I wouldn't have to model it. I wouldn't have to do anything else. I would just observe, measure. That's all you would need to do. You wouldn't need to do anything else.
Do you have any moral basis or
No, you
philosophical
wouldn't
basis?
need a model. You would just use the Earth. The Earth is right there. It's right. You're walking on it. You're walking.
I'm saying a model.
Yeah, you're walking
like,
on it. You don't need a model to test it. You've got access to the real thing. Like sometimes you might need a You might need a model for like atomic theory or something you can't access, like quantum.
I'm not
reality.
Not really talking about model. Wait, I'm saying moral.
Yeah, model.
Do you have any moral?
Yeah, you don't
MORAL.
need a model. You don't need a model. You have access to the full thing. You
Do you
don't
have
need
any
a
philosophical basis?
You don't need any of that. All you have to do is use the surface of the Earth, which you have access to, and make an observation.
But
then
do you have a
make a
philosophical
measurement.
basis?
Then use the surface. That's it.
No,
It's
do you
very
have a
easy. Cavemen did this. Cavemen mastered this method some 20 or whatever 10,000 years ago. This is not difficult to do. You could use it for indoor plumbing. You could do this for like leveling, aqueducts, panels, all of that. All of that. That's what you would do. You wouldn't need a model. You wouldn't need any of that. None of that's needed.
But do you have a philosophical reason for your
Yeah, you don't need any
conclusion?
philosophy at all. Geometry. That's it. Measurements, observations. That's it. Nothing else is needed. You don't
do you need
models.
any applied philosophy?
You don't need that. That's a distraction. That's going to get you away.
Okay,
philosophy
let me ask you a
would
question
be
then.
it's nothing needed. You don't need to
Let
ask
me-
me anything. Just use the
let me-
Earth. Just use the Earth.
No, let me ask you. Let me really ask you that.
Dude, I can't
really
answer
believe,
the question for you. You would have to do it
do you
yourself.
really believe?
You don't
What is
need belief.
You
No,
really believe that the
you
Earth
don't
is
need
flat?
you don't need belief either. Belief is not required.
So do you know
don't
that
belief? Yeah, belief is
No.
not required. Once you have a
So you know-
measurement, once you have
So
a
you're-
measurement, an observation, you
So
don't
it's flat?
need a belief.
So the Earth is flat like your mom's ass?
Yeah, so full degenerate, just like that. And then it runs away. And they wonder why. Now you know. Can you defend the globe? No, you can't. What they can do is flip out. Just flip out and go full degenerate. Very simple. The Earth is observed as flat and stationary. The Earth is measured flat and stationary. The Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. The logical conclusion, flat and stationary. This is not a hard concept to grasp. You don't need to like go into models or beliefs or philosophy. That's it. That's all you're dealing with. Objective reality. You could have some explanations baked in there. You could be like, hey, well, the Earth is flat, which matches all observations and measurements. The Earth is a globe, but presents as flat, kind of what the expert like Neil deGrasse Tyson says. You could be like Vsauce, the Earth is a globe, but proving it is not possible. Therefore, just a belief system. You could be like the anti-flat earthers and say the Earth is a globe and presents as a globe, but no one really cares about that. They only care in over any disagreement of this sort of a fact, this answer that can't be questioned. The Earth is a globe and that's it. And if you question it, then they have to like exterminate. They have to go on the attack. Because some reason science isn't self-defending. They have to be out there defending science. Or you could just speak from an agenda-driven worldview, Newton and Copernicus, that God created a globe because of some reason. God's all-powerful or whatever. So there's your answers you could use to defend the globe, but they refuse to. They refuse to do that. But they will go full degenerate and start talking about Joe Mama.
Hey.
Hello, everyone. Looks like everybody on the call is fully aware that the globe does not exist. So I'd say hi. Maybe do a shout out in case somebody's listening. Still think you live on a spinning ball, literally in the middle of nothing. Join the call and prove to us why that's the case. Thank you.
What's up, Dave? Good to see you, man.
I'm glad to see you're starting the Globe Earth Helpline. That's a needed service. Good
Yeah,
job.
yeah, we're offering a free service internationally for any globe earthers that need help, need a deliverance. Right, we're doing globe exorcisms. Yeah, and
maybe a reality check. That would help.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's part of it. And Daz68 pops back into the chat after being gone forever. Good to see you, Daz. Hope you're well, man.
Hello, Daz. Welcome to the call. What say you?
Hey guys, thanks. Yeah, I've just been busy doing stuff, and I've been listening on YouTube occasionally.
Awesome, man.
Yeah,
Good to see you, man.
hope
Yeah,
everyone's well. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we're all good. Yeah, I was asking about you the other week, so yeah, good to see you pop back in.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good to be back.
Look out! See, here we go. We got a globar that needs an exorcism.
Hello, A. Are you trying to talk? Can't hear you.
Hello.
Got a weird mic. Go ahead, DJ.
The nigger. What the fuck are you?
Gone. And he's gone. So that was A. I wonder if B's going to pop in now. We'll go through the whole alphabet. The English alphabet on English Hub, where we're running the Globe Earth Helpline. If you need help because you're convinced you live on a spinning ball that does not exist, we're here to help. Go ahead. Welcome, GGS. Would you like to talk? Have a normal human conversation. You have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? Looks like you do have that ability. All right, if there's anybody out there that wants to come in here and tell us how the globe has some kind of actual empirical evidence, we would love to see it, because we've all been looking for a very long time, and bodies of water don't curve, and the globe ends at that point, but a lot of people just don't accept that. But I'll shut up. I'll try to say hello to a couple more people here. Harvey, writer novelist, Shimi, Senator. Anybody got a question, comment? Hello? Anybody?
So Eddie is asking, when are you going to prove Earth is flat or not? Been months. Still, the discussion is here. It's already been verified that the Earth is not a globe. Now we're showing the globe earthers that still think it's a globe that it's not a globe. This is a never-ending discussion until all the globe earthers wake up to reality.
Yeah, it's like globe therapy. I got you, DJ.
Yep.
It's like, are you still stuck in the fantasy? Come in here and get a reality check, maybe. Or definitely. We all believe the story too. It's, I'm speaking for everybody, but most of us. If there's anybody that's been born a flat earther, I don't know them. But anyway, we went through the whole education system, the space balls and everything. And then when you actually go to dig down to the very roots of the claims made by the globe, they're not there. There is no curvature over bodies of water. I'll shut up at this point.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to this call. What can we do for you?
So it is flat or not?
What? Can you repeat? Are you still there? Who's talking anyway?
If Earth is not flat, what it is?
If Earth is not flat, what it is? Is that your question? Does anybody want to do that one?
It is oval.
If Earth is, hold on, somebody might answer you. If Earth is not flat, then what is it? Is that what you're asking? Are you still there? Was that your question? I'll give my quick answer. We don't claim a shape to the Earth. Flat is not a shape. We are simply defining a surface description that has been verified thousands of times by now in independent observation and tests across bodies of water. So we don't claim to know the entirety of what this place is. We know that where we live is horizontal and it's not moving. I hope that helps. You're typing in a chat instead of talking. Is that the same person? Earth is round. End of discussion. Okay. Excellent point. Anyway, anybody else want the microphone, or we'll go back to silence? This has been Dead Air Dave.
Hello and good day, guys.
Hello, what's going on?
Not much. Not much.
Are you under the impression that you live on a spinning ball, sir? Is that funny? Did I say something funny? Do I amuse you?
The question sounds funny.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, just like I said, anything is possible at this
So it's
point.
possible you live on a spinning ball. How is that possible? Because the water's laying flat. Is the water lying to me? Our bodies of water lying to me, man. Are they?
Well, I don't really know. I've never been to space. I've never.
Why do you have to go to space to see a body of water? Do you have to do that?
I don't know.
Well, you can go out to the beach and go to see a body of water, can't you?
You got an accent. Like, are you from like a specific part of the United States, or?
No, I'm actually calling you from Zimbabwe, Africa. You don't like my accent?
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining.
You think I'm kidding. I'm not really in Zimbabwe. I'm in the Midwest U.S. You know where Kentucky is?
I guess so.
I
So
have a
it is
lake here in
American.
Kentucky that I went to, and there's a 8.5 mile stretch of water that I went and did a test on, and I could see my buddy on the other beach 8.5 miles away. So the water isn't curving, so we do not live on a globe. End of story. What do you think about that?
Well, in a glass of water, yes, indeed, you are
Did
100
I say
completely right.
glass of water? I said 8.5 mile stretch of water.
Oh, well, I haven't personally tested that, but as far as the
I have. Why don't you go do it, man? It's fun. Get a buddy, go to the other beach. If you can see him, unless he's 60 foot tall, you don't live on a globe. But anyway,
oh,
I can't stay on here much longer. Somebody else might engage you here. Go
oh,
ahead.
I see. Mm-hmm. Well, I have a question for the flat earthers.
You have a question? What's your
Go
question?
ahead. Go ahead. What's your question?
But like, you gotta be really honest about it, and be completely sincere.
All right.
Yeah, better be a good
Just ask
question.
your question, man. Go ahead.
It better be a
All
good
right,
question, yeah.
all right. So, what's like one argument that one glober had that you could not disprove, you could not defeat, you could not go against?
Zero, bro. All of the Glober's arguments are trash, right? They all require on the water being curving, which it is not. Okay, they require the Earth being a globe. They just have
Exactly
a
what
bunch of they
right.
just have a bunch of baseless explanations, okay, that can't be validated. Yeah, it's
I concur
easy.
with that.
Yeah, it's extremely easy to defeat a Glober in a debate because they're arguing for something that doesn't exist. They've kind of lost from the start. It's just no competition, really.
Okay. I've said this before. How I've come across the flat Earth thing. I've been in several Telegram channels where I've been reading and watching videos and um, seeing pictures. So I've talked with a friend when we went to hang out. We were drinking some beer uh, at a bar, and I told him about this so-called theory or whatever, and I showed him pictures, videos, everything, and he told me something. I was not really prepared for what he was about to tell me, but um, some of the things I really want to know about from you guys about the flat Earth is exactly what he told me about trying to prove me that the Earth is actually a kind of a sphere. So when I told him I believe the flat could be flat, he asked me actually how um you know how could eclipses could happen, like if it's flat.
Before you answer that, DJ, I want to point out that he went right to the sky. Go ahead.
Right, so we could just debunk eclipses really quickly by proving the Earth isn't curving here on the actual Earth. Okay, so when you're looking at an eclipse, you're looking at something up in the sky. That's not the Earth. Okay, you've just been told a story about how an eclipse happens. Okay, we can debunk it very easily by proving that the Earth is not curving. Would you agree that if the water is not curving over the surface of the Earth, then whatever you're seeing when it comes to an eclipse is not caused by the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, but what causes the eclipse? You know, the shadow that goes over the moon and completely covers
Okay.
it. What
Okay,
We
what
can
so
talk
what
about that later.
um
exactly.
yeah
Yeah, so we don't
what
make claims about things that we can't validate. Okay, that's where your friend did. So he made a claim about something that he can't validate, right? We can invalidate that claim by just testing the surface of the Earth.
okay
Yeah,
um
it's like you could tell me you have a cow in your garage in your house, and then I could just go check, and then if there's no cow there, right, then your explanation, or you just it's just you don't have any evidence for it. It's just a claim, and it requires the Earth to be a globe. Okay, and then when we go test for the curvature, it's not curving. So right, so we try not to make claims about things that we can't verify because people will ask us to verify them if we make them. Okay, so if he's claiming that what you're seeing during eclipse is caused by the Earth being a globe, then uh, we would need evidence that the Earth is a globe.
okay um all right
Yeah, and
so
also look, just to add to that, right? There's also some inconsistencies with your guys' claim for how eclipses work. Okay, sometimes the shadow is upside down, right? We should see the shadow a certain way, but we see it upside down. That doesn't work on a globe. Sometimes we can see the sun and the moon both above the surface, right? Both above the horizon during the eclipse. But that also doesn't work on a globe as well. So that there's some inconsistencies, but at the end of the day, it requires the Earth to be curving to make that claim. So we just kind of, I'd prefer to stick to what we can actually verify.
okay
Yeah.
so basically the eclipses are more like of uncertain thing. They're like phenomenon that could not be explained really.
Yeah, there could be other explanations that we don't know about, and it's not something that we can really go that we can't really go up there and test exactly how that's functioning. So you would have to just believe the story about the Earth is a globe and it comes between the sun and the moon at a certain time of the year, and it's just a story that you've been told, right? That's what the globe is. It exists as a concept, a story, uh, tradition.
Okay. I have another question uh, about what I have read on those Telegram channels where there have been posts being made um, other than, measurements and calculations and everything. I've read that the term of globe, the idea of the Earth being so-called spinning balls that you call it, right, was not a thing until like the 20th century, if I'm right.
No, no, you've got some bad Telegram info. I mean, the globe was conceived of in antiquity by the ancient Greeks, and like Ptolemy used latitude and longitude out of the celestial sphere for some of his ancient maps of Greece and Europe. Like he put the prime meridian in the Canary Islands today. Yeah, the idea that the globe is something that only came in the 20th century due to Rockefeller textbooks is a wild ass conspiracy claim by some flat earthers that have no idea what they're talking about.
Well, if I remember right, there's been like videos before, even before AI, like many years ago, being posted there, uh, where they ask, like in the early, in the early 20th century, they were asking people what is the shape of the Earth, and they were telling uh, different things like it's indeed flat, or it's just it's plain. um
Yeah, but
no
those are
one.
outliers, right? Those are exceptions to the norm. The globe has been widely accepted as an understanding, a way to understand the world by the majority of people, I would say, in the West for a long time. I mean,
Yeah.
flat Earth itself was such a fringe topic, even in the late 1800s, that people were writing pamphlets about it under pseudonyms for fear of being ostracized by society using their real names.
Yeah, okay. um it's somehow interesting that those people who are posting those things were implying that the idea of the globe was being like programmed into the minds of people in the early 20th century, like through different phrases and expressions, and they were using like media, television media.
Listen, like one of the most revered books on sailing and navigation was written and compiled by a man named Nathaniel Bowditch in the late 1700s, and he described Earth as a ball, as a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like we've got the mainstream, like even back in the 1700s, people believed that Earth was a globe and used globe coordinates as a schema for navigation. Now, you might find pockets of people that didn't accept that, pockets of people living in small towns who didn't have access to what modern day thinking was for the age. You have historical figures that believed in a flat earth, like the European reformers rebelling against the Catholic Church. Martin Luther, for example, Martin Luther, who is known for starting the Reformation movement. I mean, he was a flat earther, and he was going against much of the modern thought that was prevalent in the day amongst academics. This is the 1500s.
Okay, totally understand.
Yeah, like I don't have any information available to think that the majority of people thought the Earth was flat more than 100 years ago. I just don't think that's true at all.
I mean, I'm not really implying, that it was, like a 100% certain thing, that like they were sure about it. It's more of a thing like they didn't really, it wasn't really important for them actually. They weren't thinking about it, more like, and slowly but surely, um as the decades passed, it was, literally programmed into their minds about it, about the shape of the
I
earth.
mean, well, it's just part of popular belief, popular culture. As the world grew more and more interconnected, as education systems became standardized. People's idea of what the world is became standardized too. And I don't think that there was a conspiracy theory to brainwash people into accepting a globe against their better judgment or sentiment. I think that what has happened is almost like an urban myth. You have a popular belief in a globe, and people just accept it as something that everybody else has accepted as true, and that's just the way it was. Right? And as books started to become more popular, as people became more well read, they started to come into the same flow, into the same field of knowledge that they thought was accumulated. But the entire time nobody's actually been able to produce a measurement. And that's why we're here. We're saying, hey, look, I mean, yeah, everybody today seems to have a unified concept of the heliocentric globe cosmology across cultures, across people. We've never seen anything like this before. And we're here to tell you that this widespread belief has no basis in reality and that the measurements have never been conducted.
All right. And probably the last question. Why do like seasons happen and how? Like, um is that linked somehow to the shape of the Earth?
Well, no, like seasons happen and we measure the earth flat. So I don't know why you'd need anything further than that.
Yoda, do you know when Jedi gets on?
I'm
No,
asking
I don't have
because
access to his personal calendar.
Oh yeah.
yeah, right. So you know, the global explanation would be that in winter, we're further away from the sun, and it's automatically colder. So I wondered if there's an
That's
explanation
not
of how.
true. See, you don't even understand what the heliocentric globe model is. In the heliocentric globe model, Earth is actually closer to the sun by an extra 3 million miles. Don't believe me? Look it up.
All right.
The claim is that Earth's orbit has an apogee and a perigee. You've got the point that's furthest away from the sun and the point that's closest to the sun in an elliptical orbit. Now, what they say is happening is even though during our winter in the north, that even though we're closer to the sun, that our location on the earth is tilted away from the sun during the daytime, and that's why it's colder. It has to do with the tilt.
Hola.
Right, so you've got all these explanations, right? Explanations, great stories, okay? Truth is not determined by the force of an explanation, is it? If truth was determined by the force of an explanation, then we would have a bunch of people who'd be really good con artists, really good criminals, scheming everybody all the time, right? The best con artists, the best criminals have the best explanations, don't they? So how does like the court of law, how does justice see through the bullshit of an explanation. I'll tell you, they see through it by holding an evidentiary hearing. They see through it by asking people to put up their evidence to support their explanations. Their evidence being verifiable data. So explanations are cheap. You can have an infinite number of explanations for one observation. How do you determine which one of them is true? You need to gather evidence and data, and you need to support it. So we're here to tell you that these explanations that you believe in for the globe, right? They're just stories. What we're asking for is the evidence, the data, the measurements to back it up. Nobody can produce any. It's never been done. That's the weird part. It's 2026, and nobody's ever actually measured curvature of the Earth before. I mean, you can ask us for explanations and we can offer explanations. And you wouldn't like our explanations because you have a cognitive bias towards the other explanations. Cognitive because you think that the globe's explanations are better or true. You think that there's more people who believe in them and therefore that makes the globe explanations true. So we can give you explanations that may be true, and you would still reject them because of your bias. In order to get out of this terrible quagmire of offering the best explanations, the best stories, we have to go to the evidence, see what is meted out by what is discoverable and verifiable in the real world. So we look at what is claimed as evidence for the globe. We've seen so much claimed evidence, it'd make your head spin. You know, and over time, you start to see very common faults that are common across all attempts to provide such evidence. This includes what I think is principally a reification fallacy, a concept model reification fallacy. People believe because they can explain something with a model that it has to be true. What we have submitted as evidence are models without any actual measurements in the real world to back them up. You know, so what good is an explanatory model, right? I mean, it can serve some purpose to a limited extent, but bear in mind, just because you can model something doesn't make it true. I can show you a computer model that models the flight dynamics of Superman. That's right. I can show you a computer model of Superman flying around Manhattan, picking up victims and dropping them off to safety. I could show you the best model. And does that mean that Superman is true or real, that he can accomplish these things? No. So when it comes to benchmarking claims, when it comes to when it comes to claims of the Earth, if you refer your claims back to a model instead of reality, then you're going to have a bad time, right? Because you're letting the model dictate to you what is true. The model, somebody's concept, becomes the basis for your worldview. And that's a huge problem. We say, no, don't let a model become your benchmark for reality. Let nature be your benchmark. Let nature be the true reference. So we don't need models. Yes, we are capable of building some based off of our observations. But ultimately, what we require is nature to be used as the true reference of reality and not somebody's model. Like, let's say you've got 3 or 4 different models and they all seem to be true, but their causal mechanisms are different. How do you determine which one is true? Do you build yet another model to compare them with? No. You go back to nature. So what we're telling you, what we're telling everybody that comes in here is that let's go back to nature. Let's stop this model reification madness and let's get some actual direct evidence, first order measurements of the Earth. What happens when we go there? What happens when we actually do directly measure the Earth? We can't find curvature. Nobody can. So what does that mean for the seasons? How do seasons work? Well, guess what? The fact that our measurements of the Earth debunk a globe means anybody who's holding on to the idea that seasons are caused by Earth's axial tilt and motion around the sun, they're completely wrong. Their entire cosmological worldview is absolutely 100% wrong. What does that mean for maps that are based off of a spherical coordinate reference system? Does that mean the distances between cities, the calculated distances between cities on a globe map are wrong too? Yeah, actually it does. Absent of any corrections, let me caveat that. Absent of any excessive corrections, yeah, those calculations are completely wrong. But hey, it seems to work. But how well does it work? How do you know that those map calculated distances are correct? Do you refer to a model? No, you need to actually measure them. So how would you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without using another map, another model? Another map or a model is only going to get you calculations. So how do you measure it? You've got to do some measurements in reality. And let me tell you, nobody seems to be capable of doing that. Nobody seems to be capable of providing a direct measurement between New York and Paris. We have a map that seems to be okay, that seems to sort of work. Fine. Does that make it true? No. How about a map distance between you and your friend's house using GPS, using a spherical coordinate system? Well, over shorter distances, the difference between a flat and a curved, call it measurement, distance between something that is flat and curved around the globe is quite negligible. A 69 by 69 square on a globe, call it a square, spherical swath on a globe, is 99.77% flat. Statistically. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot, but when we start to engage our senses and our ability to measure curvature drop over distance, it actually becomes quite significant. the drop over distance and the rotation becomes significant over distance for sure. But in aggregate, like the total distance, if I were to say that the distance is 99.77% accurate, you'd say good enough, right? Like, let's say that these measurements are 99.77% accurate. Do you have enough here to differentiate between a globe or a flat Earth? No, not from linear distance measurements like that. If you're going to accept a 0.3% error margin, you're going to need something different. You're going to need something else. So that's why we resort to laser tests. That's why we resort to long distance observations and high altitude infrared footage and everything else, because even if there's just a little bit of globe curvature over water, it's going to provide a physical obstruction. You cannot physically pass light through a solid barrier, like a mountain in this case, a mountain of water separating you and a distant object, a point of interest. Yeah. So we look for that evidence of a drop over distance with a big obstruction in the way, curvature of the Earth, we can't find it. So we can still go on and use globe coordinates and globe maps and globe everything else to get from A to B, whether airplanes are driving or just walking around. It's going to work good enough for practically everybody's purpose in their everyday lives. But does that mean it's true? No. Does that mean that makes Earth a globe? No. What doesn't make Earth a globe is the fact that when we go to measure that curvature, we can't actually find it. But people say, how do eclipses work if this is the case? Well, just as it was with seasons, you know what? I don't know. We can figure that out later. The problem is you've got this dilemma. We have a massive dilemma, folks.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions about flat Earth, you guys are more than welcome to ask. It's a good time to ask. It's pretty quiet in here right now. I understand if you're a little shy, be around this many handsome people are beautiful at the same time. I know. I get it.
Someone needs an explanation of GPS. Right, whoever that is, would you mic up? Is that Akiri? Akiri, welcome to the chat. What's your issue with GPS? Why do you think GPS needs to be explained? We can talk about it. You know, I'm not an expert on GPS, but I think I know a little bit about it to have a productive discussion with you, Akiri. But first, I want to find out from you, Akiri. Yes, I'm addressing you in voice chat right now. I want to find out from you why you think this needs an explanation.
He said in the side chat that he tried talking to you yesterday and that you were being disrespectful.
What?
So he might be a little scared. Oh, did he leave? Oh, no, he's right there. Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard you be disrespectful to anybody.
I mean, yeah, I've lost my marbles at people that disrespect me and or come in here and are insulting and disrupt the chat. We're talking the worst of the worst trolls. I mean, I give back a little what they give me. But yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly capable of having a very calm and peaceful discussion. We can make it very productive if you want it to be. Yeah, nobody. Okay, so he says satellite orbits. He says the reason why is I've heard you say satellite orbits are fake, but GPS requires satellites. Let's talk about that. Satellite orbits are fake. Yeah, you've heard me describe that nobody's ever been able to measure a satellite orbit, let alone witness one. Right? If somebody could measure a satellite orbit, including the rotational vector of the satellite, which is to say the underbelly of the satellite must always face down towards the surface of a ball, which means the satellite has to rotate with its orbit. If somebody actually measured orbital motion of a satellite, then they might be able to prove that Earth is a globe. So I would love to see some orbital measurements. So how does GPS work on Earth if satellites aren't orbiting? Well, how does GPS work? Do you understand what GPS even claims to be? It's a radio signal, a passive beacon with timestamps, and ephemeris data. and almanac data. Your satellite receiver, your satellite GPS receiver, does all the calculations to produce a globe. Like the globe is not in the radio transmission of a GPS beacon. Right? I mean, you can, if you start digging yourself, you could pull up raw packet data from GPS and you'll see that this is true. All it is bleeps and bloops with a timestamp and some extra data associated with it regarding where the satellite is told that it thinks it is in a coordinate reference frame. But it's not globe dependent whatsoever. We know this to be true because people use GPSs all the time on a flat local tangent plane. When people want to use refined measurements for surveying and for military targeting acquisition, they ditch the globe and they resort to a GPS delivered local tangent plane, a flat Earth. This isn't even contested. And you can pull up any coordinate reference system you want because your receiver is capable of constructing your location and calculating distances and such using any coordinate reference system from the GPS provided bleeps and bloops. You can pop up an entire flat Earth model if you had one. People are constructing all kinds of different datums out of this. There's no single like globe datum either. Like you can pull up a GPS coordinate frame that was made in the 1920s and it doesn't match the coordinate frame that was developed in 1984, which is most commonly used. And neither of those are considered accurate when adding in the geoid model made in 1996. I got to step aside.
some of the questions I have about satellites are there's claims that there's no circumpolar orbits, but I observe satellites traveling directly north and directly south. And I'm close to the 45th parallel, so pert near halfway to the pole, and they're going directly north. So what do? Change direction when they get over Canada or something? Plus, in the telemetry coordinates, they have acceleration and deceleration phases. Isn't that inconsistent with orbital mechanics? And the other thing that makes me not believe in them is university physics lab departments have asked NASA for time dilation telemetry coordinates, and they can never get them uncorrected. They're always corrected for time dilation first, so they can't run through any equations and test where these satellites actually were and the timing and the timing of the signals, because time dilation would take effect. So I find them very, very suspicious. There's definitely high altitude technology, but the satellite thing is a fairy tale.
Oh, leave, bro. Has anyone got any questions? What were you saying? Who was the one saying about satellites?
Yeah, I was talking about some of the things that I've observed and learned about that make me question their existence to be what they're purported to be. I don't believe it one bit based on just a handful of things I've seen. There's so much involved in that discussion, but I just had 3 examples that make me question their existence as they're told to us. I like the one Yoder brought up too. So the bot they're in orbit, really they don't have enough fuel to correct all the time. Every 90 minutes they're going around the ball, and they're always facing bottom down. How do they keep that orientation?
Yeah, what does FE stand for? Oh, yeah, I understand now. That's just so obvious.
Yeah. And then the ISS is the same way. It's always cupola down, right? What do they have fuel up there to correct their pitch and yaw as they're flying around the ball every 90 minutes? They don't have wind. They can't use wings. They don't have, what are they using to correct the orientation? Is the ISS in tidal lock like the moon or something? It's just all fairy tales.
Yeah.
All right. How are you guys doing today? I have some latest news about NASA. Guess what? They delayed the Artemis mission again. I'm gonna paste it in the chat. So funny.
Let's take a moment of silence for all the coincidence theorists out there. The last month has been a rough go for them.
Yeah, it's tough to be a glober. Not only are you wrong about everything, and it's very difficult to defend your position, so you're gonna have to suffer every time you talk to one of us, because we have the truth on our side. Now you're gonna have to deal with the crap you're gonna get because they once again, delayed the Artemis mission. And you know what's gonna happen in March? They're gonna delay it till May, and then they're gonna delay it till June, and then they're gonna keep doing that until it's next year. And all of a sudden, it's been 5 years and nothing ever happened. Or maybe you got your AI to render the correct video and you think it's good enough, so maybe they'll actually take a shot at it.
Yeah, I think what they're basically holding on to now more than ever is the live ISS feed, which doesn't even show curvature, according to Neil deGrasse. And the satellite that you can request imagery from, I forget what it's called, and it'll generate a composite. And they go, look, see, we have satellites that show what the Earth is. And then, until they come to grips with those are just composites, they're going to keep spamming that, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's is having a great day over at the gym. Laughing my ass off. No, I wanted it to happen, he says. Where's Gunslinger? Get his ass in here. Lol. Yes, Gunslinger. Gunslinger is not gonna have a fun day today. And DJ posted a little calendar thing. Yeah, we need to up that thing and cross that thing out. This is so funny. Lat says, what are you guys gonna do when Artemis 2 goes to the moon? Oh, well, it hasn't gone yet. Yeah, it got postponed over fences until April this time, so they pushed it another month.
Yeah, they're not even going to go to the moon. They're going to go around it.
Right.
So
good luck with
get your
that.
facts straight.
I wonder, have they even solved the refueling issue? Didn't they say they have to refuel it 15 times or something before they can even take off from lower orbit and continue on?
Is that why they're going around, supposedly going around the Earth first?
I have no idea. I think someone at NASA has been watching too many Star Treks. Yeah, we gotta swing around Earth a few times to have gravity launches into space so we can go to the moon.
Yeah, and when they do that, they should just live stream north to south circumnavigation if they're going to do that. And
Yeah.
not make it composite footage or whatever.
Right.
Hello, hello. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah,
Hi.
we heard you. Good morning.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm
I'm
fine.
fine.
And
And
you?
you?
It's a good
Good
day.
day.
Another postponement of Artemis 2.
What?
Have you heard Artemis 2 just got postponed again? So is it just me, or has anyone? Oh, that's a bad echo.
Defend the globe against what?
Whoever's echoing, Ayush, anyone talking is echoing through your microphone. You need to stay on mute or put on some headphones or something like that.
Hello. Hello.
So is it just me, or are more and more globe defenders just going to, well, the Earth isn't measured curved because it may be a bigger spheroid than you can measure, than we have the instrumentation to measure. And they say that, but they don't realize the implication if that is the case that they are presuming or putting out there, that would not work with the heliocentric model. It is a required radius of 3959 for all the physics to work out.
Yeah, it's usually it's like a temporary coping argument. You know, they pretty quickly concede that yeah, that's a dumb idea and that they shouldn't have suggested it. But yeah, they really want it to be a ball, even if it's just a bigger ball, as long as they can have it as a ball. For some reason, they're obsessed with ball Earths. I have no idea why.
Yeah, maybe they just can't conceptualize how the Earth could be flat, and they just, I think, are straw man positioning in their mind a flat Earth, floating in space around all these other circular bodies, and that's the wrong conception to try and come up with. I, that's maybe that's what I assume they are thinking, and that's why they have to have it as fear. But I don't know. Anyone a Glober in here that cares to speak up? Yeah, I hope you guys can summon Gunslinger in here. I'd love to hear the dismantling. I'd quite enjoy that.
I think we have to say his name backwards 3 times and then he'll join.
He works like that.
Well, we have new people in here. Fede, if you want to talk to us, open your mic. If anybody wants to have some flat earth evidence, speak up and I'll go over it with you. I'm having a funny conversation over on X right now with some dumbass who says I presented the 10-mile observation thing and explained curvature, that there is none over water, and he says, well, that's because of gravity. I'm like, dude, I'm granting you your gravity. As a matter of fact, gravity is needed to have that curvature between beach A and beach B. He's like, well, I'm not even that interested about it. You don't have to type that much. So, okay. All right, then. Fede in the chat says, oh, hi. Talk about what? Well, we talk about Earth in here. And that there is no curvature. There is no curving water over distance. Fede says he's going to go get his nerd bro. So yeah, if you can get him here, we'll talk to him. Oh, he was just kidding. Dude, you get my hopes up like that, Feta. I thought we were gonna get someone who can finally prove to us that Earth is a ball in space. Okay, I am a she, Feta says. All right, well, welcome. We don't mind. Feta, would you like me to prove to you that Earth is flat?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah? All right, I'll do it in the chat then. See, I'm going to reply to you. It's pretty easy. We have a method. Anyone can figure it out. So I'm going to type it in and I'll go over it. You know, they have told us the Earth's size. Maybe you know it, but they say that the radius is 3,959 miles. So, if that is the case, we have been told Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, so we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance if that is the case. So there's a method to it. You can have a friend, you can go to a 10-mile wide lake, you can have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall, that's 10 meters, or water doesn't curve. And there's many of these calculators on the internet. You can Google Earth curvature calculator and see that I am correct and my numbers are correct. So if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, as they say, it cannot possibly be a sphere. Or if you have some resources, Feta, like a laser, you can shoot it 1 foot over the water from beach A, where you are at, shoot it to your friend on beach B. If you're living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, that laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side. It just has to. That's just simple math, as you can see in the picture. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side because water doesn't curve. It is flat. All right. So if you got any questions, Feta, you can ask.
I was distracted by your voice, to be honest. I didn't focus with what you said, but thank you.
All right.
Thank you
Well,
for explaining.
sure. I pasted it in the
I
chat, so
I still
you
don't
can read
believe
it.
that the Earth is flat, but yeah, thanks.
Well, it was nice talking to you.
Oh, thank you.
More like you couldn't understand anything that he said, and you don't want to engage because of that.
Because of what?
Because you didn't understand or comprehend anything that he's just said to you.
Yeah, I
So
was focusing with his voice, to be honest.
right.
Or 24/7 Globe Earth helpline.
It's me, bro. Yeah, it's my new company. It's free for the Globers, international. Right, they can come here and get free help for their problem.
So I'm wondering if she can provide any evidence for why she believes the Earth is a globe.
DJ, how tall are you?
6 foot tall.
Pretty tall. And you said you don't go gym and you've got massive traps. What a liar.
You don't need to go to a gym to do exercise.
Exactly.
Exactly. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon,
Good
Andre.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello.
So, do you guys believe that the Earth is in like the shape of an pizza?
No, yeah, we don't believe the Earth is the shape of a pizza.
No.
Do you believe the Earth is the shape of a basketball?
Well, I think that
That's so good.
I do
Great
believe
question.
in that.
Better.
I think it's more like I forgot
Better, you
how it's
said you
called
believe
that
the Earth is
game.
a globe, yes?
I don't know why I've never just responded in that way. Like, do you think it's a pizza? Do you think it's a basketball? All right. Moving on. Sorry.
Better, did you said that you think the Earth's a globe, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
What's your reasoning for that?
Well, a lot of reasons. One, that I believe like if it's not a globe, so why do we have like different time zones? If it's flat, I don't think that we're gonna have like different time zones.
Do you mean like daytime, nighttime? Is that what you mean
Yes.
by time zones? Yeah. So,
Mhm.
okay. Okay, right. So on the globe, they tell you the sun's 93 million miles away. Okay, and that you're on a ball spinning, and that's what's creating the daytime and the nighttime. But you could also have daytime and nighttime in a different scenario. Okay,
Or
where
it could just be like that the moon or the sun could only shine light over a certain amount of the Earth at once.
Exactly. So if the sun's much closer and much smaller than what you're told it is, right? It can only light up a section of the Earth
I've actually got something for
at
that.
one time. So as it's moving over the surface of the Earth, as you see it do every day, is lighting up a particular area over the surface of the Earth, and that's what would create daytime and nighttime.
Did you have any more statements or reasons? You had multiple.
Well, the sun is around and the moon is around, and a lot of planets are the same. So why wouldn't the Earth be the same? Why would
I
the
can
Earth be
answer this
special
one.
and be flat?
Okay, so you know what a fruit is?
What? Sorry?
I'm assuming you know what a fruit is, right?
No.
Okay, so a banana's a fruit, correct?
Oh, fruits. You're talking about fruits?
Yeah, a banana's a fruit, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a fruit bowl, you have 9 bananas and 1 coconut. The coconut's round and the banana's a different shape, but it's still a fruit. Which I'm trying to say is that because loads of them could be globes, doesn't mean that all of them are.
Well, but it makes more sense to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it would make more
Hold
sense.
up.
I understand where you're coming from, but
Yeah, you can't compare like fruits with plants in the space with veggies and fruits or something that we eat.
trying to give you an example.
That's good logic there, right, Fida? Okay, so if something else is right, just because something else is a certain shape, that doesn't mean that the Earth also has to be the shape of something else that you can see. But I understand where your question comes from. Okay, because you've been taught that you're on a planet that's round, and then you see the
No,
sun, you see the
it's what
moon.
we know. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's what you believe
Not
because
what
that's what
we.
you've been taught. It's what you
It makes
believe.
sense because I
Well,
have a.
it doesn't make sense actually. Okay, so the education system has managed to replace what makes sense with nonsense. Okay, so water needs to have a container. So if you want to have a large amount of water, you need to have a container. Do you agree with me? If you want to have a large amount of water, do you think you need it to have a container? Okay, if I have a bucket of water, or I have a pool, or a pond, or a lake, right, that needs to be contained. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Proceed.
Right. So if you have a container of water, the water will conform to the shape of the container. Okay, and the water on the surface of the container appears flat. Okay, if we have a giant lake, for example, and we don't have any wind, we can see a perfect mirror reflection on the surface of the lake. Okay, whether we scale that down or scale that up, right, the same rule applies. The surface of the water is not going to be curving, and the water requires a container.
Well, I have an announcement to make. It says that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What does that have to do with the current conversation?
Well, let me break it down for you.
So we're talking about water at the moment. Okay, and we're talking about how the Earth can't be a globe because most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water that's flat, that needs a container. So what does what you had have to do with what we're talking about at the moment?
Well, I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Why actually are we discussing about the theories that flat Earth or globe Earth?
The reason is because when we go out and actually test the Earth, it's not a globe.
What kind of proof you have for say that?
We have long distance observations, laser tests. We have all sorts of different tests that are being done to confirm that there's no surface curvature.
Okay, I will do I will ask you a question, but it's like
Okay.
I think it's a common question for people who always gap about this well this thing we're gapping about. If the Earth is flat, how come I can't see like a big object like the Everest mountain from here where I live?
Because the air is not clear enough for you to see that far through the air. So you could go on Google right now and just check what the visibility is on average in your area. You'll find it's about 10 miles, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, something like that. That's as far as you can see through the air because the air is not perfectly clear because you have
Okay.
dust and wind, you have pollution and dust and gas and water vapor and all of those kinds of things. So you can't see forever through a semi-transparent medium.
Okay, what about the planets we see in the sky, like Saturn, Jupiter?
Yeah, you see some little lights in the sky moving in cycles, and you've been told a big giant story about those lights. That that they're in a big space vacuum, and this one's called Mars, and it's a certain distance away, and it's a certain size, and it's made out of these certain materials, blah blah blah. Okay, but you can't verify any of that. In fact, it actually goes against a bunch of natural laws, but that's another conversation. Okay, what we can test here on the Earth is if there's any curvature over the surface of the Earth. So do
Okay,
you think well, I have a question for you, a question back for you. Have you ever seen any curvature yourself when you've gone to the ocean or you've gone to a lake or anything like
Well,
that? Or do you
I
experience
never
the Earth as
been.
flat?
I never went to an ocean to see with my proper eyes, no? But I have a telescope here home, and a few times I already see Saturn. Was amazing. I already saw the moon. Yesterday I was watching the moon, full of details, little holes. Was beautiful.
Right.
And have you ever have this experience once?
Yes. Yes. So
Okay.
looking at some little things up in the sky, okay? That's great. We can all do that. Okay, that doesn't mean the Earth is also like the things that you're looking at in the sky. Right? We don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet or a flat disk or anything like that floating around in space, right? That's the heliocentric concept of this
Mhm.
universe. All right, so you could think of the Earth kind of like the foundation or the floor, right? Or the ground of the system that we live in. Okay, and whatever's happening up in the sky, okay, when you look at the moon, when you look at a star, when you look at the sun, right? Those things are not the Earth, right? The Earth doesn't share any characteristics of those things that you're looking at in the sky.
So if I dig down, one time I should pass through the earth and
No,
or
we're not claiming the Earth is a flat disk. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet in space. Okay? So the deepest
oh,
hole in yeah, you can't keep digging that far anyway. It's not
I
realistic.
understand now.
Okay. Right. That's good to hear.
Yeah, if I could, I have a question for him. Even if the air was crystal clear, does he think we could see forever? Right? We have a limitation to our vision. That's why we go to the eye doctor and we try and read the letters from a distance, right? We cannot see forever, correct?
Right. You could bring out a telescope, but eventually a telescope's going to have some limitations as well.
What if we use the Hubble?
A little
Then
little
you're being fallacious.
little baked beans tin with some little model plane wheels glued to it.
Yeah.
Could try that out.
Most people don't understand the limitations of human vision. The maximum a human eye can see clearly is up to 5,000 meters.
And what's that distance based off?
The Rayleigh criterion.
Uh-huh.
Angular resolution.
Is that through an optical device as well, or just the eye in general?
Just the eye, for the size of the eye. If I wanted to see clearly to 50 kilometers, like 50,000 meters, the diameter of my iris would have to be about 4 centimeters.
Right, that makes sense. Yep.
So when most people take pictures or bring their binoculars or whatever they want to the seashore, those still have limitations based on their size. And most people are not going to bring an expensive $10,000 plus telescope out to the sandy beach with the salt water, because they will damage their equipment. So they'll never be able to see the true what things in the distance, how clear they can be.
I'm just amazed how somebody was asking about the planets in the sky and how they look around, so why not the Earth? And then someone came and interrupted that person to ask the same question, like 2 minutes later. I think you did a good job, DJ.
Oh, thanks. I was trying to play chess at the same time. It wasn't working out well. But I think we have Kevin has a question. Kevin?
Wait. How do you interrupt 2 minutes later? But okay, moving on.
He didn't interrupt 2 minutes later. He interrupted, asked a question, asked another question, and then asked the same question that was being asked 2 minutes prior.
Kevin doesn't have a question. He said facts.
Facts? Which facts? What was the fact? Aguthin? Do you have any facts to share about the globe Earth with us?
I have some facts.
Oh shit, we got Jedi 2 now in the chat. Look out.
Uh-oh. There's only one Yoder.
Yeah, there is only one Yoda.
Let's go, Kevin!
Yeah, Kevin. You're up, Kevin. Tell us about refraction, Kevin.
Uh-oh. You're hoping that Kevin's gonna save your globe. Good luck.
So we can never find the curvature of the Earth because of refraction. Is that your argument?
So his best evidence for a globe is how flat Earth looks.
Sounds like a concession, right? Sounds like he doesn't have any measurements of Earth curvature, and that we just experience it as flat. You're letting Aguthin down, Kevin.
Plain and truth. Can you talk? Let's hear.
No, plain and truth, he's just chilling.
If he's
I
not
think.
here, the rest of us can talk to you.
Yeah, plain and truth's description is actually water doesn't curve over distance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, very good.
Yes, it is. Do you think water doesn't curve over distance, Aguthin?
1 minute.
Is water flat on the surface?
Making lunch, guys. I've got a question, DJ.
Yeah, what's the question?
Obviously, you know I support the flat Earth, but the question is, would a ocean be flat because of the waves? If it had waves going over it, would they classify that as flat still?
What?
Like
Yeah,
if the
yeah,
ocean
yeah.
was flat
Yeah,
and
no,
there's
I get
waves
your
going,
question.
yeah.
Okay, so technically no surface is probably like perfectly flat. Okay, because if you zoom in, you're always going to get some type of bumps. Even if you zoom in on with a microscope on a mirror, okay, it doesn't really look flat anymore. It looks, you can see all little bumps and stuff like that. So it depends how pedantic you want to be. Okay, but so that's why context is very important. So when we're talking about flat, we mean it's not curving over distance as it should if the Earth were a globe. So let's say we have a 10-mile lake and it's a windy day and we have waves on the lake. You could still draw an imaginary perfectly straight line over the surface of the lake above the waves. Okay, and it's still going to be a perfectly straight line, and that each end of that line is going to be at the same elevation at each end of the lake. So the lake's still not curving, but we have some temporary bumps on the flat surface.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't get pedantic about that. So it's just about the context. I mean, you could have a flat tire, it depends how you're using the word. So in this context,
Yeah.
it just means it's not curving like it should on a globe.
I'd go further too and say, yeah, waves provides a perfectly reasonable and observable explanation for why distant objects over the ocean are disappearing bottom up. It's because in the nearer field between that boat and you, it's still an ultra long distance. You could have a bunch of waves, a series of waves caused by wakes, caused by shoaling, just big swells that sometimes produce standing elevations of water at a vast distance, such that it cuts off your eye's ability to see the bottom of the boat that's even further beyond that. And there could be a bunch of these. There could be a bunch of waves that are basically kind of stacked on top of each other, producing a very hard to discern but ever present wall of water, like a fence that is obstructing where the boat in the distance is meeting the water.
DJ, look at Kevin's chat message. Right, anyway, guys, while nobody's talking, I'd like to do a promo for the Pickled Minds Discord server and the Flat Earth Discord server, both in my description on Discord. You can also find the Flat Earth Discord server in 24/7 Globe Earth Helplines description, and you can find the Pickled Minds server in Yoda's Butt Hurt Cream 3959. You can find the Pickled Mind server where you can find out more about the Earth being flat and watch some very interesting videos. Yeah, and thank you.
Why you sound like a YouTuber?
Thank you, thank you. Why do I sound like a YouTuber? I don't
Yeah.
think I do. Yeah, I've got 30 million followers, yeah.
Yes, I don't believe.
Okay, well, you don't think I'm a YouTuber then, do you? You should think, you'd think DJ, or you don't know who DJ is, you'd think 24/7 Globe Earth Helpline is a YouTuber. He has a very good mic. Have you been complimented on your voice, DJ? Swear I saw something in chat.
By you, thank you very much, brother.
No, I swear I saw something in chat. Someone saying like, "Your voice is so nice."
Well, that was Plain in Truth. That was Plain in Truth's.
Oh, it was Feder. It was Fida. It was the voice of a Viking.
That's Plain in Truth. Plain in Truth's a Viking. He has a soothing Viking voice.
He's Swedish.
So Kevin's put I'll come back later to shatter those false beliefs. I'm eating right now. Okay, love that. I mean, at least these are tempting to That's wrong. Um, who owns the Pickled Minds Discord server?
I own it and sort of co-own it with Yoda.
You should make me a admin.
An admin. Yeah, we'll see how you go. Keep it in mind.
That's sweet. I'm very good at that role, right? Also, when you go to apply, like there is no application process for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord to become a Flat Earth whatever Vanguard or whatever you call it. What is it? Mod.
Yeah, everything's based on trust and knowledge and stuff like that, right? So
Yeah, but you trust me, don't you?
I don't know you well enough yet. No.
Many of us have known each other for years, sometimes a decade in some cases.
Exactly.
Yes. What? Can I tell you?
I don't know, can you?
Can you?
Can try.
Yes, at the small scales, water surface look flat. At very large scales, they curve. Water naturally settles into a shape where gravity pulls it downwards evenly. On Earth, the shape is part of a sphere because Earth is round, but the curve is so slight that it looks flat to us.
Oh, that's so funny. Now, what scale does it begin to curve? Can you give us an idea?
1 minute, what's the question?
I understand you while you're laughing.
It's hard to, yeah, it's really hard to hear you behind your giggling.
Sorry, I'm in the toilet.
You know people giggle
Oh.
when they know they're wrong.
I need to check if the water curves in the toilet, you know?
All right, all right. Why don't you go on mute?
Yeah, he's trolling, guys.
I just wanted
Yeah, mute him. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Trolling's just not okay. You don't come in here to troll, guys. Come in here to.
Is Jedi using a voice changer? Is that the same Jedi I know?
No, definitely not. No, this is not. This is Jedi 2, not Jedi. Sorry for the confusion.
I'm teasing, man.
Yoda, where can I find that profile picture?
Of me? Well, that I made, so.
You made it, so I can't get it anywhere.
No, sorry you can't. But
I can.
I'm sure if you open up an AI and you give it a prompt that you want like an Amish version of Yoda, you'll probably be able to cobble one together. You know what I mean?
I've got it anyway.
Hey DJ Yoder, did y'all see the website that I dropped in the chat on the home server?
No, I haven't been in text chat much. What's going on?
It was in the back chat. I just wanted y'all to take a look at it because I think we could find a good place for that website in the server. It's basically like old world history, old world documents, and things like that. Apparently, the guy is really selfless and like he'll even go out and get a memory card and for just for the price of the memory card, download everything and put it into that memory card for you.
Which server would that be? 24/7 or the other one?
No, Pickled Minds in the admin chat. I was gonna make a room for it, but it doesn't. I don't have perms to make a room, so I was like, okay, I'll just put it in the chat for y'all to look at. Hopefully, we get a room for it. But I got that from my friend who like has a lot of Tartaria knowledge, and I am trying to get him to come into the server so he can add his documents over to us.
Hey guys.
What's up, man?
You're right, DJ. Where did Jedi go? I saw him in there. Anyway, let me welcome to the chat. We've got
You got a twin.
we've got Car at the bottom, but then we've got Yoda and Yoda. We then got Travis, welcome. Snow, bottom down. Appreciate you, fellow mods. Right, Rayleigh. Got Plain and Truth. Love the guy. Got Abila. Got Mark. Paphos. We got Improving again. Got GG's. Batman. Emperor. Zyda. Ankylary. I think that's, I don't know how to say that. Amphibious. And we've got the best 24/7 Globe Earth helpline if you need support. And we've got our live YouTube channel, which you should go check out right now, guys. I'm gonna be putting the link in the chat. Also, I don't know why there's a fake Yoda in the call on mobile, but can you please leave the call? Sorry. Hello, Improving. Getting very quiet here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Oh, yo, what the heck?
It's kind of weird, right?
That's pretty funny, actually. Are you as good as the real one? Was the question.
Who are you talking to? You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
I am the real one.
You should debate the fake one so you can take that title.
I know, but we both think the same thing, so I can't debate him.
Not about subjective topics, I'm sure.
I'm sure you could beat him on like Disney. Like who can name the Disney characters?
Easily.
Disney trivia. You think you could sing better than the real Yoda?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm the real Yoda, so it doesn't really matter.
Interesting. Interesting. So tell me about satellites, real Yoda.
Why don't tell you about satellites?
Yeah.
What about satellites, do you want to know?
Aren't they up there orbiting?
How satellites are orbiting.
Mm-hmm.
Like satellites orbit, yeah. Satellites stay in orbit. They balance their high speeds and keep their forward momentum with downfall pull of Earth's gravity.
You don't sound like Yoda at all.
You saw?
Yeah. They wouldn't respond like that.
Probably bad.
Damn. Uh-oh, DJ. He's gonna be you next. I'll ask him about refraction.
Cameras. Well, ask him about cameras. But yeah, refraction.
Oh, you have to ask him something that you specialize in
Oh,
since
he's
he's
bad
you
as
now.
he's as me now. He's
Yeah,
matching
that's
me.
why you have to. Yeah. Let's see if he would respond as you would. Well, yeah. Bro, does he have like all these accounts just set up or is he like just switching on the fly? That's pretty impressive actually. Please be DJ. Yes. All right, tell us about refraction, please. Is it possible to see your own ass on a globe Earth? And if so, why or why not? Oh my god, come on, bro. And my hopes up.
I want him to come back as lats.
Oh yeah, that'd be easy. We're just gonna each have to send a picture of our lats in the side chat. Whoever got the bigger lats can take my name.
My question will be, how much can you bench, bro?
Oh, there you go.
I'll be like, how big are your wings, bro?
Yeah. You know, if you can bench more than me, I'll change my name. Shit.
You know, I had a crappy morning this morning, but I think at the end of the week, I'm going to switch my bench day to Friday. I think I'm going to go for it this week.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Good luck. Yo, how much is 250 kilograms in pounds?
A pound is 2.2 kilograms, right? Or no, 2.2 pounds is a kilogram. Got that
Yeah, I don't have access to Google. I'm driving. I mean, I'm at a red light, but
100 kilograms is 224 pounds.
we said 100 pounds is 200?
100 kilograms is 224 pounds. It's like
Oh, hell
223.7
no.
or something like that.
There's no way this guy benches 250 kilograms, bro.
Now, 250 kilograms, double that, multiply it by 0.2. You're probably looking at 575.
Oh, what the heck? He came back as me this time. All right, let's see what your bench at, bro. Just type it in the side chat. If you can bench more than me, I'll change my name. The heck? So weird. 550 pounds, bro. Bullshit. There's no way.
That was a pretty good guess for a shot in the dark. I was off by 10
Yeah.
seconds.
All right, well, I'm about to hop off. So in case the other lads says some weird shit, that's not going to be me. You guys have a good one. Peace.
Later, lads.
What's up, guys? No,
I thought you
meant,
left, Lats.
yo,
Is that Lats? That sounds
yo,
like Lats. What's up, Lats?
I meant 550 kg, really. DJ, why did you change your name?
It's my normal name that I use, DJ. That's why you called me DJ. My name's DJ.
Why? I thought you were 24/7 flat Earth Milkline.
I was.
What happened?
I changed it.
Wow. YouTube live streaming enabled. YouTube bot cannot reply to messages. YouTube bot warns Ace, what was that? I was server muted. Who did that? Oh, sorry. I meant to join the vegan channel, guys. My bad. Stop tagging DJ. He doesn't want to be tagged. He's just trying to mind his own business. I'm gonna ban you / mute you if you do that again, Shotton. Okay?
Yo, what's up? Hello?
What's up, man?
Hello, what's up?
How's it going, dude?
Good. Bro, are you talking about what?
Talking about whether or not the Earth is curving.
See, bro, I'm gonna tell you something. You know, the distance between the north and the south, and the east and the west, telling us that the earth is circle, like round.
Yeah, who measured that?
You know, there's a lot of NASA and
Hello.
you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean. Show me how they measured it.
There's this thing called mathematics. There's physics. You can calculate this.
Yeah, show us how.
Counting.
I'm not a scientist, but I'm telling you.
Well, then you don't know what you're talking about. You just believe what somebody else says.
No. Okay, tell me, how is the Earth flat? Have you calculated before?
Yeah, when you shoot a laser over water, it hits the target on the other side. That's how we know it's flat.
No, bro,
You're
you
not
fucking
water.
idiot. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm
Go
gonna
ahead, tell
tell
me.
you something. You know, bro,
You can do what?
if you know mathematics, you will know that the distance between between east and west and south and north. You will know that the Earth is not flat,
Show me how they measured that.
bro. You can search for it,
No, I already looked. It doesn't exist.
bro. You can search for it. You can search the distance between
Yeah, I searched and it
south
does not
and
exist. I told you that.
so
Yeah.
when you search, what does you see? You see that the Earth is not flat, but you think that the Earth
It
is
is
flat
flat.
because
Oh, it's
of your
definitely
eyes.
flat.
Or something. It's not flat.
You observe the horizon to be horizontal every single day. You can be in denial all you want to, but your natural observation is a horizontal horizon. Whether you like that or not makes little difference.
No. That's not how to calculate it. You
No, no, no,
calculate
no, no, no,
about
no, 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 no.
you know you see the distance.
No, 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 no,
If
no,
you
no, no,
get
no, no, no,
around
no.
ball, bro, it's not flat. Believe me, you can search for it. There's a lot of
Dude,
scientists.
but to
There's
be
a lot of
perfectly clear,
people
you
studying
No,
it.
I
actually,
don't. I don't believe you.
I think this guy
Bro,
thinks
I'll
flat's a
tell you
shape.
something. Hey, if it's not flat, why all this NASA and this company is telling us it's not flat? Why? They want to hide something or what?
Back to you, man.
I don't know. Maybe
Why they're gonna hide this thing? If it's flat, they will tell us it's flat.
because you're
Nothing
dumb and
changed.
you hurt yourself.
What? Again, please.
It sounds like that guy thinks flat's a shape. And over fences is right. We have nothing to do with that. You're going to have to talk to the server mods. Sorry, Val. Good morning or afternoon, evening, whatever it may be. I hope everybody's having an excellent day.
I muted you in the room, Val, because you are basically being disrespectful. So until you can learn to be a little more respectful, you'll stay on that term. Um, but as far as you were saying, AG, yeah, I don't think he thinks flat is a shape. I don't even think he's ever even thought about it before. The guy that was talking earlier.
Yeah,
But it was going to head that way eventually.
he sounded like he was already in the middle of a spiral. I felt bad because when he
I mean,
spiraled
I could
even
hear
worse,
it.
I'm like, man, I should have just not even said anything. He was already spiraling. My bad.
Yeah, he's like, oh my gosh, like you're telling me my entire cosmology is wrong. Yep. If the Earth is not a ball, your entire cosmology is wrong. Welcome to flat Earth.
Welcome. Yeah, Val, we're not going to tolerate that childish mess. If you want to behave like a little child, you can go somewhere else. You're going to find yourself banned from this location. So either grow up or fuck off. I say zero tolerance.
Hey, what's up, Vivek?
Hey, hello. So who is this guy?
He was using the name Val.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can find him.
Now he trying to copy DJ.
Yeah, his name is MASTRR_ Yoda.
Yeah, should I just like ban him or should we what should we do?
Honestly, the deception of like mocking people and
Mhm.
usurping their names, I would, but I can't tell you how to run your server. You've done a tremendous job running your server. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just remove him out. I don't really like
Whatever
him
you
because
decide to
he
do.
was copying Master Yoda and then DJ and then who knows what he gonna do. Yeah. So there you go then.
Yeah, he was even copying our recording bots too. So.
Yeah.
Whatever
He
you
se-
decide to do, man.
yeah, he doesn't seem to have the maturity to participate.
Yeah, he's gone. He's removed.
I moved him to the vegan room because he was being obnoxious.
I moved him to LGBTQ.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I moved him out of this place, out of the English app.
Well, thank you, man. We appreciate it.
Okay.
He's awesome.
As a matter of fact, I'm probably. Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I'll get you the user ID. Hold on. There you go,
Nice.
DJ.
And welcome to whoever just joined in.
Thanks, Sheepdog.
No worries. It's kind of disappointing though, man. Like, I mean, he seemed like a pretty cool kid at first, but then like, he couldn't control his trolling.
Well, maybe he matures a little bit and returns one day to have a proper conversation. That'd be good. It happens. I've seen it happen. People will be mocking, and then a couple months later, the same person comes back and has a proper compo. So it's inevitable.
I've seen that happen over. Like, I've had interviews on that in the 24/7 server where they.
Are
Robot.
people here actually believe that the Earth is flat or not, or it's like fake?
It's not a belief. It's an observation of the horizon, and it's a measurement of the ground. Like if we were to
Okay,
measure
bro.
your height, you would not consider that to be a belief, right?
Okay, but a belief is based on belief. What do you mean, bro? It's not a fact.
Yeah, beliefs are just things that make you happy or glad to think about. But measurements of the ground, those hold true. You can do that again and again. You can peer review that.
Okay, and what do the measurements say?
That the Earth is flat, level, and stationary. And for all
Who the
practical
fuck told you
purposes,
that?
everyone treats the Earth as flat and stationary already, especially pilots.
Not really. Depends on the
Yes,
scale
sir.
we're talking.
For all practical purposes,
Yeah,
all pilots
hold
already
on.
treat the
I'll
Earth
get you.
like that. Yeah, go ahead, man. You're good.
I'll get you laser test. Hold on.
Yep, let's go. I know you guys got the info locked and loaded. Let's roll.
Okay, then explain gravity. If the space-time is not
I
curved,
got you.
explain gravity.
The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is not a force, according to Einstein. He never said that it
Of
pulls
course.
or pushes. It's not a force. It's a mathematical framework, to be perfectly
Yes,
clear. And
gravity is not a force, exactly.
yeah, math can never be a force. Math doesn't push or pull anything.
Of course, but physics does. And gravity
But
is not a force, you're right.
gravity is not a force because gravity is a mathematical framework. It's a construct. That's it.
It's a way, it's just a
Always has
geometrical.
been. No, under Einstein,
Gravity is a
gravity would be
concept.
considered to be the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing, and Einstein himself found it to be absolutely ridiculous, the thought that one object could have an effect to another based off of mass alone. Spooky action at a distance. Newton thought that was ridiculous. And Einstein said that it was just math. He never claimed that it was reality.
I mean, it's the best that we know so far.
No, it's math. It's a mathematical framework that you can apply to non-inertial reference frames. You use it for film and for
real life.
military applications.
If science didn't know if you think the Earth is flat and science didn't know the roundness of all planets. Okay, hold on. I have a genuine question. Do
No,
flat
wait,
earthers think that other?
Earth's not a
Do you
planet.
think that Mars and
Earth's not a
Jupiter are
planet.
flat as well?
Earth is not a planet. Earth is not one of those lights in the sky. Earth is something else entirely. You are standing upon the ground of all that is. Welcome to the universe. You see things moving over your head because they're moving overhead. At no point do these lights in the sky move under your feet. You've never seen that before.
I mean, they do move under your feet.
You've never seen the sun move under your feet, man. Go ahead.
I mean, it does when it's night.
No, it doesn't.
Then it comes.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Let me ask you this, Luis. What about the other planets in the sky? What makes you think that Earth is like those things?
Because why the fuck would Earth be the only one? What's the chances of the Earth being the only one?
Because it is the only one. So again, why would you think the Earth is like those things?
Okay, because it is, but I have a better question for you.
No, it's not.
If you actually
let's
say you go to space. Actually, let's say I
just give you 7 laser measurements showing that the Earth is flat because water is flat.
Okay.
Right? So if water is flat, the Earth can't be a ball. So where are your measurements?
Everywhere, but I have a genuine question. If I were a millionaire and I would pay for you like a private rocket to go into space and see Earth, would you believe it if you're there?
Yes.
Are you willing to change
I
your
would
mind?
never believe it. I promise you, I would never would I. No.
Okay, but if it's paid for you, like let's say I'm a millionaire and I pay you a rocket to go into space.
Check the side chat. Look at the side chat. This is why. If you were a millionaire and I saw this, I would not believe the Earth is round because Snell's window exists. You don't have a gotcha here. If I saw the optical phenomenon of a circle on the ground, I would not believe that makes the Earth round. That would be ridiculous to think that. Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm just asking if you were actually going to space. If somebody paid you a trip,
I just answered your
would you
question.
change
Now
your mind?
stop, or I'm going to mute you.
When are you going to go into space?
What?
I want him to look at the side chat.
When are you going to go into space?
Yeah, that's a good question too. But I want him to look at the side chat so he knows what I'm talking about because he's not going to just move on from this and act like a clown. Observation.
I'm not trying to be
Observation
convinced.
of a circle doesn't make Earth a circle. That is a ridiculous statement. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Okay, no. It makes. I mean, a disc is also a circle. It doesn't make it a globe. That's what you wanted to say.
Nobody's claiming a disc, my dude. We're talking about.
Then what the fuck is it? What is it? A thing?
A flat planar surface that you've never seen the edge of. because you've never been to
what
the
the
edge of the
shape is,
universe.
we don't know. But the surface
Yeah,
of
then
water, we don't know. But the surface
yeah,
of
then
water is flat.
shut him down. I'm gonna tap out. Go ahead. You handle this. You got this. I'll be right back.
So yeah, what makes you think that Earth is like the things in the sky? The Earth is not in the sky, right?
It's a part of the sky is relative. What we see from Earth as the outer
Relative.
space, that's what we call a sky.
Come on, bro.
The
You've
sky
never
is just
proven
space.
that. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? That's the definition of sky. Sky is outer space seen from Earth.
Sky is the thing above the Earth. That's what the sky is.
And isn't everything around us above the Earth? Everything that's not on the Earth, it's above or
Up is up and down
below.
is down. It's the same for everybody. Prove it otherwise.
Okay, Saiho, what do you want me to prove? I don't get you.
Yeah, so up for me is the same as up for you. It's up, not down. It's in is not down and out is not up, right? So you're gonna have to prove to everybody here that
Directions.
up is not up.
Bro, a line segment has two directions, like two. It's one line, but it has two like ways to go. It can go in plus or negative, up or down. Everything has two directions. One line you can go in the one side of the line or to the other side of the line.
What does that have to do with the surface of the Earth?
You said like up is up for me, up is up for you. But if I'm on the polar opposite point, you're basically your feet.
Well, you're gonna have to prove that you're on the polar opposite point.
I can't prove it. Where are you from?
I'm in America, man.
Then I would have to be in the southern hemisphere to be on the polar opposite point. So I'm not.
How do you know that?
Because I know where I'm from and I know where you're from.
So, do you have any measurements of Earth curve? Because that would be the one thing that would directly prove whether or not the Earth is a ball or not.
I can find it very easily if you really want to, but of course you're not gonna believe it. But I'm not
By
trying
all
to.
means, man. I looked into it. I couldn't find it, and I looked far and wide.
I don't know where the fuck you look, but literally that was the genuine question. Would you be able to? Like, would you accept to change your mind if it were proven otherwise? If you went into space?
Yeah,
And
I've already
actually
changed my mind once. You think I can't change my mind again? If
Fair
it were
enough.
proven flat, did you change your mind?
If it's proven, yes, but I don't think it is that. I'm not gonna believe in it until it's proven.
So, do you agree that water is curving around the Earth, being pulled inward towards the center of the Earth because of gravity?
Water stays on the curved surface of the Earth. Yes, water stays on the curve, and land as well. Everything
Okay.
sits on the curve.
What's the circumference of the Earth?
I don't know. ChatGPT can tell me. One quick search of Google can tell me.
Okay.
I have another question. It's not really. I mean, it's kind of related.
No. You're going to answer my questions for a little while.
But
We're going to
I'm
prove the
not a
Earth is
scientist.
flat together. We're going to prove the Earth is flat using simple logic and simple geometry.
I'm not a very academic. I mean, I'm fucking 19 years old. I'm not academic. I don't know how to.
Oh, so you didn't
disprove
take
it.
geometry in high school?
Hmm?
You didn't take geometry in high school?
Of course, yes. Even spatial geometry.
All right, so then you understand this. Hold on, let me find this real quick.
Now, where the fuck do I see it?
In the side chat.
Okay, now what is that? How do
You
I?
should have confidence in yourself, man.
Hold on. Do you understand this that I just posted?
I don't know
Simple
where to look.
geometry.
Where is the side
In the
chat?
side chat. There's a little
Okay, but what is
bubble
that?
at the bottom of your screen.
I don't know. I don't use Discord that much.
Do you see where your microphone mute
Okay.
button is?
Yeah, bro. Okay. Laser. deviate. Okay, what? Okay, but what does
But
that?
you understand that
Like,
concept, right? You understand that
yes,
concept?
light travels in a straight line. Yes, and the Earth curves.
Right, right,
Yes.
right. And the Earth curves, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so did you find out how big the Earth is? Yeah, I told you to do that. You said it. You would ask ChatGPT.
Okay, the circumference or what side? Like the volume, the circumference, like what?
The circumference. What's the circumference of Earth?
Circumference of the Earth. Hey
Mhm.
Google. Okay, 40,000 kilometers.
Awesome. So, how tall are you?
Like 179, 180.
Okay,
Close to that.
179, 180. When you go to the beach, right, whether it's a lake or an ocean, how far is the horizon from your eyes if you're looking out over the water?
I think that the human eye can see like 5 kilometers in the middle of the ocean, something like that, in clear atmosphere. I don't know, something like
Well,
that, 5-8 kilometers.
that's what they say. That's what they say. But we can actually see further than that, and this is provable by having known distances out in the water, right?
I mean, yes, but how much further? Because if you say 9 kilometers, that's not wow. If you say like 300, okay.
25
But if you
kilometers.
just add like 2 or 3, it doesn't change anything.
25 kilometers.
I don't think that's that big of a deal.
5 times further.
I think
Well,
they.
how would you see that much further? If it's
Okay, but
physical
hold on.
obstruction,
Who saw that much further in the first place?
sheepdog.
Yeah. Here's a simple laser test that was done over water. Right. 19 miles. I went ahead and posted that in the side chat for you. What you're looking at when you see in this video, person has their camera. How high up is it, DJ? About 1.5 meters or 1 meter high?
I don't know that laser test that you're showing there.
I thought it was the same
The
one.
better. What does it help?
Oh no,
Why? Okay.
I had the 19
Why do you
mile one.
think the Earth is flat? What does it help you with to think the Earth is flat and to think differently from other people? What does it help you with?
Why would it need
Oh
to
my
help
God.
you? If something is objectively true, it's true. It doesn't matter if it's useful.
He's got the herd mentality. He thinks he should think what other people think, like a sheep.
Yeah.
I mean, what most people think in science is usually true.
It's
Not
not
in
science.
like
That's
religion.
not science. There's no science. You haven't named any science.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with
Science is
science.
science. Some math is a part of science. Chemistry is a part of
No.
science.
No, math is not science.
I mean, it's just one of the sciences, I think.
No, it
So, or
isn't.
maybe like
It's not
terminologically
a
speaking, it isn't.
science. All right, give me a math experiment. Let's make you look foolish.
No, but I'm asking. You're saying that terminologically, math is not science.
It's not. So give me a math experiment if you think it's science. And give me
Now,
the
hold on.
hypothesis. What?
Hold on. I wanna look up if math is considered a science. Maybe
Math
not.
is, yeah, you got to look it up now because you never
Yeah,
knew to
now
begin
look
with.
it up. Since you demanded it was, now you're going to look it up because now you're thinking about it.
Fair, but I think the answer is maybe gonna be
Dude,
yes. Or
math
no,
is
maybe.
not science for the same reason English isn't biology. Is English science? No.
You're going to like this. You're going to like this class you're in today because every time you think you're right, you're actually wrong. And we're going to just show you.
No, fair enough. Yeah, it's not a natural science.
Okay, so we can get rid of that as science. What's next?
You tell me. I'm still gonna think the Earth is round.
Well, Earth
Just
is
because
flat and
terminologically math is
stationary.
not
It
a
doesn't
science.
matter what you want to think. You can't not know that it's flat because it's measured that way. It's measured flat and stationary, and you can go to any lake, ocean, or whatever and see that a water is flat and level. But in your back of your head, you can say, "I know it's flat, but I'm going to pretend it's a ball in outer space, flying and spinning around in a vacuum."
Fair. Another question: if it's an objective truth, the Earth is flat. If people that
He
like
never
work at
answered my
like,
questions.
if the people that deal with like
He never
sending
answered my
things into
questions.
space, and like
Never
using
answered
actual
my
like not
questions.
Lewis, you need to
Bruh,
understand that you will answer our questions or you will not receive any answers. So you're going to answer the question or you're going to end up being booted out of
I
here.
don't know the
You don't
answer to
run,
your
you're not
question,
running
but
this conversation. You're
bro,
not. Bro,
bro,
you can answer his question or you can fuck off.
bro.
I'm going to give
If
you
Hey,
10
G,
seconds to
unmuted.
answer that man's question. 10,
bro,
9,
bro,
8,
bro.
7.
Well, here goes
6-7.
chat.
Send him up the river.
Somebody didn't get to have lunch this weekend.
You're
No,
right.
I come in. We got to quiet the room up. Everybody be quiet now.
Hey, my bad, DJ. I put up the wrong video.
He kept trying to dodge your question, dude. I saw that. He did it like 10 times. As though
Yeah.
you weren't even
You
here,
got to
just
let them
ignoring
dodge
you.
questions. You got to let them get it all out, or they're just going to sit there and not. They're going to keep trying and trying and trying to get a question out.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was fun, y'all. I have to go to work. Y'all have a good one.
Did he really run away from a countdown? Wow. I honestly thought he would just ignore me and keep talking, and I was just going to mute up and let him do it.
It's weird. He's like bouncing from room to room right now.
Oh, well. And you're right. I'm going to grab something to eat. I'll be back. Maybe if I leave, the conversation will start.
Okay, great. Now what?
Well, the people that were dogpiling the Glober all left after chasing the Glober away, so hopefully we wait for a new Glober now. I guess that's the only option.
Yeah, the cycle repeats. Oh, I guess no glow proof today.
What's going on?
Louis Dominic just once answered, "What somebody gains by lying about this." What interest does a person have in lying about the nature of Earth? Well, I mean, that presumes that one has to be lying. That's not necessarily the case. I would argue in almost every case, if not all cases. You know, when people believe something that they think is true, they're going to teach other people that thing. Doesn't make them knowing liars, right? I mean, they're not to lie requires intent to deceive. If you don't have that intent because you think your beliefs are justified, then you're not deceiving somebody knowingly. You're not lying to them.
Lewis is in here now. Welcome back, Lewis. We can just, no one needs to debate. Happy to answer your questions. Yoda was just answering your question in the side chat.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't know. Straight up, why would the people that are paid to work with space and the universe and the science of it, why would they not be flat earthers? If the earth is flat, why wouldn't they be? Like, they are not flat earthers. That's what my point. They are not flat earthers. The people that work with space and the
Yeah,
science,
they
the
don't know
scientists
about
are
it.
not.
They don't know about it yet.
How do you know? I mean, you prove it with still science, with wrong. I mean, let's say it's not wrong. You prove it with science as well, with calculations and with lasers and with blah blah blah. It's still science. It's still physical photons. Blah blah blah. All
Yeah,
that.
we've measured the Earth with lasers. You got it.
Okay, they measured it too, and they are getting paid more than you to measure it. So
No, they
why
have
do you
not
think
measured
they are
it.
wrong?
They have not measured it, my friend. I'm sorry. Sad to say, they have not.
Then why are there numbers? Actual numbers that you can see.
Their numbers are calculated numbers based off of belief, based off of belief that a model is true, based off of belief that the model is true because their interpretation is true.
What's the flat Earth response to the distance between the moon and the Earth?
What do I say in response to that? Well, I'd like to ask how they measured it and then see what their evidence is. What's the data?
I don't know. I can look up how they measure it. Maybe they measured it. I mean, they can measure it with like reflective mirrors and blah blah blah, because it's too far.
They claim to have done it without reflective mirrors.
I mean, of course, I don't think you can put a mirror on the moon, but I don't know exactly how they measured it, but they measured it.
Well, if you believe in the moon landings, then yeah, they claim to have put reflectors on the moon.
Well, fair enough.
So why don't you go research it and come back and tell us what you learned?
I'm not gonna research it because I don't want to waste my time with improper facts, with
Well,
inaccurate
then
information.
why are you in here then?
Because I just wanted genuine questions asked, answered. I wanted to ask
Yeah,
questions like,
my
how do you,
genuine answer is if you don't know enough about this, then you need to go do some research.
I don't want to know your numbers. I just want to know your justification for thinking in them, for believing in them. I don't want to know the exact numbers. I just want to know why you think they are the correct numbers. I don't want the
Well, because
calculations.
we've
Only
tested
the
their claims. Okay, we've done the laser measurements.
okay, and how did that go out? When somebody
We,
else did other measurements
well,
and they
see,
came up with
nobody
different.
else. You believe somebody else has done it. You believe somebody measured the globe.
Of course.
I have not found that to be true, and I find the opposite is true. When people do measure the Earth with lasers,
Okay,
they
but
don't measure a globe.
another genuine question: when you search, let's say on Google, the first result, like is the Earth round or flat? Google definitely says it's round, and you have to look pretty deep
Yeah,
to
no
find like
kidding.
stuff about
Does
flat
that
earthers.
so does Google always tell you the truth?
I mean, 1 + 1 is 1. The Earth is round, yeah. In simple facts, yes. And it's not only Google, like not Google itself, because I don't care about nowadays. You get like a Google AI response. That's bullshit. Sometimes it's very bad. But like just looking, is the Earth round on Google? There are a lot, particularly like private studies from other companies, from space study companies, from schools, from universities, blah blah blah. The primary results and the lots of the results are round, 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 and then you have to dig a lot just to find it's flat. Why? To see one source that says it's flat, you have to dig a lot. Again, what would be the interest in hiding it so bad if it's
This
the
is the
truth?
second person in 24 hours that thinks that Google is a source. It's crazy.
No, it's a web browser. Who said it's a source? It's a web browser. The sources are the exact websites. They are photos of newspaper from the 1930s on Google. That is the source, the newspaper. Google just shows it to you.
Right. Look, so we were all under the impression that there have been some people that have gone out and proven empirically that the Earth is a globe. Okay. And then we started looking into it for years. Some of us have been looking into this for many years. And once you actually look into it, you're going to find that there's calculations based off assumptions, right? But not any direct measurements of Earth curvature. So what we have been doing over the last 10 plus years is actually going out and testing for the curvature of the Earth in reality. Okay, physical, empirical demonstrations that anyone can go and do themselves, showing you that over large distances, where there would have to be a certain amount of curvature, it's just not there. It's not present in any of the tests. Okay, we got teams of engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over 40-kilometer distances, okay, and hitting their target when the laser is just being elevated just about 1 meter, 1.5 meters above the surface of the water, and it's hitting a target 1.5 meters, 40 kilometers away. Now, over that distance, there's a huge amount of curvature. If gravity is real, if the radius value they tell us is correct, over that distance, you would have to have more than 100 meters of curvature. Okay, there's no way the laser would hit the target if the Earth is a globe.
I mean, the
Right, so
light can bend in the atmosphere.
right, but okay, so that's also being taken into account. Okay, so if you think that they're going out doing all of these different laser tests in completely different atmospheric conditions, different distances, different locations, and somehow the laser is hitting the target every single time, right? That's an unrealistic claim, right? Refraction isn't something that's going to perfectly bend a laser around the surface of a globe 100 meters to hit the target, and then 20 meters on this other observation, right? Because we're doing them over salt lakes, over frozen lakes, over lakes, different conditions, different days, different locations all over the world. Okay, we're never able to detect any curvature. I know for a fact there are no laser tests that the globe side has done that validate that there's any curvature, because when you go out and actually test it, you won't find any.
Maybe.
Yeah. So it's a huge accumulation of empirical evidence over time. And then when we go hunting for the empirical evidence from the globe side, if you look up right now, if you go to Google or AI or something, it's like who measured the curvature of the Earth, you're gonna get ancient Greeks that you can't even prove did what they claim to have done. Okay, that are making assumptions and then doing calculations based off assumptions, like Eratosthenes. Okay, measuring a shadow angle of a stick, and then making a whole bunch of assumptions and doing calculations based off assumptions. That's the kind of thing you're gonna find. Okay, someone that existed 230 years before Jesus, right?
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I think the Greeks also thought that the Earth is round. Like they had a hypothesis. Of course, they didn't prove it yet, the Greeks, but
Okay, so
they were in that
Yeah.
direction from the start.
when I say that I believe Earth is a sphere, I don't believe that. I don't believe it simply because someone says so. I have many counter arguments to support that statement. For example, if I say Earth is a sphere, it supports the scientific arguments about seasons, about time zones, about
Okay, yeah,
eclipse,
fair. Right.
even about
Yeah,
satellites, even
Takira,
about
don't scattergun a whole bunch of different points or interrupt
no,
other conversations. So just pick one question, okay, out of your questions that you just mentioned, the time zones, anything you want, and then just wait until we finish talking to Lewis, okay, and then
I
ask your
want to hear
question.
his answer. No. He had a good question. I didn't think about
Okay,
the
which
season.
Yeah, we should do one at
okay,
a time until it's completely resolved before moving on to the next point.
Yoda,
I
do
have
you
to
want
go
to
to
go
a
over
meeting. I'll be back.
seasons? Oh yeah, okay, all right, seasons.
What do you think is
Okay.
the resolved question? Hold on, I don't get it.
Okay, so you guys
When
want to
does it
know about
resolve?
seasons? Seasons?
I mean,
Is
yeah.
that the question? All right, so I'll answer that question. Okay, so
yeah, mine,
seasons. Okay, so we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk floating in space. Okay, we don't claim the sun is 93 million miles away, like in the heliocentric model. Okay, the sun is much closer and much smaller than what we get told. Okay, we see the sun take a particular path above the surface of the Earth, right? And it repeats each year. It goes in a cycle. Okay, in that cycle, the path of the sun makes way for daytime, nighttime, right? Time
So
zones,
just because it's smaller,
seasons.
yes, I get it. You say it's smaller and it doesn't reach that far.
Right. So it takes a particular path, right? So when it's winter in say Europe, for example, it's going to be summer in Australia. And when it's midday in Australia in summer, the sun's taking a path directly over the top of your head, essentially. Okay, and then it will be the opposite 6 months later. In Poland, 6 months later, it's going to be summer there, right? And winter in Australia. So the sun's taking a particular path, right? It moves above us over the surface of the Earth, just like we all experience. Okay, that
can I
explains daytime. Look, some of these
can I
things you're going to be able to explain just fine on a globe, and also just fine on a flat Earth.
okay? Can I present a counter argument?
Sure.
Okay, so if you're saying by that logic, it completely alters the definition of how eclipse should work. Your explanation is extremely different, and it cannot explain the nature of eclipses. So how do you say that by that logic eclipse should work?
Okay, well, firstly, we don't make specific claims about things that we can't empirically test. Okay, now we've been told a story about the way that the universe works in the heliocentric model and what causes eclipses. Now, you've been told that when you see an eclipse, right, that's the shadow of the Earth, of the globe, on the moon. and that's what's causing that, right? But you're not able to empirically validate that. Now, there's a whole series of problems with that, because when we test the surface of the Earth, it doesn't curve. Okay, we can validate that there's no curvature over the surface of water over and over and over again, and there's no evidence that it does curve. Now, there's also a lot of inconsistencies with the explanation of eclipses. Sometimes we can see the sun and the moon both clearly above the horizon during the eclipse. Okay, so the lineup of the sun, moon, and the Earth doesn't make sense when that happens. Okay, and then sometimes we have selenilian eclipses, which is what I just mentioned, and also during the selenilian eclipse, which they call the impossible eclipse for good reason, we see the shadow on the moon upside down. Okay, it should be convex because you would be seeing the you're right, the horizon should be convex, so it should be casting a convex shadow, but we see a concave shadow on the moon. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. Okay, but we would say that when it comes to things we can't empirically validate, okay, you and me, right? It comes to belief, it comes to presuppositions and assumptions. But what we can test is the surface of the Earth. Anyone can go and repeat these tests that we've done, showing that it doesn't curve. Right? Would you disagree with this logic? Okay, if we can validate that the surface of the water, which covers 72% of the surface of the Earth, that's the claim, right? If it's not curving, then whatever's happening in the sky above that flat water is happening above a flat surface.
Did you use a telescope in 2019 on 11th November?
Yeah, I actually have footage of that from Australia. Yep,
Okay,
I do.
so
I did.
what happened? Can you explain me on that day?
Are you talking about an eclipse?
No, I'm talking about
Okay, go ahead.
Mercury planet coming in front of sun. Did you saw that
Okay.
whole news?
Yeah. So there's lights moving up in the sky. Okay, you've been fed a big story about them. You've been shown some cartoon diagrams and some cartoon pictures about how it works. You think that Mercury exists within a big giant space vacuum. Okay, that denies laws of nature. If you want to go over that, we can. Okay, but you've been fed a big story about what's going on up in the sky. Okay, you see a big amount of lights in the sky moving in particular cycles, and since a young age we've been taught that it's a big giant vacuum filled with plasma balls and things like that, right? Suns, etc., stars, planets made of gases, and Neptune where it rains diamonds and blah blah blah. Okay, big story, big fairy tale. You can't validate any of those things. The logic that I presented was that what we can actually test is the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth doesn't have any curvature, whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Now, we're not claiming a flat disk in space. We're not claiming a flat planet. Different system, different way of thinking about this system that we live in. I think of the Earth more like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, and then the celestial bodies in the sky like a big
I have a
clock.
question.
Go ahead.
Suppose I'm giving you a scenario. Like, suppose the universe is a sphere, right? And
Well,
you're
they
a
tell
human.
us that the universe is flat. According to the
I'm
mainstream science, they tell us the universe is
trying to give
flat.
you a
So,
scenario. Yeah. Let me
okay.
complete my question. Suppose, let's suppose universe is a sphere. We don't know
Universe
about
is a
it.
sphere. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Now you're a human trying to measure that like a universe, and you're trying to measure the curvature of universe, right? But from the naked eye, when you're standing at the edge of the universe, the curvature of the universe, you see it's a flat
Wow.
ending. So now you say, because I see it's flat, it means
Why don't we use the Earth as an example rather than a universe?
no. I'm giving you a similar analogy for that.
No, it's
Because
not. Because what's a universe? It's not similar at all. Okay, an Earth. You think the Earth is a physical object, a globe, okay, that has
Then
a
what is it?
particular size.
Okay.
So we can calculate how much it should be curving, and sure, They tell you that you're too small to see the curvature. Okay, so we experience the Earth as flat, right? Now, we can actually go out and test because we have amazing technology now. We can go and test very easily for the curvature over large distances because we have high-powered lasers, high-powered zoom cameras, and much more. Okay, so rather than using a universe as an example, let's just talk about the actual thing that we have under our feet, which is the Earth, right? That's been tested.
Okay, so I'm
Mhm.
not gonna get into this because previously I've talked about this, about the experiments, and you guys won't believe it because you're gonna say like it was done by dumb
No, that's a
scientists.
fallacy, right? So you're just being fallacious now. So you haven't presented anything, and you're just assuming that we'll dismiss it. Okay, so present something.
I
Definitely.
have presented
Okay,
it
what did you
before.
present? What did you
I,
present?
ex- I presented a series of experiments
Okay.
that prove the curvature, the Earth is flat, but you don't believe it because you're gonna say like previously, and I know some of the people that are here.
Okay,
Are
which
in the,
one? Which was the best one that you presented?
do I have to? I have a collection of links. I can give
Okay.
you.
Yeah, pick the best one. Okay, if you're saying, okay, so we're looking for the curvature of the Earth to be validated. So pick your best evidence for the curvature of the Earth, and let's go over it step by step. You can explain it to us, and then we'll critique it.
Sure.
Do flat earthers think that what do you think about other planets? Okay, the Earth is flat. Like the other planets, do you think are
Yeah, so
from what I
Earth,
see in your model, like your sun is a ball in your model and the moon is also a ball in your model.
No, we don't have a
Oh.
model. You're seeing straw man models that are just propaganda presented as flat Earth as a straw man argument. Okay, and when you say other planets, you're assuming that the Earth is a planet. The Earth is not a planet. Okay, the Earth is the Earth. You could think of
So
the
planets
Earth
are
more
round.
like, well, the Earth is not a planet, and you
Okay,
see
but
some
planets
little.
are
You
round or
see,
not?
well, okay. So what's a planet? Okay,
No,
it comes from
no,
the
bro.
word
Okay, I get it.
wandering
You
star.
don't think the
So
Earth is
you
a
have an
planet.
imaginary version of what a planet is inside your head that you've been taught. You think a planet is a round ball, physical ball inside a space vacuum. I
I'm
disagree
asking, what
with
do you
that.
think? Okay, you think the Earth is not a planet. Okay, then
Yeah.
what the other things in the universe, like the sun, the moon, the other planets,
Yeah,
just
that's a
because they are called
sun.
planets?
Okay, so that's a
What? Okay,
sun. Okay,
what's
yeah,
the
we
shape of
can't.
the sun for flat earthers?
Okay,
What do
it
they
looks like
think?
it's a round light in the sky. Okay, any light at a distance looks round, by the way, no matter what shape it is. If you look at it from far enough away, any light looks round from a distance. So it's a round light in the sky.
Because only round things emit light, like stars.
No. Any light in the distance looks round.
I guess you should
Okay,
show
but
them
where does the light come from?
what a broken mirror looks like, and then he'll say, "Oh, I guess they do emit square lights, not round."
Oh, I guess I'm stupid.
Bro, if every
Yes, you
light
are.
in the distance is round, why would that be if the stars are not round? Like the things that emit light are round.
Prove they're
You
round.
said it.
No. And okay,
You
so
said they're round.
you can get a light. If you had never heard of a tube light, is that round? Tube light?
Bro, you said every light from distance.
Yeah, from a distance, you can look at a light that's a long stick shape, like a tube light. Okay, and it's just going to look like a round light, like the same as what you see the sun up in the sky. Similar.
Okay, but it only if you see the front of the tube, the circle, like the cylinder, the circle of the tube. But if you peel the tube, you're gonna see it differently.
Okay, well, I'm going to put a picture in the side chat. All right, I'll look. Okay, so here's a round light in the sky. What shape is that light? See what I posted at 11 minutes after the hour?
Depends the light pole or the. You can clearly see the light pole in the second not being round. You can actually see the shape. It's a bit of
No,
oval. The shape of the light pole.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the bright light, the top right of the image.
I don't know, what's that, the sun or what is it?
Okay, so that's a high pressure sodium bulb. It's a street light bulb. Okay, so it's about 1.5 feet long, and it's a thin, round cylinder shape. Okay, but from a distance, it just looks like a round light. So you can't tell what shape it is just by looking at it. When you see a light at a distance, you can't validate the shape of it just by looking at it. Right? Like if you see 2 car headlights, once they're off in the distance, it just looks like one round light.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So look, this is all I'm saying. When you look up in the sky, you've been told a big story about all of the lights that you can see up in the sky. Right? And we can't validate any of that. It requires faith. Okay, you have to have faith in the heliocentric model. What we can actually test is the surface of the Earth. Okay, we can actually measure it. Right? It's a measurement. It doesn't require faith. It doesn't require belief. It just requires physical testing.
Do you ever think that in the future all people will be flat earthers?
Most
You
people just
already
believe.
are. You already are. You just believe you live on a ball.
Yeah, that's a good point. Everyone already is a flat earther, but some people believe they live on a ball. But most people, unfortunately, they'll believe whatever they get told. Okay, whatever the TV tells them, whatever they get taught at school, they'll just believe that, right? Most people that believe the Earth's a globe, they have no idea about any of the finer details about the globe. Okay, they don't know who actually went out and validated that the Earth's a globe, but they genuinely believe it's a globe, and they've believed that from a young age, and now it's a deeply ingrained belief system, so they'll emotionally defend it, even though they don't really know the basics of it.
I mean, some people defend it intellectually, not emotionally.
Okay,
That's not
so
intellectual, dude. That's emotional. You've never thought about it. There's no proof of a globe at all. It's not intellectual.
Okay. So can I say something? Sorry if
Mhm.
I'm interrupting.
It's okay.
I think you guys, like the flat earthers community, I will not talk about the things that I don't know about, like, but the generally what I have seen, that a lot of people, a lot of your community reaches a conclusion, and then to make and support that conclusion, you cherry pick some of the facts and some of the things, and
Really?
in order to
Can you give an
support
example?
Yeah, dude.
Give me an
A fact is
example.
a fact. A fact is a
Okay.
fact.
Hey, let the
You cherry
man
pick as
speak.
many as you want.
Let the man speak. Hey, don't be interrupting. Shut the fuck up. Let him speak.
Okay, so
Who was that?
Who is that little girl?
Yeah, who was that, by the way?
Hey, moderator, why don't you keep your who was that douche nozzle?
Okay, so
Yeah, if anyone can tell who that was, let me know in the chat.
okay,
We'll
so
mute them. Yeah, continue. Okay, so look, you said that we cherry pick. Okay, so what did we cherry pick?
So I'm gonna give you an example. First of all, if you think the Earth is not flat, you don't believe in science. Sorry, if you think the Earth is not a sphere, you don't believe in science, because you're gonna have always gonna have contradictory statements with science, with theory of science, and then you believe that a car runs with an engine. There is a So you believe in specific parts of science that satisfy your needs and that satisfy your goals, but you don't believe what you don't want to believe.
Science doesn't
So
require
you check.
belief. Science doesn't require belief. Okay, science would be empirically validating things through the scientific method. However, this isn't a question of science. This is a question of geometry. Okay, so we're told the Earth has certain dimensions, and then when we go out and test them in reality, it doesn't match up with those dimensions that we get told. So we go and we repeat and we repeat and we repeat, and every single test comes back that there's no curvature. Okay, and then you globe earthers come in and you complain about flat earthers, but you don't have any evidence that's empirical to present to us, and you don't even want to see our evidence. Okay, so you just said that you have it. How about you go and pick the best one, and then you present it, and we'll go over it in good faith.
I'm gonna tell you something. The
Yeah, you're
evidence
going to
that we have
complain. You're
are
going to
experiments.
complain rather than
There's
going
no
to get
first one.
evidence.
There's
You're
all
just
of
going
it
That
to
or
are that we
continue to
have are
complain more about
experiments,
flat earthers. Okay, go
and
get one. Go get one.
the exam
Unless you want
it's
me to present. Okay, so you
give me
get
a second.
something. This is how it's going to work.
The experiment
Okay?
that we have are
Okay.
experiments, and then the thing that you have are YouTube videos that have 24 views. So
Oh, really? Okay.
there is
Yeah.
a lot of difference.
Oh, really?
There is a lot
Okay,
of difference in that.
so get your experiment. Get it.
I've
Get
just
it.
shown you. I'll just
Hey, brother.
Sounds like
explain
Hey,
you.
brother. Excuse me.
check it.
Excuse me. Shut your pie hole for a second. Where's your 24/7 Globe Proof channel? Huh? All your CGI images and stuff, they don't fly here, buddy.
Because we don't need it.
Hold
Because
on.
we
Hold
know
on.
it in
No,
the
no. I gotta
future.
hold on, Flatman, just a second. Takiru, right? You said you had experiments. Go get the experiment.
I
Put
had
yourself on
just
mute.
posted the
Go get
link.
the experiment.
Link.
Okay,
I have
now
just posted the
He
link. Go
posted
just check the
Eratosthenes.
chat.
He posted sticks in the ground, so that's
Okay.
no good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he
Okay.
probably would have went to the ISS live feed that
Hold on.
off every so often.
All right, explain. So what have you presented? Explain to us and to the live streams. Okay, this is all being live streamed right now. Explain to the audience what you've presented and tell us how it proves the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I'd like to know how it works.
I'm not gonna explain you the whole experiment and every single statement, because I know you're gonna I have done this, and I know you're gonna have some counter argument ready for it, and I'm not gonna go in too much
Then
depth.
don't use it then, since you're.
But let me tell you.
Tell me about the
You're not.
experiment. Okay,
not
so
gonna.
what's the name of the person that did the experiment? What's his name?
What experiment? One single
The one that
experiment?
you're
Or
talking about. You said you posted a link. I've been informed that he has a particular name. What's the name of the person that did the experiment?
Bedman level 4 experiment.
Sorry? What's it called?
Bedford level experiment.
Bedford level.
Posted
Okay, so
Bedford
who,
level 2019, and then he posted Eratosthenes PDF.
Right, let's go with the Bedford level. Okay, so who did that? Who did the Bedford level test?
Samuel Burley, I believe.
Sorry, who?
Samuel Burley.
Samuel? No, that's incorrect. Incorrect.
Then who did it?
Well, you're the one trying to present it. I know the name of the person who did it, right? The person that you're the person whose name you're butchering right now was a flat earther. And from his test, he determined that the earth is flat. So you're butchering this big time.
Oh, okay. So now, can you disprove the experiment in any way?
You haven't even presented you don't even know how the experiment works. So tell me what he did.
Okay.
Tell me what.
Okay.
Tell me what. His name's Samuel Robotham. Okay, what did Samuel Robotham do? Tell me. What was his first step?
So I believe there was a series of observation that he conducted. So there was boats. It was a 6 or 10 mile stretch, and he used that thing to observe the curvature of the Earth.
Samuel Robotham.
What? Sorry?
You don't even know the guy's name. The guy that you're talking about is a flat earther named Samuel Robotham who did a Bedford level test and came to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. Right? Maybe you're meant to be talking about someone else with a different name, which I also know, okay, that you don't seem to know, that came along years later and tried to disprove Samuel Robotham. Okay, but you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about this evidence at all. Right? This is something that you've looked up online. You haven't studied it. You don't know what you're talking about. Right? This is the problem with you globe earthers. Right? We don't deny the evidence. You don't even know the evidence that you're presenting. We have to school you. Right? I would have to teach you what they did in the tests, and then I would have to debunk it after I teach you.
Okay, but
your
you
own
know why
argument.
that is. You know why that is. You know why that is. Of course,
Because
with
you're
us
lazy.
in this
Because you
voice
don't
chat.
research things.
No,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah,
Okay,
because I
me
researched it and he
personally and the
didn't.
people in this. hold on. You researched it. We didn't, like me and him specifically didn't, because we're just random guys. But there are like work and are paid to research more than you, that research more than you, that went to a college.
So
They
you're
can
gonna appeal to
definitely present
authority?
it to you. We
Or
can,
you
No,
it's
in
wish
true.
it?
college,
But
in
there are
college,
people that
in
can present
college,
that.
yeah, in college they don't go researching this in college. So to get college out of your mind.
Yeah, so you guys don't have any
Then
evidence to
where?
present.
How
So
the
he
fuck
said
do they?
he said he had evidence to present, and then when I asked him to present the evidence, he didn't even know the person's name, right? And he can't tell me what they did, right? He doesn't even know the
Okay,
argument. This is this is
there are
pathetic.
people who know exactly better even
Okay,
than
who?
this guy that
Who's
talked
that?
before me.
All right, so who is that?
Let's
Who's
say
the
Neil
person
deGrasse
that
Tyson.
knows?
He
Okay, so what did
Neil
Neil deGrasse
deGrasse Tyson
Tyson
could
do?
definitely have a better argument with.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'd love Neil deGrasse Tyson in here.
He
That would
can
be
give you
great.
names. He can give you all the names. We
Oh,
can't
okay, cool
personally. We can't.
story.
But
So yeah, so you have faith in Neil deGrasse Tyson. So what did Neil deGrasse Tyson do to validate that the Earth is a globe?
as you asked him, you asked him to present something by someone else. Neil deGrasse could
Okay.
present something by
All right.
someone else
So
and
so
explain it and present it and all
okay,
that.
okay, great. So he's not here, right? So you guys don't have any evidence that the Earth's a globe that you can present in the form of an experiment or a test,
And we don't want
observation.
Neil deGrasse Tyson to come in here and talk
Okay,
about
but
somebody
the
else's
idea
stuff,
there is
dude.
one.
We want a guy to come in that did it himself and prove that it was a globe, not some
Your
guy
teacher
come in
can
and
even
talk
do it
about
themselves.
somebody else.
But you don't do it yourself. You're talking about other videos.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
already own the equipment, dude. Actually, I'm selling off my stuff because I've been a flat earther a long time. I don't need my stuff anymore. I'm keeping my camera though.
okay, but I believe I find it hard to believe that everybody that believes here the Earth is flat did an experiment.
Yeah,
Personally, did it
not
with their own
everybody.
hands.
So you can go and look at the hundreds of experiments that have been done by
Okay,
other
so why is
people.
it wrong for us? Why is it wrong for us to point at another
Uh-huh.
person that did it when we didn't do it personally, and for you is
Okay,
okay?
because we
I mean,
can present what the other person did. We're not just saying go talk to Johnny in the United States, right? He
yeah, but
knows all of the
if I were
answers. Okay, I can show you what other people
if I
did.
studied more, I could
learned.
present you a lot more than this.
Well, maybe you should go study before you engage in a debate or a
Of
discussion
course,
like
I'm gonna
this.
study the right information, not the wrong one. I'm gonna study
Okay,
the
well,
correct
good.
information.
Okay, so currently you're unable
Maybe
to
you should
defend the
maybe you should open your ears more and close your mouth more.
Hey, why don't you
Yeah.
try to figure out if you live on a globe instead of studying how to defeat flat earthers? Maybe what you should do.
I'm a musician. I don't care about science that much. I'm a musician.
No, yeah, well,
I can only do one thing in life.
so am I, and it's not science. So why don't you worry about proving that you live on a ball instead of worrying about defeating flat earthers?
Because it doesn't matter. Why do you? Why do you
It
even
does
understand
matter
that?
to you. You're freaking out in here. It does matter to you.
Yeah, it obviously does. Would you like to see some?
Bro, I have nothing else to do in this at
If
this
they don't
hour.
even want to see
I'm
the
bored as
evidence.
fuck.
Okay, we're here begging you guys for evidence. Okay, you guys present nothing. We have all of the evidence to present. You guys don't even want to see it. That's crazy.
Bro,
Right? You
we
guys aren't here in
showed
good
you
faith.
evidence.
You didn't show
Bro.
any evidence.
Neither, bro. He showed you papers with like numbers, calculations. Neither me or you are smart enough to understand those numbers.
Oh my God! Talk about yourself,
We didn't
dude.
study enough, not
Yeah,
smart
who
enough.
about
We didn't
yourself.
study enough to understand those numbers.
He presented a test that was done by a flat earther.
You're telling me you understand what?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Don't project
Yeah,
your
100%.
inadequacies.
Yeah, we can teach you all about it if you want.
Then, bro, if I present a test that's made by a round earther, that's the conclusion that it reaches says that the earth is round. Would you understand every single number? Neither me or you would understand.
No, I would.
Every single number.
I've been studying this for 8 years. So present a test and let's
So
see
you know
who
mathematics. So
understands
you
it.
know everything.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
know physics, mathematics to a high degree college level.
Well,
So you're
if
very
you present a
academic in
test,
mathematics.
okay, so the variables that are going to be in a long distance observation to test for curvature, yeah, I can handle that. I don't know advanced mathematics, okay, that have no relation.
So then you don't
that have no relation.
Then you can't
that have
understand
no
the
relation.
whole point of
Oh.
thing.
Oh, really? So what point? Which test are you talking about? Right? You don't have anything. All you're doing
Bro,
now. All you're
Bro, I'm
doing right
gonna
now
bring a
is
test.
you're just coping. So go get the test. Go get the
Bro,
test and bring it. Right?
the
Go
point is,
go get
the
it.
point
Go
is
get it.
the
Don't look,
test.
all you're doing right now is you're just pretending that you know what I know, right? Which is just ignorant, right? You sound like some
No, I'm
ignorant
saying
little
you don't.
kid that
I'm
can't
saying what you don't
admit
know.
that they don't have any evidence, and now you're just pretending that I don't know how to evaluate the tests that have been done that you haven't even researched yet. Okay, so you sound like a moron right now. So shut the hell up.
So you
Go
you
get
don't
a
believe
go
that
get
there
a
exists a
test.
test, bro.
No,
Okay,
there
I'm
doesn't
getting it right now.
exist.
I can find it in
Yeah,
2
there
minutes.
doesn't exist a test that proves the Earth's a globe.
But if it is one, which it
There
is,
isn't
anyways,
one. There isn't
it's
one.
not necessary. I'm not saying it's true if it is, but
Yeah,
of
there
course,
isn't
at
one.
least one exists. That the conclusion is
No.
that the Earth is round. How
Yeah,
do you
there's not.
understand that? Because you can't
There
understand a
isn't
high
one.
level.
There isn't one. There isn't one.
It's
Prove
a
me wrong.
religious
Okay, but
claim. It's a
what?
religion.
Okay, then what type of test are you looking for? Because there are papers with exact numbers on them that reach the
Okay, go get
conclusion.
it. Go get it. Go get it. We'll go over it. Go get the paper. Let's go over the numbers and how the numbers were validated.
And I can at the same time give you a whole bunch of my numbers that prove that unicorns are real because of sand existing on the beach. So, because the numbers are there and they have, and like their numbers, right? Does that mean it's true? Or are you going to say no, it's not true all of a sudden now?
So you don't believe just because it's only numbers, you don't believe it.
No, we need to validate that those numbers match up with reality, right? Like if you
Exactly.
tell me you're 6 foot tall, and I look at you and I'm like, oh, you don't look 6 foot tall, and then I come and measure you and you're only 4 foot tall. Okay, obviously the numbers that were written on the paper that you lied about, okay, they don't match up with reality. Okay, so if you bring us some paper, okay, we're going to check the drop over distance, we're going to check the observer height. Okay, we're going to check the calculation. We're going to see if you've accounted for atmospheric refraction. We're going to go over all of these little things that we need to go over to evaluate the paper that you're going to bring us. We also need to see evidence that the actual test was done, not just some numbers on paper. Okay, if I present you something, it will be a high definition video as well as all of the numbers.
May I
Right?
quickly say something, DJ, about this as well? So before any of this, what you first need to know is the basics of your model that you claim to be true, that you have a belief for. Without the basic understanding of the parameters, speeds, and diameters of everything within the model, you already are going off of faith. You don't actually know what you're trying to prove or disprove at that point, which is also disingenuous.
Great point, Mer. Right? So once you get the paper and I can debunk your paper, you won't even understand the debunk because you're the one that doesn't understand the basic math. Okay, you don't know the drop over distance. You don't know the radius. Okay, you don't know how to calculate where the horizon should be from a particular observer height. So I would have to teach you all of that before I can show you that your paper is horse shit. Right? That's how pathetic you globers are that come in here with this freaking crazy false sense of confidence. You guys need to get reality. Have a reality check, right? So go get the paper, come back in here, and then we can wreck you. Right? You want to be cocky and try to say that we don't know what we're talking about. We don't know how to do the math that's in the paper that you've never even researched. Freaking egotistical little shit.
Is that it? We lost those guys. They're flat earthers now. I mean, we gained guys. The globe lost those guys.
Not really. Of course, I believe. I know that the Earth is a
I
globe.
know you're a
But
believer. I know you're a
again,
believer in it. Like I know, like you believe in God and you believe in
bro, I found
and you
something
believe in
literally.
the globe and that stuff that you can believe in. That's stuff you can believe in. You have to have that to get through your days. But facts are facts. The Earth is measured flat. That you can't do anything about. So I don't know what to
I
tell
found
you.
okay. It's not about like fancy equipment, blah blah blah, like modern day. It's like very simple method that a Greek
What?
guy used in 500 BC to
Oh, sticks and
prove that the Earth is round.
shadows. Sticks and shadows. This
Okay.
is
Oh,
one of my favorites.
okay. I got a stick. I went
Bro,
outside.
you're
I put it
talking
in the
about
ground.
geometry.
I put a stick in the ground outside. Now what? And guess what? There's snow in the ground, so it makes it really easy to see. So
Bro, you
now
were
what?
talking about geometry, bro. You're talking about geometry. That's why the calculations and the
Oh
results
yeah,
came because
you
that's
can't
what
make
geometry was.
you can't make triangles on the surface of a ball, right? You can't make angles from a stick onto onto a ball. You know that, right?
What do you mean? Shadows
What do you mean? What do
fall
I
on that.
mean? You can't make curved triangles.
Okay,
Can't
what do you mean? Shadows
curved
fall.
angles. Can't have curved
What do you mean?
angles.
What do you mean? What do
What
you
do
mean?
you mean? So the stick
Bro,
sticking in the ground is
you're
perpendicular is sticking what 90 degrees?
again.
Is the stick
I don't.
that you put in the ground 90 degrees to the ground?
Depends on how you put it.
So you don't know?
No, depends on how it can be 90 degrees. It can be
Okay, so,
one odd
so
degree. It
I
can be
want
2
to do
degrees.
it. We're gonna lay the stick horizontal on the ground. Now, does it work? Depends on how you want to do it.
If you do what?
We're gonna lay it on the ground. The stick. We're just gonna lay it flat on the ground, horizontal. Is that all right?
Put a what on the ground? A ladle. What?
Never mind.
I don't know what you're saying. I
Yeah, you
didn't get
don't
it.
know how the stick works in the first place, so you claiming the stick isn't gonna work in here, dude.
Bro,
Look,
you
dude.
can
So
put a stick in the ground
even the guy that
any
you
angle you want.
appealed to, even the guy that you appealed to earlier, Neil deGrasse Tyson, in the video in the side chat, he explains how Eratosthenes didn't validate anything because he made a set of pre-assumptions. Okay, he wasn't trying
Okay.
to test. He wasn't trying to test if the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to do that. Okay, he wasn't
Fair
trying to
enough.
test if it was round or flat.
Okay.
Okay, he
I
already
believe you. If don't tell me
okay,
more.
so
If
well,
Neil
that was
deGrasse Tyson said it, I believe you. I believe you. But
oh, there you
Neil deGrasse
go.
Tyson is still around. He's still around global. He's still around Earther.
All right,
Neil
so
deGrasse
we
Tyson is
can
still around Earther.
cross that evidence off the list that you just presented. Do you have anything
Yeah,
else?
good, perfect. That's gone. What was the other one? Oh yeah, we got rid of the Bedford level. He doesn't know anything about that. You guys got anything else?
Yeah, preferably something that's not ancient as well, like some high definition video footage that
Yeah,
has some.
something 4K. You know.
Bro, why does it need
I
to be
would
4K?
present it if you do not mute me again in middle of a conversation.
Yeah. What you
DK?
gonna what you I didn't mute you, but what you gonna do about it if someone does?
Sorry, excuse me.
I
Or
can't do
something
nothing.
validatable, you know, something we can go and test ourselves. How about that?
Okay.
Do you have $20,000 or even millions of dollars for the equipment? I don't think you have it.
Equipment.
really- you're appealing
sticks and says the person that just presented sticks and shadows from
That's what I was
500
going to
years
say. He's
before
appealing
Jesus.
to money when I can go and grab a stick out of the woods. What the hell,
Yeah.
dude?
And if you
So-
allow me, my friend, we do have people in our community who have spent tens of thousands of dollars on non-fisheye lens experiments with balloons that have gone to
That's not a lot.
120,000
Government
feet,
spend millions.
etc.
Government spend millions.
You don't have
Oh,
to
yeah, what did
spend
they do?
millions to prove to me the Earth curves. Just prove it.
Yeah, what did the government do that cost millions where they validated and measured that the surface of the water is curving over distance? What did they do? They didn't do that.
Everything they researched
Name-
oceans. They did everything that
Okay,
includes science. Every type of science.
okay, which one of those can you present and explain that proves the Earth's a globe? You just believe that they did that. You've not researched it. You don't have anything to present. You're just telling us that we need to have faith, like you have faith in the government.
Why would the government lie to you? That was my
Oh
another question.
yeah, the
What's
government.
the interest?
Oh well, the
Big Daddy
government would never
government loves
lie,
you.
would
What
they?
do they have to gain from? What do they have to gain? I can get what they gain
Who
like
said they're
from religion.
lying? Who at the government lied about the Earth being a globe?
They have your gullibility. That's what they gain.
Bro,
Your continued service.
Name
what would
one
they gain?
person. Name one person that works for the government that you're talking about that knows the Earth is flat and tells us that it's a globe.
Of course there isn't. But why?
Well,
Of
so
course
who are you
if
talking
it works.
about then? Who are you talking
Bro,
about that's
I'm
lying?
talking about you're basically saying that the government is lying,
No,
that the
you
earth is
are.
a globe.
You are. And then when I asked you for a name of who at the government is lying, you can't give me a name.
No,
I don't think
I'm talking.
No, I don't think anyone at the government's lying about this. Do you? You do.
You,
So I'm
sorry,
asking you, who is it?
No.
Who is it? What's his
sorry.
name?
Are
What's
you
her name?
Bro,
I'll
the
give you. I'll
government.
give you
US
this.
government,
Listen,
UK
listen, brother.
government,
I'll give you this. Listen, brother.
Russian
There's
government,
too few
Chinese
people.
government, Indian government? What government are you
Brother,
talking about?
brother,
Any
please, I
government,
want
the
to share
government that
something with
you're
you.
talking about. Hold on a second, Flatman. Just a second, man. One
Are you
second.
talking about billions
No,
of
you're
people
talking
over a
about
period of
the
time who have
government.
worked
This
there?
is your argument, bro. This is your argument. You're claiming
It's
that
a
people
simple
at the
question.
government.
What
Yeah,
do
so
they
you're
have
the
to gain
one.
telling us that the earth is a
Yeah.
globe?
So who are you
What
talking
does the
about?
government
Who's they? Who's they? Who are you talking about?
Bro, the school system that's also
Who at
controlled
the
by the
school system?
government.
They're not. Nobody at the school system's lying about the Earth being a
In
globe.
the textbooks, of course, it says that the earth is round in the
Yeah.
textbooks. The
Yeah. So
school
that doesn't
reaches
mean. That
up
doesn't
higher
mean.
to.
Yeah, they preach it. It's incorrect information, but they're not lying about it. Okay, the teachers are just regurgitating the information from the textbooks.
Okay,
Okay,
why?
they genuinely, because that's what their job is. It's their job to be very good at remembering the information in the textbooks and then to regurgitate that information to the students. And then the students memorize that information from the textbooks and then they regurgitate it on the exams and then they get a stamp. And they're like, good job, little Bobby. You remembered the radius value of the Earth. Okay, that doesn't make the teacher lying. That doesn't mean that you're lying. I don't think you're lying, right? I don't think your teacher was lying. I don't think your teacher's teacher was lying. Okay, they genuinely
I
believe
think
that
there
the
is
Earth is a
honestly. I
globe.
think. Okay, fair enough. It's not a lie because they genuinely believe it. Fair enough. But I think it's impossible for. Of course, there is one person like 40-year-old American German teacher guy that's a teacher at the high school that believes the Earth is flat. He's still legally obligated to tell you it's round. Why? Why wouldn't he? Then he would be lying.
That's his
If
job.
there's a flat Earth teacher.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking for the name of the guy that you're talking about. If you have a name, then we can, and you can show me the evidence that he's lying about it. And then I
Why
don't
does
know.
the, why
Then you
does the
can go
name
ask
matter?
him. Ask him why he's lying.
It's what it 100%
It matters because you
existed.
invented a character. That man doesn't exist. You made him up.
Yeah, you just
Because it's a
invented a character.
hypothetical. But
Okay,
it
so
exists.
I don't know who that is. Okay, you could go ask them why they're lying. They probably want to keep their job if they're lying, but you just made someone up, right? You don't have any evidence.
He said it's a hypothetical. So all these guys have is hypotheticals, nothing that's ever actually real.
I mean, won't you say that that hypotheticals are like based in reality? I mean, if reality doesn't exist, then hypotheticals, thoughts, nothing exists. If everything is a part of
Yours
reality,
aren't.
even hypotheticals
Your
are real.
hypotheticals are not.
Yeah, so
Maybe
who
you're
cares?
real.
Let's say there's one teacher that knows the Earth's flat, and he still teaches his students that it's a globe. Who cares? What's your point?
The point is, then he's actually lying.
Okay, good. All right, people lie.
We had a student in here not long ago, right? We had a student in here not long ago who was telling us about how their teacher is with the students all the time about the Earth being flat.
Fair enough, but others would lie.
Okay. All right, some people lie. Yeah, humans lie, governments lie. All right, most people are not lying when they tell you that the Earth's a globe. Okay, most people have never tested the Earth. Now we've gone out and done that. Okay, we can show you that it's not a globe, but you think that you don't want to see our tests, and you just have this faith that Daddy Government has gone out and spent
I saw some of your tests. It's not my first time I'm seeing like
which
it's
one did
very
you see?
popular on the internet, flat earth like content. I saw like debates between flat earthers on YouTube, and I even, of course, I saw the videos. I think I've heard about the laser one. I've even seen it maybe in a video with like a guy that's flat earther, a guy that's globe. I heard then they both presented their argument, and then I believed in the guy. Okay, let's say believe because you don't say think, but I know it's true. But believe for you, I believed in it. But I saw guys presenting the both sides. Why don't you look at the videos where are flat earthers in them, and then straight after them a counter argument?
We have.
Yeah, we've done that.
Brother, please, if I can, answer
Okay,
this
and
guy
then
right
why
now.
Go ahead.
don't you
Hold on a
believe?
second. Let
Sir, listen.
Flatman, go ahead. Flatman, go ahead.
Thank you. I researched this for 9 months, brother, before I made up a decision, made up my mind. And during that 9 months of research, what I noticed about the general public was a lot of ridicule and, people saying bad things about people looking into the topic and we're coming to the reality of the truth that they've been lied to. So there's that, 9 months of research for me. And a lot of the regular everyday people were calling people asking questions dummies. So that helped me realize, the lie. And the mind is like a
How did you,
parachute.
how
The
could you
mind, excuse
how did
me,
you
excuse
decide?
me, excuse me. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Your mind is like a parachute. It won't work if it's not open, sir. So you could be told something and go along with that and understand that to be the truth. And then you could find information in the future that changes your opinion about that. So please, all I ask of you is to use some critical thinking skills here. Try to listen to what we're presenting. And I know you've been fed the narrative from the government in your schools and all that. It's time to start opening your mind, sir.
Okay, but how did you decide? Again, I saw videos with one presenting there
How I
and one
decided was
presenting the other.
after 9 months, I ended up on a documentary called, it was by ODD TV. And at the beginning of the documentary, it was a 3-hour documentary. He says, I have to admit it, I'm a flat earther. And,
Okay, and right after
and
you
that,
watched that document, I guess it's popular. It's popular what you watched. I suppose it's pretty popular.
no, sorry, it was after 9 months of researching it. It wasn't just the first thing I clicked on, right?
And straight after those 9 months, why didn't you just for curiosity search something that tries to disprove it? Just for out of curiosity, search something that
So do you not
says.
understand? For 9 months researching means I was looking at both sides, right? I was listening to what I learned so much more about what I thought I knew looking into this that blew my mind. For example, from a 90-degree angle, the Earth's supposed axial tilt is 23.4 degrees off 90 degrees, leaving a remainder of 66.6 degrees. I found that a very interesting equation. Not trying to preach here, but just knowing the things I know about the world I live in. Learning that about what I didn't know that I thought I knew was an eye opener, for example. Okay. So, yes, in the 9 months of research, I learned so much more about the lie than I did about the truth.
Keep in mind, we've already demonstrated that
How
we're
did you
capable
decide?
of changing our minds. We have already shown that we're capable of changing our minds.
And I'll also give you this, sir. As a hobby, I jump from airplanes. I've never seen the horizon bend from any altitude. Right.
Okay,
So if I'm watching a boat disappear over the horizon at the ground level and it's supposedly going over the curve, if I use my critical thinking skills and complete that circle, I'm not on a very big ball. It's got to be pretty small.
We're talking about scale. We're talking about scale. If you were higher up, you would see that it's round. I mean, of course, in your it's about scale. Everything's about scale.
I'm done,
All
guys.
right, one
You
second,
can have
Flatman.
that.
Hold on, I gotta say, you gotta respond to that because this guy just concedes to anything Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson says that even from over 4 times the height of an airplane, sorry, 3, 6, 9, 12, sorry, 8 times the height of an airplane, 8 times the height. Let me
I
finish.
don't care. Go 20 times higher than that. I don't care.
Okay, so
Go 20 times
right,
higher
so,
than that.
okay, so
100 times higher than that.
yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that.
What do you mean
Right,
you can't?
yeah, you
We
can't
have
do that. So
satellites
so this is
near the
no, no, no,
orbit of
no.
Neptune.
No, dude, that's stuff that you can never confirm. That's just belief. That's just faith.
Okay, you know how I can
Okay, so
confirm it?
how can you confirm it?
of course, it sends like radio signals, blah blah blah, and the distance. We know the speed of radio waves, of sound, of light, of everything, of particle. The particle, the radio waves, we can tell that it's that far because it takes that much time to reach us.
How do you know
And
how far it came from? How do you know how much
it has
time the radio
it
wave?
has data
How do you
logs.
know
It
how
has
long?
data logs.
How do you
It
know
has
how
data
long
logs.
it was traveling?
DJ, he's just starting to spiral into radio waves and weird shit that he has nothing. He knows nothing about.
Yeah.
It's about distance.
Maybe we should
You're-
switch. Maybe we should switch Globus.
Why
I
switch?
think.
Why switch? Because
well, because
you
you're
don't
bricked.
believe that it's that far. You don't believe it's that far. You don't believe that
No, you
satellites
can't
are that
test
far.
it. Okay, which satellite?
No.
Confirm a single satellite. Go ahead.
Sorry. How this
This is definitely on the internet.
Like, you guys,
Lewis, take a break
you
for a
3 and
second.
4 guys.
Dekiru, we're switching to you now.
Okay, no. Give me a second. Let me explain. You guys pick a guy and you jump on him. You are 3 to 4 guys, and if he asks
Oh my
question,
god, are you just going to complain? Do you have any evidence? Do you want to be off trying to find an experiment?
because I know it isn't gonna
Okay,
work.
so if you're just going to complain, I'm going to put you on mute.
I'm
Do you
not
have
here.
any evidence? Do you have any evidence? Complaining will not
I
be
have an
tolerated.
advice. I have an
Okay, you
advice.
go
We
on
don't need
mute.
any
Don't be
advice
like
from
Mike
you.
Hughes.
Yeah, go stick your
He
advice up
wants
your
to give
butt.
us advice. He wants to give us
Right.
advice.
You're back
Bye-bye.
online, Lewis. Right.
I found it. The Voyager 1 is actually in interstellar space, so it's even farther.
Oh, really?
No, there's no such thing.
How
Space is space.
did you validate that, Lewis? Pictures?
Bro,
You got
it left the Earth. It was on Earth.
Oh,
You
so
say
it
it
must
went.
the
be.
story. We know the story, bro.
How do you know it left the Earth? Because you can't find it anymore.
What do you mean? What do you
No,
mean?
he
How
didn't
do I
get
know
it.
about that?
How do you
Listen,
know it
dude,
left
like-
the Earth? Because you can't find it anymore?
Who said you can find it? It still sends us data back.
No, it doesn't send you data. Doesn't send you data. You've never received any data from it. You've never sent a signal to it. You've never received any signal from it.
Okay, so then back
You're
at
told a
Earth.
story about it. You are only told a story that you believe. You choose to believe it. You have no way to make to
Me
see if it's
personally,
true.
I don't receive data, but people that work with the Voyager 1 receive the data
Yeah, you
from
don't
me.
even know anybody that works with it. You wouldn't know a single name of anybody that works with the Voyager,
search that.
Voyager 1 or
You can
Voyager 2.
That's easily searchable. You can say, I know you don't believe in NASA,
The
guys, but if
question
you
is,
search
how
people
can
that
you independently
occupy the job.
validate this? Can anybody independently validate any of this?
Of course not, because the scale is too big.
Of course
The scale
not.
is too big.
Of course not. Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay,
Can
but
anyone validate the
the
globe
problem-
claims? Of course not. Can anybody validate NASA claims? Of course not.
But you can't prove that the Earth is flat alone. You cannot prove the Earth is flat alone.
We can and we have, and you can too. We can teach you how to do it.
Why didn't you use your mind as a collective to look for the bigger answer and just all decided to believe in one guy that did it?
What
or two
bigger
or three guys?
answer? This is the
What
biggest
guy?
answer of our lives.
Who's the one guy?
One, well, of course, it's not only one, but the videos are by few guys.
Dude,
It's a limited,
I have my
finite
own
amount of people.
equipment. I don't need to watch videos. I have my own shit. I got my own gear. I don't have to go watch anything.
Same here.
Okay, but then why don't you do calculations on a bigger scale with that equipment, or by?
Bigger
I mean, you
scale.
can.
I did. The Earth is
I don't think you
flat.
afford the
I
equipment. You
calculated
don't.
it,
You
I
don't afford
scaled
the
it up.
equipment.
Dude, I scaled it up. Earth is flat. I scaled it up. Now the Earth is flat. There you go.
You scaled it up how? With what equipment?
Lewis, this is the problem.
I took that I could see 10 miles, and I said, well, if I can see 10 miles, I can see 100 miles. There, I scaled it up by 10. There you go.
Just move the goalpost, right, with the bigger scale that nobody's able to use or validate in any way.
You're
This is the
But these
problem,
are the
Lewis.
equations that you're supposed to be appealing to, bro. The equations like 8 inches per mile squared. Or what about 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Do you know what that means?
He does not.
Again.
1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you know what that equation means?
I don't know exactly in what experiment it was used. No.
Do you know what it stands for? Do you know what it represents?
Tell me. Yes, no, I don't.
Distance to the horizon. So people go out and they test that equation, and it fails every time.
What's the scientific
It's a
definition of
globe
horizon? Hold
equation.
on, I'm not sure what's the horizon like in. What does the horizon exactly mean?
That'd be the place where the sea appears to meet the sky.
For your globe,
Not
it's
only
the edge of a globe.
not only like what was the definition of horizon? Like
Where the
not
For a
only
sky,
sea.
globe,
where
it's
the
supposed
sky
to be the
appears
edge
to
of your
meet the
globe.
ground.
What's the definition of horizon? Like what's a horizon?
Where the sky appears to meet the ground for the third time.
Okay. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
on a globe,
and what I'm trying to tell you is your globe requires a horizon to consist of an edge, the tangent point.
No, it's a visible edge, not a physical edge. I mean, the
Correct. In
horizon.
reality, it is only visible. There is no actual curvature edge. You're right. You sound like a
Earth is
flat
not
earther now. Isn't that great?
Bro, no, you're saying there's an edge at the Earth, like the Antarctic.
No, I'm not
Globe.
saying there's an edge. You require a tangent point, a ridge line of a globe. Because beyond that point, you're supposed to see boats go over a horizon, right? Which nobody ever sees.
I'm sure you can see it. You can do an empirical test and go see a boat that's sailing out.
We
Look
have
at
done
it
these,
disappear.
and no, nobody ever sees a boat go over the edge of a globe horizon, ever, not even once.
What do you mean over? It goes under, like it gets smaller and smaller, like the height.
It gets smaller and smaller is one thing, yes. And it gets obstructed by waves in the foreground, yes. And it recedes into a haze. It recedes into an inferior mirage. It recedes into turbulence. It recedes into the Rayleigh scattering of the atmosphere itself. That's what
So it
happens
goes.
in reality.
Okay, but why does that prove that the Earth is flat? I mean, of course,
Because
it can be.
there's no curve. There's no drop rate. Nobody ever sees a drop and a shrinking boat happening at the same time. A drop
That's why
due to
it's shrinking
curvature.
because it drops. That's why it's shrinking because it drops.
No, it shrinks due to perspective.
Also perspective, and also
No, it doesn't. Nobody's ever observed a drop over a globe. Nope. Nobody's recorded it. Nobody has ever measured it. Nothing. And people go out and try, and they fail each and every single time. There's not one video or picture or anything that demonstrates this.
probably there is. I mean, just a video of a
Yeah,
boat is
yeah. Well,
going.
we looked, right? We
There's
got people coming in here every day showing us vacation photos and other shit, saying, "Hey, this looks like a boat going over the curvature of the Earth," and then we point out to them obvious flaws and problems with that evaluation. First and foremost is the presence of a marine layer of a temperature inversion, which is almost always consistently persistent just above the water surface. And people mistake that for curvature of the Earth all the time.
Maybe. I mean, if that's what
Oh
you
yeah,
think, yeah.
all the time.
I mean, not all the time. Flat earthers don't make that mistake.
No, we don't make mistakes. You're right.
Oh, that mistake, which from
Yeah,
you
we
is a
definitely
mistake.
don't make that mistake because we know what's going on. We study this all day and we talk about it all day.
I'm just confused. Why the fuck would Earth be flat? I don't get it. Like,
well,
everybody would believe the
that's
Earth
what
is,
it
if it's
is.
flat,
So
everybody would believe the Earth is flat.
Why
If
would
it's
it
flat,
be a
everybody.
ball? Dude, why would it be a ball? That doesn't make any sense.
Because if it's a ball, then other stuff makes sense. If it's flat,
no.
it's a ball because that's the conclusion. It's not only about the Earth, basically. It's about all the space and all the science, not only about Earth shape
All
and
the
that Earth.
signs. What
It's
about
about
space
everything.
is scientific?
A lot of it. The physics of it is scientific. I just
No, there is no
learned today.
physics to it.
What do you mean?
There's no such thing. Astrophysics, which you might be referring to, is all theoretical mumbo jumbo. It's not applied physics.
It's applied.
Actually, it flies in the face of natural law.
What's the natural law? I mean, depends. Nature here on Earth or nature like the whole universe?
Entropy. Second law of thermodynamics and entropy.
That's right.
The way that matter and energy is distributes itself accordingly.
You can't
Yeah,
have
how
a
does it
vacuum.
do that?
You can't have a vacuum next to an open system without a container.
Again, still, I don't get if the Earth is flat. Why would the people that calculate stuff and actually do it don't
They're
take
not.
it as flat?
They're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Then
They're
what
not
are they
doing what
doing?
you think they're doing. They're not doing what you think they're doing.
Then what are they doing? Because if I don't know what they're doing, then you don't know what they're doing because they keep it a secret, or what?
Oh, so if you don't know what they're doing, no one knows what they're doing. That's awesome. So you are the be all and end all of knowing what's doing.
Okay, but you know what they're doing, because I can tell you the same. Do you know what they're doing? You said they're
Bro,
not doing it.
you couldn't
Tell me
even
what they're doing.
detail to us what they're doing. You don't even know
Tell
what
me
they're
what-
doing. You couldn't even
tell me-
detail to us what they're doing.
I agree, but then you tell me what are they doing? If you say
that doesn't make
what
the
are they
Earth a
doing?
Not
globe.
measuring. Yeah, exactly. Not measuring a globe. That's definitely what they're not. They're definitely not doing that.
Why
Yeah,
are you
friend.
so sure?
Proof, excuse me, friend. Proof that we know they're lying to us doesn't mean we know everything that they're hiding.
Okay, again, so now you actually said that they're lying to us and they're hiding stuff, which you said they're not lying at first.
No.
So they are lying. What's the
No.
interest? What do they have to gain from lying?
No, they're not.
That's
They're
what
not
I'm-
necessarily lying. They could be mistaking. They could be doing something else completely. They could just not care.
Okay, so if they don't care, then why do they do that with their lives, occupy their time? What do they have to gain if they don't care or lie or think it's wrong or don't even care or whatever?
Maybe this has
Because
nothing
one
to
has-
do with
only
concealing
speculate. We
Earth's
can only-
nature at all. Maybe this has everything to do with something else.
Yeah, we can only speculate whether it's other lands, other resources. We can only speculate on why they would lie.
They tell us with their own words and their own documents that they have a space program in order to project power and capabilities, to project scientific achievement that may or may not even exist, in order to advance America's image and interests. They say this in their own documents from 1958 when the space program started. Maybe that's all they're
And
doing.
to instill within their citizens a sense of patriotism.
Knowing they're lying doesn't mean we know what they're lying about.
Okay,
They could
of
still
course
think
we don't
Earth
know
is.
exactly,
They
but
could still think
what is
Earth
the
is a
interest of
globe.
lying? What do they have to gain from lying? You don't have to know exactly what they're doing if they're lying. You don't
They
have to
say
know
they
the
hope to gain American prestige and power.
It's not about America. Don't be a default
That's what they
American guy.
say.
got
Listen, I
you,
can show you all the documents where they say this.
Okay,
and
but
now they've
other
got you,
countries,
a non-American citizen. Hey, now they've got you, a non-American citizen, licking their boots in
I'm not
Discord,
thinking America's
defending their
bullshit.
bullshit.
I don't care about
right?
America. I don't care.
Yeah,
Russia
well,
also did.
why are you
Russia
defending
also
them?
did
Why are
space
you defending
experiments.
them
There are
then?
other
Yes,
countries.
you do care about America.
Even my country did space
Yes,
experiments.
You do care. You care.
Okay, but I don't care about America exactly.
So guess
I don't,
what? It also says that they plan to involve other countries that'll go along with the space program for the same reasons, for the mutual benefit and security of those who practice this together.
Okay, but some enemies of the American country also did it. So some countries, yes, it's for the interest of America, but others definitely.
Wait, I'm sorry.
won't-
Can I quickly
won't take that
interject?
deal.
Do you really think because in the public view two people are enemies that they're actually enemies? Are you that naive? I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina where we have 3 presidents, firstly. Right?
Yeah, I know.
All of them are corrupt. And all of them in the media, as you know, hate each other's guts. They say the worst shit about each other. They almost get into fights. But when there's no media, what they do, they turn a lamb around, drink the same beer, and enjoy each other's company. So don't be naive to think just because, quote unquote, Putin is America's enemy, right, that he actually is. Come on, use some common sense. You see this
I'm
all
not
the
talking.
time.
Okay, bro, I'm not talking about Russia. I'm not talking
Well,
about
no, it
Russia.
doesn't matter what country. It's in general the same thing, right? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It could be Australia, China, Japan, Guatemala, whatever, bro. Narnia. It doesn't matter.
Okay, but does that mean it's true that every country is with America on the thing that we just for its own interests agrees that space we have to do this so that the blah blah blah. Maybe
Do
some
you mind
countries are not
rereading?
even related to
DJ will
America at
read
all.
you DJ will reread what he just read. Please do it, DJ.
Oh, I can't mic up right now.
Well, in essence, from the documents what DJ's read, it's stated that they are planning on adding other countries to do the same thing, right? For the same reason,
Okay,
so that
other
people.
countries, but not all. There's definitely one country that is not added.
Which-
It can be all countries.
Did I say all countries? Firstly, I said other countries, and not all
Exactly,
countries.
exactly. You didn't say all countries.
Wait,
So not
pause. Not all countries have a
my
space
point.
program. Not all countries have a space program. Only a few
Yeah, and there are
countries do.
some who are not related to America.
And you had Russia doing it too, and you had allies of Russia engaging in the same behavior. So now you have both sides of whatever fake civil, or
But
Cold
they
War
are not only
conflict.
two sides. There are more sides. There are more than two sides.
Yeah, I know. Well, today it's definitely a multipolar world, right? Because India sided with Russia during the Cold War, and Pakistan sided with the Brits. And today, India is closely aligned with America. You have all these examples, right? You have this crazy relationship between China and America, where the two countries are mutually dependent on each other for economic health. And yet they both spy on each other and steal from each other all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so get this. How about this? Okay, in order to secure the whole world from going to war with each other, how about we get all the governments together to go in on a big space program in order to project power and capabilities that don't exist. That way everybody can blackmail each other. And now everybody can control each other. And now not a single member who's party to this mutual blackmail will go so far as to commit an act of war against each other. Because if they do, then everybody else can release the files and destroy the credibility of that nation with its own people.
I don't think it's that simple to solve the war problem.
It's not simple. It's not simple. For one, there are flat earthers out here that are saying you guys have all fucked up.
Who?
They hate us so much they censor us. This is
Okay,
probably one of the most censored topic on earth.
Exactly. What do they have to gain from censoring you?
Yeah, we should ask them.
I mean,
Tell us.
Tell
us what they have to gain. Tell us.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
exactly. At the moment, Lewis, you do not have any reason to ask that question unless you're accepting that the Earth measures flat. Because at this point, you don't think there is a lie. So why would you ask why would they lie? Establish whether a lie has been told first, and then ask that question.
Well, a lie is basically something that's not true. That's the lie. I think we can agree. And my definition of truth, my personal one, what I believe is that the truth,
establish whether a lie has been told first.
from my perspective, it has. From your perspective, it's a lie. It's not true when I say the Earth is round. From my perspective, it's not true when you say the Earth is flat. So that's the reason, and that's the lie I'm pointing out. I'm trying to reach into your mind.
No, you're not. You're trying to
So you
find.
still haven't
You're trying to
validated it's a
justify
ball.
it because of cognitive dissonance is causing you to find reasons why it could not possibly be true.
No, I'm not trying to necessarily see
Yeah,
why
you
it's
are.
true. I'm just
Yeah,
trying
be
to
honest
see
with
why
yourself.
flat
That's
earthers.
what you're doing.
Let me
Why
give you an
flat earthers
example.
think they're lying?
Luis, let me give you an example of what he just said is true. You just asked the question, when DJ said like we are like they censor us, right, on social media platforms such as YouTube, whatever, TikTok, whatever it may be, right? Doesn't really matter. And you asked why would they censor you? Well, think of how many other conspiracy theories there are out there that people believe in with all their hearts. A lot of people do, and yet they are not censored. They're just able to talk about it because it doesn't matter to the people at B, right? It's insignificant. It's probably not even true. But the
But you are
topic
not
that
censored. The videos of you still exist. You're not censored. You're not cancelled global wide. Like your content is not
when
allowed
we
on any
say we're
platform.
censored, 1 second. When we say we're censored,
You're not
right?
fully censored.
Let
So
me
it's
finish
basically you're not.
speaking,
But
please.
you're not
I'm
censored.
trying.
It
Oh
doesn't
my,
matter. You're not censored.
bro's retarded. Okay, I don't care at this point. He's retarded.
I mean,
He doesn't want to talk.
censorship means cutting it out completely, like blurring it, like doing something.
It was.
Really?
That's the
What
bit
did
your
you?
deaf ears are not hearing.
Who's cutting you out completely from putting
Congress,
your ideas on the
Congress in the
internet?
United States had a massive meeting about censoring FE.
Okay,
And it's
but your
only
videos are
just
still
in
up
the
on YouTube.
last 2 months that they've unlocked some of it.
Your
That's why you
videos
got
are
the
still up on
Censorship
movie.
doesn't
YouTube.
necessarily
Wait a
That's why
second,
you
censorship
got
does
Luis.
not
the
necessarily
How
flat
long
Earth
have you been
boxes and
investigating this
YouTube
topic?
videos.
Exactly.
censorship does not necessarily mean completely like blocking out all the information. It can be partly blocked out. Like a document that's been declassified, some
So
of
you
it'll
mean
be
to tell me
blotted
that
out, some of it
television
won't. You know?
censors because the television is censored? That means when we turn it on, it's just a black thing because nothing's on there? Or does that mean they're not allowed to say certain things when they censor television? What does it
Okay,
mean?
but the second one. But the thing is, you are allowed to say certain things that you are still allowed to say that the Earth is flat. So how? Why does the censorship matter? How do they censor you? Why would they censor you?
Because, like as you said before, oh, you showed us a video that has 24 views because our views don't get counted in YouTube.
Because most people are not even interested in your topic.
You think we've given out a link more than 24 times?
As the guy who's here conversating with us, no one's interested in
Yeah.
your topic.
So
I mean,
why
I'm
did
interested
why
in the human mind, not necessarily the flat
why
Earth.
is it that there was a
Now he
conversation in
wants to talk
Congress?
about he wants to talk about humans now, not flat Earth anymore. He
Bro,
gave
bro, bro.
up.
Hold on, let me
Hold
explain
on,
what
I
I was
want to
trying to say.
explain something. Lewis, hold on a sec. I want to explain how the censorship works. It's not just, right? So, look, they got together. This is what happened in 2015, 2016. Flat Earth was becoming one of the most popular search terms on all of YouTube. In the 2016 Donald Trump elections, it even took over Donald Trump's popularity in the most searched thing on YouTube. Now, Congress got together with the head of Google and Facebook and YouTube, etc., and they decided that they were going to shadow ban flat Earth information. Okay, they admit this. We have the videos of the Congress meeting. So what they did was they actually hid the flat Earth videos from the search results. Okay, so if you type in the exact name of the flat Earth video, it wouldn't come up. And not only did they do that, they replaced the flat Earth videos. Okay, so instead of getting the flat Earth video that you wanted, it comes up with a playlist of propaganda. That's what happened. Okay, and that's been going on. And not only that, they started demonetizing all of the flat Earth content creators. They started deleting channels. They started removing people's subscribers, and they put warning messages on all the videos. So yeah, they basically killed it through censorship in the search results.
And why is that wrong? Because you can still say publicly, and you can still have meetings where you guys meet. Why does it
Why
matter?
did they have to do that? Why did they have to do that? There's
Jesus,
Because
nothing
the
to
money
this,
can be
and it's a
repurposed
this
in
dumb
a.
fucking
idea.
guy thinks all
Just there's
Oh, he
nothing
doesn't
to it.
want us making
Apple
here.
is following you around.
Hold on. He said he doesn't want us making money. The money can be used somewhere else.
Yep.
Nobody
You
here
hear
is
that?
making money.
He said,
You
yeah, he
fool.
doesn't want flat earthers making money.
What a clown. He honestly believes that anybody here is making money off of this. That's kind of sad.
Of course not. I know you guys don't
Yeah,
really.
just keep moving the goalposts. So listen, the reason why they are censoring this topic may have nothing to do with them being worried about people thinking the Earth is flat. What they may be worried about is, while they still think Earth is a globe, they're worried about people's faith in the space program being undermined, because the space program is absolutely essential to them advancing their political agendas.
For some people, I don't really care about the space program.
They do.
They
Oh,
can't
don't
funnel
lie to
enough
us
money
now,
away
Dominic.
from the public, services if they don't have a space program to fake.
I don't know, I wouldn't look when I vote like who has the better space program. I don't care about that. Some people do, some don't.
Did
The way
anyone
that
see
you've
if
been
this
talking, it
guy
sounds like
knows
you
what
do.
a thing is if it measures flat?
Yeah, we've been talking to these guys for hours.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, Lewis, we could go back and forth all day on why would people lie? What about outer space, which we can never go and check? Or we could just test the Earth, right? If gravity is real and mass is attracting mass, that means the surface of the water would have to be getting pulled towards the center of the Earth, which means it would have to be curving. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a huge distance. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there would be over 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, for example. And it would have to be curving at that rate if the Earth's a globe. Okay, you can't have anywhere on the globe. Well, you can't, listen, you can't have any 10-mile body of water on the globe that's not curving at approximately 20 meters over that distance. That would be impossible. If it wasn't doing that, it would completely debunk gravity. It would debunk the globe.
Yeah, so it does that because it
It doesn't
respects
do
the laws
that.
of nature.
No, it doesn't do that. Okay, because we went and tested it, and I can show you that it doesn't do that right now if you want. If you want to see.
Okay, but if I look at it, am I gonna see math and actually, or
Then
just
your eyes
I
are
want to see both
not
sides.
going to burn. You're not going to catch on fire, and your eyes won't burn if you look at it. So just pay attention.
So I can
All
look
right.
at it, but right after I would look at something that tries to disprove it and try to understand that as well.
Okay, you can try to debunk it. Okay, nobody has been able to debunk it. We've discussed this with physicists and satellite engineers and various people that come in from the academic community. Okay, they can't
Did
debunk
you find
this.
the dumbest space engineer, or who the fuck did you find that
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
disprove it?
So Josh, you can look him up. His name's Josh Ingersoll. Okay, he's very decorated with his credentials, but he's just good at memorizing and regurgitating the information that he learned when he was getting his degrees. When it comes to this real world empirical evidence, he admitted that he cannot debunk it. All right, so look, I'm just trying to show you the observation. Now, the observation itself was done by a very smart guy as well. Okay, his name's Dr. John Dee, and he originally went out to try to debunk flat Earth. He has a PhD in optics. Now, he went out and he did this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so we're testing over an 18-kilometer stretch of water in this one. Okay, and I'm going to show you all of the mathematics. Right, so I'm going to show you some screenshots and some video footage from his video. So this is all from a full-length, high-definition video where Dr. John goes over everything. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is just a GIF of the zoom footage. Okay, so what he's done is he's set his camera up at 1 meter height on a tripod at the shoreline of the ocean, and he's zooming out into the ocean, and we can see 6 windmills in the distance that are out in the ocean. Okay, the reason he did it when he has the windmills out there is because we're trying to have a distance marker. Okay, so we know the distance to the windmills. Okay, this is called Rampion Windmill Farm in the United Kingdom. And the closest windmill tower that you can see on the left is 8 miles away. Right, you okay with miles? You understand miles?
Yeah, I can convert them quickly.
Okay, cool. All right, so the one on the left is 8 miles away. And then each one's a little bit further away until you get to the one on the right. That's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so we have a 3.5 foot observation height. Now I'm going to put a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator in the side chat. So you could go to Google and you could just type in Earth curvature calculator, and dozens of these calculators will come up. So they basically calculate based off the globe radius how far away the horizon should be, and by how much something that's beyond the horizon should be obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, so what we put in 11.2 miles. That's the distance to the windmill that you can see on the far right-hand side. Okay, then we put in the eyesight level, which is the height of the camera, which is 3.5 foot high. Right, and then it's going to calculate the distance to the horizon. Okay, so it does 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that gives us a horizon distance at 2.29 miles. Okay, that's the distance that the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet, that should be there. That's what the definition of a horizon is.
Yeah, okay.
Flatman, can you not post? I'm trying to present something. All right. So look, on a globe, that horizon should be at that distance, 2.29 miles. That's why he has the windmills.
Okay, but he zoomed in.
Yeah, yes, he's zooming in. So when he zooms in, he should see that horizon line at 2.29 miles away, 2.23, whatever it is, 2.3.
When you zoom in, you get closer. Like it's like physically getting
Okay, so,
closer.
all right. So have a look at the diagram that I just put in the side chat.
But I don't really get. You're saying that because the horizon is only like 2.29 miles, you shouldn't be able to see the windmill or what?
Yeah. The bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. It must be like physically obstructed behind the curvature
but
of the Earth.
that's without zooming. He zoomed in. He went.
Okay, so hold on. So let's go over this. Okay, so have a look at the diagram that I just put in. I'm going to read it out. Can you see it? It's got a guy standing on a globe. It says a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, so depending on the height of the observer, that's how far away the horizon should be. We can calculate it. And then it's got a picture on the right-hand side that shows what the horizon looks like. You shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that horizon line. Anything that goes past the horizon, as you can see in the diagram, should
With your
start to
naked eye, yes, but with a camera that zooms, you can.
Okay, so picture that. See that tangent line coming from the observer's eyes, right? The black dotted line to the surface. Okay,
Yeah.
just zooming in doesn't allow you to see beyond a physical obstruction, right? Like if I go over a hill, you can't zoom in and see me again. Okay, you're just going to zoom in on the obstruction. Or if let's say we have a long hallway, okay, and then the hallway curves away slowly, and me and you are standing there, and then I walk off down the hallway, and then I disappear around the corner of the hallway. Okay, you can't zoom in and see me again. I'm gone behind a physical obstruction. Okay, so you should be
Fair enough.
physically. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you're
Okay.
basically moving forward, but on the exact same line. You still reach the point.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, just flip the hallway sideways, horizontal, and then we got the same situation. Okay, so according to the Earth curvature calculator, the bottom 52 feet of that windmill tower should be hidden. So 52 feet, that's like a 5-story building. That's a large amount. Okay, so I'm just going to show you just a couple more pictures quickly. Because we don't see any obstruction. Okay, here's a close-up photograph of the same windmills, just so you can see what they look like close up. Now, when it's low tide, we can see the black paint has been stripped off the bottom where the salt water comes up and down constantly. Okay, so that's what we can see close up. Now let's have a look at the zoom footage, or just a screenshot from the video just underneath it now. Okay, so we can see the whole towers. Okay?
Yeah.
All of the water that you can see there in that picture should be hidden behind the horizon. So you should only see water up to 2.29 miles. That should be the horizon. And then anything beyond that should just be things sticking up from behind the horizon. So you should be able to see the top portions of the windmill towers. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon line. Okay, but we can see the horizon line is actually way, way, way beyond the windmill towers. Right, we can even see a boat off in the distance. Right, here's another picture. So when he zooms in, you can see the whole windmill towers. We don't see any sign of that curvature. We don't see the byproduct of the curvature, which would be that geometric horizon. And we can see a boat far off in the distance behind the windmills. Now, Dr. John D went on the ship tracking radar when he was there, and he pulled up the ship tracker. and he tracked that ship that you can see off in the distance. Okay, and here's a screenshot that he took.
I just found a photo with other windmills that are obstructed, like they're actually cut off, like by halfway almost.
Right. So
Okay, I
sometimes,
found a
okay,
photo
so
that works.
right, yeah, I can explain how that works. Okay, so the reason that he picked this particular day to go there is because there's no waves, there's no swells, okay, and it's extremely good visibility. Other days, it can look like the bottoms of the windmills are obstructed. Firstly, it's because sometimes we have waves. Okay, so if you have a wave in the foreground close to you, it can block something large at the bottom of something large in the background because the thing that's in the background has shrunk, apparently due to the way that perspective works, right? Things move further away from you, they get smaller, but that wave is still very close to you. Similar to the way that you could hold your arm out in front of your face and you could block a big object in the distance just with your hand because of perspective. So if you've got a wave in the foreground, it can make it look like the bottom of the windmills are obstructed. And then sometimes we can have atmospheric conditions, right? Like there's a particular effect called sinking refraction, which can make it look like things are doing what you just suggested, right? Hidden behind the horizon, even though they're not actually obstructed. So that's something that can
Can you
happen as
post it?
well. What's that, Tito?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if Lewis can post the image that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I've got some examples of it. If you want me to
It's not
post.
gonna be a video like the one DJ posted, so it really doesn't count.
Yeah. So what we find is that sometimes you can see things that are disappearing bottom up, but there's perfectly logical explanations for why that can happen sometimes. But
Okay,
most of
but
the time,
why can the
Mhm.
opposite be true? Like there's perfectly obvious explanations for why it sometimes shows. Like why is the truth that it's not curved and sometimes it appears curved? Why is not the truth
Yeah.
that it is
it-
curved and sometimes it's appeared more clear? Why isn't that the case?
Okay. It's very easy to explain that. Okay, because there is no possible meteorological conditions that could exist to just flatten out 15
If it happens,
miles
I'm sure they
worth of.
exist.
No, okay. So what type of effect are you talking about that could just make everything look flat and completely
I don't
hide the
know. I
curvature
guess
of the Earth?
refraction and atmosphere can bend light. I guess the
And make
refraction is the refraction light.
Okay, and make everything completely flat? So what you would be saying, this is what you would have to
No,
be
no,
saying.
no, no.
R-
Not make it flat, but make it appear flat. Again, you're basically saying that it's flat and sometimes it appears curved. Why can the opposite be true? It's curved, but sometimes it appears flat.
No. It doesn't ever appear curved, right? The horizon's always flat. The horizon's always horizontal. You're never seeing any curvature. Sometimes you can see bottom up obstruction. Now, I think I have the perfect video to show you right now to show you what causes bottom up obstruction. Okay, on a flat surface, on a small scale. Okay, so I'll show you what happening. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, but
I'm just gonna
then I'm
well,
gonna look
just
for a video that
yeah.
explains why your case happens. I mean, bottom up obstruction is
Yeah.
the default.
Yep, find me. This is what I would recommend. Find me one observation, okay, where they've accounted for refraction, okay, accurately, and it matches a globe. Okay, because what we're showing you here is the horizon should be at 2.23 miles, but we can see the horizon beyond 14 miles. There's no type of refraction that does that, that just completely flattens out and completely hides the curvature of the Earth over this huge distance, and everything in the distance that we can see is crystal clear, right? We're not seeing any miraging effects, right? It doesn't match the definition of any miraging effects. And we don't see a mirage. Okay, you can clearly see what's going on in the image, and he went back and he repeated it on different days. All right, so have a look at this video that I'm going to put in the side chat. Okay, so this is just done on a flat floor of someone's house. All right, have a look at this. So what they've done is they've put some blocks across the floor, and they've put a red light over there as well. And now all they do is they alter the temperature conditions in the room. Okay, they introduce cooler air up higher, and then all of a sudden, it looks like there's a horizon. It looks like the blocks start to disappear behind the curvature, and the red light completely disappears behind the horizon. Even though this is a flat floor, that effect happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, you can get this effect. It's called sinking. Okay, you can't find me a demonstration where you have a curved surface and then someone adjusts some temperature conditions and all of a sudden it all looks flat again. Right? There isn't a condition that does that. You're more than welcome to research it. I don't expect you to take my word for it. Okay, but we can show you that every single observation doesn't match up with the globe. And I would challenge you to find us a single observation done by anyone throughout all of history that matches up with the globe. Right? Preferably consistent observations, because one observation, we wouldn't just ever just show you one observation. We could just keep showing you observations for the next 12 hours straight, which we're not going to do, obviously. But this is what happens anytime anyone actually goes out and tests for the curvature. They either become a flat earther or they don't release the footage. So Dr. John D, he went out to try to debunk flat Earth. Okay, he was doing long distance laser tests like the one I just showed you, and he was kind of forced to become a flat earther in that process because he couldn't find the curvature that was there, and because he's an expert in optics, right? He has a PhD in spectrophotometry. So that's to do with the way that light travels through mediums and that kind of thing, and lasers and all of those kinds of topics, right? So with his expertise, he was like, damn, this is impossible on a globe. All right. And he has an hour and 15-minute video of this test that I just showed you where he goes over all of the details step by step. And he explains everything technically. All right. So I'm going to post that if you want to check it out. Like you said, you need to research both sides. So that's what we encourage people to do. We say, hey, research the globe, get the globe evidence, research the flat earth arguments, get the flat earth evidence, and then put on your critical thinking cap, analyze them critically, and come to a logical conclusion based off which side has more empirical evidence.
Again, what does empirical actually mean? Like tested by human or like?
Yeah, like physical, real world tests that can be repeated in reality. Okay, it's not something that requires belief or faith or anything like that. Something where you can actually go out and physically do the test, right? It's falsifiable in reality. So you're actually testing something real in nature rather than making assumptions and then doing calculations based off the assumptions or something like that. Okay, actually testing the thing.
Yeah.
Right, putting the full video in the side chat so you can check it out if you want to. What did you post, Lewis? The Jeranism
So I
test
found
with
that
the flashlight?
yeah, and it's only 52 seconds, so it's that easy to disprove it. Just 52
No.
seconds. Isn't
Dude, okay, so that's out of a Netflix mockumentary. You know what a mockumentary is? It's something that teases, right? It's aimed to tease
I know. Okay,
something.
so it's a wordplay mockumentary.
Yeah, so it's a mockumentary. Okay, and apparently in this mockumentary, this idiot called Jaren, okay, the guy in the video, they were supposed to do a laser test, but they broke the laser. And then they decided that they were going to use a flashlight because they already had all the people there, they had it all set up. So they decided that, oh, we have a flashlight, let's try to do this test with a flashlight. They did it at nighttime. Okay, and then what Jaren says happened is that they edited the footage in a way that made it look deceptive, and that the flat earthers had debunked the flat earth. Okay, and then there was a lawsuit afterwards because the flat earthers were trying to get a hold of the original footage so they can prove that they edited the footage in a way that was deceptive. Regardless, in the footage that they show us, they don't show us the setup. They don't show us the test. They basically just show us 50, like you clipped, right? 52 seconds worth of footage where it's just basically they're telling you that the flat earther debunked himself. Okay. We have tests that have been done similar to that completely show you that torch test, right, debunks the globe. Okay, we've done that same test, but over a 13.7 mile lake, right, where we have the whole test in high definition during the daytime. Okay, you can see the setup. They give you all of the measurements. Okay, and what they do is they put the torch 5 foot high, and then they put a high powered zoom camera on the other side of the lake, 13.7 miles away, and you can see the flashlight perfectly through the camera. And then they tell the guy, okay, put your hand in front of the flashlight. And then all of a sudden you can't see the flashlight. And then he takes his hand away. You can see it again. Okay, so we have tests that debunk these silly little Netflix mockumentary 50-second videos, right, that are aimed to try to, I don't know, trick people or something like that, turn people away from flat Earth. But we've got tests that have been done professionally, okay, where we show the whole test start to finish.
You still worried about debunking the flat earthers?
Oh, he bailed on you.
He bailed? Huh.
Wow.
They always run away.
Yeah, that's a shame. I was just about to show him the torch test.
You're way too generous with these guys, DJ. The moment he responded to your thorough presentation of that observation test, with a 52-second video, should have told him get the fuck.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but I also understand that these guys have crazy cog dis, and sometimes you got to be extra patient with them. But because if I tell him to f off after showing that, he's just gonna think I'm bad faith and go off thinking that he won because I had to kick him off or something.
Well, if you want to be the mother that the child continuously runs to, because it's always going to validate, then go ahead. But I don't agree with that approach.
Well,
The
great.
children, treat them like children. They either show you respect, engage with it, or they can get the fuck and be ditch diggers.
Great instructional for the audience, though, and a learning lesson for delivery for the rest of us. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
It was interesting
time
listening
would be
to him.
better spent going through these observations for newer, real flat earthers, actually.
Yeah, but I think there's a place for listening to the delivery and instructional, and it sure helps me anyway.
Listening to their response, if you go back and actually listen to his answers, I believe, they believe, you should believe. Everything was about belief. And I see that's a common theme with a lot of these globers that come in here. We should believe too. And I think that's what we've got to break, is this dependency on believing. How about we put the beliefs aside, boys and girls, and go out and test it for real? No more beliefs. Every third word from him was nearly, early on, was nearly believe, believe, believe. And it's like, dude, I see what the problem is here.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I can tell when the person's being disrespectful. I can tell when they're going through the cog this and all of that sort of thing. But I'm thinking about what's it look like from the person that's going to be listening to this in 2 months' time? If they replay the stream or something like that, and then I just yell at him and tell him to fuck off. When they'll think that, okay, this guy's presented evidence, and the flat earther dismissed the evidence and told him to fuck off. The global one.
Right. Yeah, I don't mean to use them words in a literal sense. I just mean like, if he's not gonna properly engage, if he's gonna meet your standard of evidence with such a low tier standard of evidence, you need to stop him in his tracks there, and show him what he's doing, and that's why he's built up this completely flawed perception of how the world operates. I don't mean to just straight up say, right, I'm done with you, get lost, leave the channel.
Well, that's
Obviously,
good too, though.
handle it politely.
I mean, sometimes it needs to be done. I mean,
I had to yesterday. I had to
Oh, if you
yesterday.
listen,
Yeah.
dude. If you listen to earlier in the conversation, I was going off at that guy.
Yeah. No, but
I'm
like
sure
there was
down to
people in here before. There was people in here a few hours ago, and they just kept on gish galloping. Just wanted to they'd ask a question, I'd begin to answer, they'd interrupt me mid sentence, and ask me another question. Right. Eventually, when I did present evidence, right, to them, the 3-inch observation, and it was just basically hand wave. Wanted to talk about gravity, blah 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 blah. It was like, come back and address what I've just shown you, right? Like, don't just move on, hand wave it, move. And I had to end up saying to the person, look, I don't think it's worth discussing this with you because you don't want to address any of my points. You're not listening. You couldn't recount any answer I've given you, right? Like, it was just pointless. I had to just tell them I have to disengage.
I'll just point out, you can see what he's commented in the text chat. So he's still here. He decided to leave summarily, and apparently was just here because he's bored.
well, that makes sense.
That kind of disrespect bothers me. Like,
Well, no, the boredom
I
level.
appreciate.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just,
Sorry.
yeah, I really, these people frustrate me that they don't have any respect for others and their time. And, and it's clear that he didn't know anything when he came in. And then he suddenly was coming up with refraction, but he wasn't even, you could tell by his responses that he wasn't even really listening to the effort being put in for him. And that just really bothers me because it's so rude. And then to back out, not say goodbye, not even say something polite, and then talk about how he's just killing time. Yeah, I'm just sorry to hear that. I know we do it for the audience, and I appreciate that, and that's important, but these guys are really starting to get to me, I guess.
Yeah, the two things I have for that is that this topic is how we win, because their education or their understanding of a globe model can't provide them with the entertainment value they're seeking. Despite Star Lord, Star Captain of Tomorrow, Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Man, sequels, reboots, reshoots, fan fiction up the wazoo, Artemis, none of it can even give them a few moments of entertainment. So they have to come here because this is where you find the real deal. Because that stuff is boring as hell. It's just fake believe nonsense. Not even worthy of discussion at some point. So what did they try to do then is they try to win. I heard another server called it goon mogging, where you go and you try to waste someone's time by wasting someone else's time, or something along those lines. I have to look at how it was posted again. But it's kind of hilarious. Like, they think it's a joke to have come in here and be like, watch this guy waste his time talking about flat Earth, while then he just disconnected from the call, and the guy kept talking. But it's fine because I heard it. Everyone else heard it. It's a way of articulating it. There's an audience who's listening. He didn't waste anyone's time. He goon mogged himself.
Well, that may be true sometimes, but a lot of times we have somebody on deck who is willing to have a good faith conversation, and we can't always anticipate someone's motives, and I understand that, and I understand that it is for the audience, but I'm just expressing frustration that I wish there was a better way to suss these guys out.
Oh
And
yeah, that's a rub right there because you don't know when you're supposed to stop and move on to the next person.
yeah, exactly. It's just general frustration. I don't think anything's going to change, and I don't necessarily think we can do it any differently. But it's just an unfortunate state of the world today, I guess.
Like, what is the conversation about?
Flat Earth, can you defend the globe? Yes or no?
Whom the question is asked?
Yeah, there's a question on the table. Can you defend the globe?
From what? From whom?
Any criticism at all? Even an internal critique of the model. Can you defend it?
Can you defend the globe? Is it the globalization argument?
No, not a globalization. Because that's counterintuitive to a globe model. Because in the globe model, they talked about globalizations.
Flat Earth Discord. I got it.
Yeah. The globe Earth model.
Maybe it is defendable. Yes, it is defendable.
All right, let's do it.
Yes. The satellites actually move around the globe, so that is the first evidence.
Okay, so how do you? Okay, you're going to need a globe for that, though, right? You see satellites moving in the sky. You see the sun moving in the sky, right? So how do you know that's happening over the surface of a globe?
Okay, so they take pictures, or they have a live stream live.
It's all an illusion, bro.
No, not an illusion. It's live from the sky. And like the parachuters, when they actually put the front camera.
No, we have a skydiver in here. I think he just left recently. He said that he's Flatman. Are you there? Flatman's a skydiver. He said he's never seen the curvature skydiving.
The curvature, like he said, the Earth was flat.
Yeah, he knows the Earth is flat, and he skydives. He does it as a hobby, and he said you don't see curvature from that height. So
I thought he did. I skydived a couple times, and your adrenaline's pumping. When you jump, and you get tunnel vision from your adrenaline pumping. Because I was like, they say, sure, you saw the curvature of the Earth. And I'm like, yeah. I go, you could see it. Like, how much curvature? I'm like, I don't know, look like 3%.
Yeah.
And they go, like, now run the numbers on that. And I'm like, holy crap, that'd be a very small Earth. If you saw 3% curvature.
Then it's not a globe.
Yeah, well, I was in the military. I did high altitude, high opening, hay hose. So I got plenty of time at above 14,000 feet under canopy.
Sure.
And no curvature to be spotted.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I first did it too, because you're like 14, 20,000 feet. It varies. I mean, I didn't do the high altitude type stuff, but yeah. So you're when you jump out of the plane, your goggles you're wearing too. I mean, they can make things appear curved. So yeah, when you look at those videos with people with GoPros and stuff, that's too much curvature. That's way too much curvature.
Well,
if you're looking at
the design of the camera,
yeah. If you're looking at the far as you could see, like 50 miles, and you're seeing 3% curvature, like run the math on that. Take that 3% divide by 365 to get a circumference there. That'd be a very, very small Earth.
Not that many people do halos for the military.
Yes.
So okay.
Yeah, I was naval special warfare.
Okay. I've been to Dam Neck.
Nice. I wish I would have went DevGru, but got injured.
I wasn't there, but I've been there for work.
Well,
Nice.
what science says that it is not flat, or what Galileo? Galileo, who was that? Copernicus. Okay, his
Yeah,
Copernicus.
Copernicus.
So he says that it's not flat, and he had clashes with the church and all that, and then the
No, he
science.
didn't. He didn't
So
have
we all
clashes with the
believe in
church over
science.
that. Yeah, if you look at the story with Galileo, the church was good with it. The Catholic Church was good with the Earth being a globe, but they didn't want the plebs. They didn't want the peasants to know that.
Oh.
Because the peasant, they're worried that if the church came out with something like that, the Catholic Church to this day, they have a belief that knowledge is power. So
Knowledge
they
is power.
control
Yeah,
knowledge
Francis
so they can
Bacon's
control
basic,
power.
yeah.
So the Galileo said, "Hey, I want to tell the plebs, the peasants, that the Earth is a globe." And the Pope's like, "No, you're not going to do that, because if you do that, it would weaken the power of the church." And Galileo's like, "You know what? I'm going to tell them anyway." So then here's Galileo denying the word of God, because they thought, even to this day, when the Pope speaks, that's God who's speaking.
Yeah.
So he committed heresy, arch heresy. And for that crime, he was sent to his room with dinner.
Sure.
Meanwhile, people, this is at the height of the Spanish Inquisition.
Spanish
People were being
Inquisition.
burnt at the stake at like 100 people a day. People were getting
Yeah,
burnt
so
at the
he
stake
was
for having the
put to
lazy eye.
guillotine or
And
what?
here's Galileo committed direct heresy, defying the word of God. And he got nothing happened to him at all. And then even better, the church later apologized for the wrongful conviction. Do you think they've ever apologized for any of the peasants they executed? Any one of them? Just one. Just one other. Has the church ever apologized for any other wrongful conviction of heresy?
No.
No, they haven't. Wow, what a coincidence. So this idea that Galileo was punished by the church, quite the opposite.
Also, Copernicus had a bias, a philosophical bias, that the Earth couldn't and shouldn't be the center of the universe.
Yeah. The church had the bias.
Yeah, the sun. Copernicus thought the sun was a center because the sun represented Jesus.
Okay.
And Jesus was the center of it all.
Yes.
So he that's why he called his book The Heavenly Body.
Planetary system.
Yeah, the heavenly bodies and the planetary systems. Yeah, that represented Jesus, the body of Christ. The solar system.
The solar system, yes.
Yeah, so when you start talking with these guys, oh man, they were so persecuted. Like,
Yeah,
really?
we hear it.
Really? Are you sure about that? You sure these guys were persecuted by the church?
Hello.
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 Hello. Yes. Welcome.
Yes. I am Abdel Fattah.
Yeah, what do you think? Can you defend the globe?
I am Abdel Fattah in Egypt.
All right. You are Abdul Fattah. You heard the question?
No, it's got to be English only.
I don't doubt he can.
This is not a beginner's channel, so you're gonna have to, if you're very new to English, speaking English, you need to go find one of the learning channels. Okay, beginners A0 to A5, I think it is.
So let's continue. What was the history of?
What's the
I
next
am
defense?
zero English.
So you think
I am
Galileo or the Copernicus or others, they were treated well?
Oh yeah, yeah, they were treated extremely well.
Wow.
If anything, like you could go to a Catholic church today
Yeah.
and just walk up to a priest and be like, "Hey, I'm considering changing my religion to a Catholic. Can you give me some arguments for why I should be a Catholic?" The first thing they'll say is that the Catholics have like the largest space telescope. The Catholics
Oh.
invented heliocentric.
Okay.
You know, like Big Bang cosmology invented by an ordained Catholic priest. You know, they'll tell you all of that, all the science.
The
They have
science.
the
So they
science.
will convince you through science. Okay.
They'd be like,
Okay.
"Hey
They will
kids, you like
convert you to
science? Being a Catholic might be right for
Catholicism,
you."
but they will use science. Okay.
I'm so sorry. Stop. My name is Abdel Fattah Ibrahim. My name is zero English.
Yeah, you're in the wrong channel, homie. A zero English channel is you have to go to the other channels for that.
مش فاهم. طب حد يعرف عربي في الروم؟
Yeah, different room. You want to go to a different
But
room.
what disadvantage the church might have, like if they accept the flat earth theory, what disadvantage they have? I don't like understand, sorry.
You have to go ask them, probably.
Yeah.
Go say, "Hey, what's up with this?"
Yeah. Yeah. Correct. I have to ask them.
I am sad.
What?
I am sad.
Who said that? Who is sad?
Sad?
He's saying his name. He is Syed. His name is
Okay,
Syed.
you are Saeed or Syed
Saeed,
or
yeah.
what?
His name is Saeed.
Syed.
You are Edward
This
Saeed.
is not a learning channel. This is not a meet and greet and learning channel. This is a discussion channel, topic discussion. If you want to learn English, you have to find a different channel. There's learning channels in this server.
Well, before asking a priest or maybe a pastor, what's the disadvantage of accepting the flat earth theory? I will just ask ChatGPT what it says. Like what it says about the disadvantages of accepting that theory. But maybe. And it would be wouldn't be it very like conventional and traditional and conservative to accept that the earth is flat again? It was flat before.
You really think that ChatGPT is a good source of information?
No, like, well, it will give me a hint.
Dude, ChatGPT is notoriously unreliable. You can make it say a lot of things. Asking it a random question and then just standing by the answer it gives you isn't the best idea. Think for yourself. You have a brain. You can think for yourself. You don't need a robot to do that for you.
Well, basically, they are trained on these things, okay, like on books of history, etc. So they might have a clue why the priests prefer the globe. It's easy. I will ask it.
It's a glorified calculator for words.
Well, Grok, that AI Grok, people say it's very intelligent. Like my
It has
friend is
zero
actually
intelligence.
wrote the whole
It has
research
no intelligence
proposal
at
for
all.
Grok.
Do you know how a calculator works? Like with numbers?
Yeah, just the
Large language
basic
models are basically that,
arithmetic.
but with words. So it cannot give you an intelligent response. It has zero intelligence.
Yeah, they can't, but they just retrieve the whole data.
I'm just saying, don't worship a computer. You're worshiping a program on some other dude's computer.
Of course, like independent research, independent knowledge, independent learning, that is good. But what if it is made very easy for you? Like you don't have to search every Google site.
It doesn't give you all the data. Sure, use it as a search engine if you want to. Okay, but it doesn't give you all the data. It's going to give you biased data. It's going to give you the
Yes,
data
it
that it was
must.
programmed
There is a
to
bias
give you.
there.
So it could be completely biased towards one side of whatever it was programmed to be biased towards. And it's not going to give you any of the alternative information. And it probably doesn't even know the alternative information because it hasn't been programmed with that information. About flat Earth, for example.
Like AI is still like all the AI, what they call developers or AI godfathers. They say it's still in the beginning phase and it gets better and better and it will get better. So I have no idea. Like ChatGPT has reached its 5.2. Yeah, that is the model 5.2, and it's
Yeah.
free. So Gemini Pro and those things. So like
Yeah,
they
until
can
we
produce
get the
music for
T1000.
me. Last night I produced my favorite artist, like his music, 30-second music, and I was like disgusted, but it did that.
Yeah, it made some soulless AI slop music.
Yeah, it had good drum and
It
voice.
literally
Even the
cannot
voice,
write lyrics.
like
Dude, if you listen to lyrics of AI music,
if
it just makes
you
things
ask
rhyme. It
Gemini
cannot,
to
it has no
produce
soul.
a song of Frank Sinatra and in his style, it will produce you a 30-second music and you will be amazed.
Right, but nobody cares about it really, do they? You know, you might listen to it once and then go, "Oh,
No, nobody
that
cares.
sounds kind
Nobody
of cool,"
cares.
but it's not going to
It
become a
is
hit
not the
song.
original, yes. The original remains the original, but it is
It's soulless. It has no soul. It's incapable of writing in the way that a human being can.
well, like
ChatGPT,
it
these
actually
AI things, man,
discourages human
it's
writers.
never going to
Like
replace a
if
human being.
I used an Oxford dictionary before, now I'm not using it. Okay, I just tell it reword it or rephrase it, so it discourages human writers.
Well, since we're struggling with AI, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
I have no evidence, sorry. I just, my common sense says it is flat. No evidence, sorry. The only evidence I get is from my science textbooks, which I read in high school.
Well, that's
Do you
a pretty
believe it?
honest answer.
Yes, like the Copernican revolution, and then we just had it and gave exam. That's the only I have not observed it. So science works on observation. Sorry, I have not observed a globe or a sphere.
Then do you believe it's a sphere?
Well, the images like from satellite and from that biggest telescope, what they call it, the biggest, the most advanced telescope. So
They're
the
called
images
composites.
actually make me believe that it is a globe, it is a sphere. But I in my heart of heart, I don't believe it. When I walk on the ground, like 15 kilometers,
Yeah, those
I
images
don't
are
slip down the
composites.
slope or so it is flat. Sorry, my original belief remains the same. It is flat. Or if I look at the Saharan desert in Africa, it is not. It is just flat.
It remains that way worldwide.
Based.
So like Newton had the main idea. Newton said that actually the earth is maintained by this gravitational force and so he derived it from the Galileo, I guess, and then that what it is called, sorry, my knowledge is not that much, but centrifugal force, centrifugal or centripetal force. So that this earth revolves around the sun and it must be globe, it must be a sphere, it must not be flat. So we read that in science textbooks. I have no idea what is real and what is true here. And I don't even care. It doesn't affect me. Like the religious people, they have disputes and big disputes. Oh, the earth is flat. Don't say it is global. Like the Muslims, I'm talking about them. So they will say, oh, you are like,
No, there's
you
plenty of
are,
Muslims that argue for the globe.
yeah. They accept the globe, but like they say, okay, you are contradicting the Quran, and wow.
No, we actually have Muslims come in and use the Quran in defense of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, so yes, it can be defended in either way. Maybe they use it. I have not known any Muslim. They firmly believe it is a flat earth. So that's why they are called flat earthers. Flat. And they are like considered conservative or very fundamentalist if they say the earth is flat, and if the person who says it's a globe or a sphere, he is very progressive and advanced. So that is what I hear, and I don't believe any of these things. But one evidence is very clear and very common sense. Like if you look at the rising of the sun and then the setting, and you look at it. So a person in Morocco, he tells me that the sun reaches us too late, and we actually keep the longest fast. So like for Muslims these days, and he tells me like the sun reaches us very later, and because we are in the west, in the extreme west, and the sunrise is like from the east, let's say east Japan. So if it's like that way, then definitely maybe the earth is a sphere. Applying common sense. Someone is saying something, but it's not audible to me. Why are all the microphones muted? Is it time for us to leave? Someone is mumbling.
What's up, MK?
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Decent weather.
For me, I cannot agree, but hell yeah.
How do you have weather on a globe covered in water and gas inside of a vacuum?
Oh, obviously we have weather, bro.
Well, yes, that's obvious, right? You experience it day to day. But my question was, how do you have that gas, water, liquid on a sphere in a vacuum?
As in, like saying like that, if it were to be a spirit in that way of order, like that wouldn't make sense.
No, it's multi-layered question, right? So a sphere is a geometric claim. The gas and water surrounding that sphere in a vacuum, that's an entropy violation. So, I mean, you can either attack the geometry question, the weather question on that entropy violation, or you can try to answer them both at the same time. Or would you like me to narrow it down?
Hello.
What's up?
Hi. What do you know about Earth?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay.
I
So
also know that the Earth is flat.
Say it again. How do I know the Earth is flat?
No, I said I also know that it's flat.
Oh, okay.
like, what about this phenomenon? sometimes it happens when come on, how to say it in English? When moon prevents sunlight vision, like you know what I mean.
Yes.
But it's cool.
Eclipse is not due to the shape of the ground, right? So outer space is fake. It violates entropy, which is natural physics, right? So the Earth is not casting a shadow on a light that's above it.
My question is, how is it happening if Earth is flat? Because if Earth is flat, Moon and Sun are orbiting, following each other.
I wouldn't say that they're following each other, but okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, if the sun
No,
and the
don't
moon
confuse
are
them.
lights, hold on. If the sun and the moon are both lights and they're in the sky, right? And they have these things happen like clockwork. I don't know how that happens. I know that it is not due to the earth getting in the way, right? Because it wouldn't make sense. If the earth is flat and it's the floor of all of existence, everything that you'll experience, then that would be like two lamps in a room. There would be no way the floor is casting a shadow on a lamp from another lamp.
Okay,
But there's a
okay.
lunar cycle, like an actual lunar cycle that works. So, and that deals with how the moon follows the sun. Well, actually, the moon doesn't really follow the sun. How it works is that when the sun sets, the moon takes place in front of the sun because of the way that it sets. So technically, it is following it.
So how some people now, which time? Come on, what do you call it in English? Wait, give me 5 minutes. I will find the word. Over here. Yes. What? Eclipse. How does eclipse, like before it's happening, how some people now it's happening? Eclipse. Eclipse.
So it is a post-diction. It's not a prediction. Prediction means I've I'm going to say that this happens, and there's a couple of things that'll happen, and then I might be right. Okay. If you look at your clock is working, it's constantly ticking, right? 12 hours from now, you're going to know exactly what time it is, right? So if it's 6 in the morning, 12 hours later, it'll be 6 in the morning.
So you are saying that
24 hours
uh,
later, it'll be 6 in the morning.
so you are saying eclipse is happening in a fixed time, in a fixed date.
Yes, over the years, man has been watching the sky and they've counted the days in between each event, and they're noticing that after this period of time, it'll happen again, and it'll happen again, and it'll happen again, and they just got to keep counting the days. Right? So because I don't exactly remember, but let's say it's 180 days, right? Every 180 days, you'll have an eclipse happen. And then so they count 180 days, and they'll know another one will happen. Count 180, another one will happen. Count another 180, another one will happen. It's like a clock. It keeps going and going. It happens over and over and over on repeat.
Okay.
It's like the seasons. The seasons happen like clockwork, right? When wheat, it decides it's growing, and then the seeds, they lean over. They're done growing. So then it's time to harvest, right? So the farmer's not going to start cutting up the wheat until he watches the seeds droop. Once he sees the seeds droop, it's time to cut. He decides, well,
Jimmy, I have a question for you.
What's that?
How is the distance between the sun and the earth measured in distance?
No one's measured the distance between the earth and the sun.
No, it's been done.
How?
Do you not know about it?
I want you to tell me, since you're telling me it's been done and I'm telling you it hasn't.
What's with the pause?
Are you going to go look for this? Are you going to
Still-
explain it? Do I got to do it?
Gotta go look it up on the spot.
I'll give you a hint. Eric Debate.
I still didn't understand how eclipse of sun happens. Like
I don't know
We
how
don't.
it happens.
Yeah, we don't either.
I don't.
So I don't understand what the question has to do with the Earth being flat, though.
Like if it's flat, so eclipse won't happen. But you are saying
No,
it's flat.
no, no, no,
so
no, 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 no. That's the sun. We're talking about the Earth being flat. Okay, so we're not talking about the sun in any regard. We're not making any claims about the sun in any regard. The Earth is measurably flat. Try to keep up. We're only talking about one thing.
Oh yes, yes. And my question is how eclipse happens, eclipse of sun happens. Like
And we,
wait.
yeah, we told you we
Oh.
don't know. We don't know.
So like if sun follows moon, right? Right? You are saying this sun follows moon.
Do you think that we think that the Earth is a flat disk in outer space?
I didn't understand. Can you please repeat it?
Do you think that we're claiming that the Earth is in outer space?
No. I don't know what
No.
you.
Okay. So if we're not claiming that the Earth is in outer space, that entire idea of what the sun is and what the moon is, and them blocking each other out, or during a lunar eclipse, the sun is the sun's light is being blocked out by the Earth. We're not saying any of that. We're talking about the surface of the Earth only. The sky is an entirely different matter.
Okay. So you are saying that eclipse is happening, but how does it? You don't know, but you are pretty sure Earth is flat.
Oh, I'm 1,000% positive that the Earth is measurably flat. Yes, but what's happening in the sky, we don't know how it all works.
Nobody does.
Yeah, no one does. So whatever's happening in the sky is for a flat Earth. I think people don't appreciate that they have all been trained to associate the sky with the Earth, and connect the two systems, because that's what you've been trained to do. But they are completely independent.
What about a black hole?
They don't exist.
What about satellites? How they
Doesn't
are?
exist. The Earth has to be a globe for satellites to do what they're doing. If the Earth is not a globe, satellite claim is essentially a fantasy.
So how they picture it?
I'm not trying to go
map.
against what you said, but my friend's in the military and has access to satellite imagery. So yeah, satellites are definitely real, but that doesn't disprove that the Earth isn't flat.
Hey, friend, your friend can show you pictures, or you know a guy, right, that can show you pictures. Those pictures, what are they of?
Just a lot of battlegrounds, to be honest.
Say what?
There's a lot of battlegrounds.
Allograms?
Battlegrounds.
Battlegrounds? Oh, are you telling me that it's not possible that they're taking high altitude footage with drones or satelloons? You don't think that's possible?
No, because it's zoomed out.
Okay, how zoomed out is it? Why don't you get me the photographs? I'll tell you what, get me the photographs.
I can't do that.
And then we'll go from there.
I definitely can't put that into Discord.
Oh.
But if you have
Why not?
Telegram or something else, I can.
Why not?
DM him.
What do you think? Let me ask you.
What do you mean, what do I think? I mean, taking pictures from high up in the sky is done every day using drones and satelloons.
The drones and satelloons are even followed on flight trackers much of the time, not all of the time, but much of the time with their transponders. So we know they're using as a SRI, satelloons, surveillance, reconnaissance, and I forget what the I stands for. But there's 5 or 6 over the U.S. right now. You can follow their transponders.
Yeah, high altitude, aerial photography has been done forever, and it doesn't require the Earth to be a ball and some machinery or technology to be suspended by a non-force force called gravity above the ball.
So how would they picture Earth? Like how would they make maps? For example, a Google map.
Google Maps? Google Maps is just a reified web Mercator projection.
Like how? Can you explain it? What is it?
Okay, so the first reference coordinate system that really was developed, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. The globe is a reference coordinate system that uses a polar projection. Essentially, what they're doing is they're taking the celestial spheres and they're plotting the points from the vectors of the stars over their zenith points in the sky from the celestial sphere and putting it on a spherical Earth. So they reify the spherical Earth, they take an Earth, and they just make a ball, and then they take all those vectors from all those stars, or the angles of those stars, and they make a northern and a southern hemisphere over that sphere. And that gives you fairly, I'll call it practically accurate, a practically accurate schematic or drawing of how the Earth would look if it was wrapped around a sphere according to those angles to stars. Then they take that projection and they turn it into a cylinder, and then you get your Mercator projection. And the Mercator is about the same thing as a web Mercator, very similar. And so the Mercator is what you use on Google Maps. So these are just different projections or different reference coordinate systems that they use to help you drive from one place to another, but not all of the distances are accurate, and not all the points are correct in relationship to one another, but the software, the program itself, makes up for all the differences while you're driving along. I mean, it's just a big reification. It's just a big computer program. But at the end of the day, they're just plotting your points using, GPS, ground positioning system, while you're driving over that digital map. But it doesn't have anything to do with the actual surface of the Earth and the actual distances. It's all much more complicated than that.
And the imagery, they admit that the imagery we get, that they put the what do they call that, Earth, or the satellite view, whatever they call it on Google Earth, they admit that that's composed of linear photography. So is that done by a satellite passing by, or is that done by maybe an airplane? They've got cars that drive by with cameras on to get the street view. Why couldn't they have airplanes that have cameras and compile those images? There's no evidence that it's satellites.
Is there any video on YouTube to watch about this topic? Like, what should I search for it? What should I type?
Well, you can look up NASA's balloon program. They have a lot of images of them launching these particular satellites on balloons. And you can also look into Project Loon or Google Loon. Google Loon is their own independent, private satellite balloon program. But these are all just high altitude, you could call them satellites if you want to, but they're just high altitude balloons with some equipment strapped to them, taking images and different data off the surface of the Earth from way high up.
Yeah, you can also go to my name. You see that tag that's on my name that says flat. When you click on that tag, it'll link you to the server that has a lot of questions that you'll have for us. So sources for like the satellites, that'll be there in the bottom of the server and additional information. If you go to, say, DJ, his name has that lightning bolt with FE tag. You could also go there, and that is also a storage place for links and sources for information. It makes the searching easier. Plus, you won't find straw man arguments. Ahmad, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't have any.
Do you need assistance getting to those servers?
A system, like, is there any link?
Yeah. Have you clicked on our names and then got the links to the servers? It doesn't give link. It just says a dot tag. 1 second.
Yes, yes, yes. Send it to me. I will review it. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Ahmad, I sent you a friend request. Okay.
One, that is a library of information.
Did you say something?
I said that the link I sent you is a library of information.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got it.
I'm going to send you one more.
Okay.
In both of these, there will be channels that'll have information on satellites. And there'll be links to videos, links to like websites where they give references to whatever is being claimed. There's also sections for like eclipses. There will be videos in those channels, all kinds of topics listed, gravity, whatnot.
Okay, okay.
That way you can study on your own time. the information's not going anywhere.
Why are you all turn off the mic?
Who?
So, do we have anybody else here that feels that they're capable of defending the globe? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Okay, carry on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Who just turned up?
Hello there.
Hello? Do we have anybody here that's just arrived who's up for the challenge of defending the globe? Nope, just checking again. Okay. Carry on.
Come on, man. Satellites prove the globe.
How?
Everybody knows how they work.
Oh no, it's Coriolis effect. It's Coriolis effect.
Everybody knows everything there is to know about satellites and rocket ships and space stations. Everybody can prove everything about it. We're taught about this when we're 3 years old in daycare. It's that easy.
Exactly. And I mean, it's not my fault if you don't have gazillion dollars. Oh, poor flat earthers. They're all poor. They can't afford rockets. Yeah.
Somebody needs to make a meme of that. Poor flat earthers, they can afford to buy rockets.
I have 2 gazillion bubbles. Here, I'll take a fucking picture.
Globe. Globe is a globe, and a globe is a globe.
Prove it, bro.
Bro, does flat earthers get really mad when they see anything that resembles a sphere?
It's
No,
dumb.
I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, you just
I'm
you
so
sound
triggered
like a
by this orange.
moron.
I want to throw my orange in the garbage. I hate it.
Yeah, I hate oranges. They
No, bro.
and
Sorry, DJ. Go.
yeah.
Oh
Sorry.
no, you go ahead, man. I was just gonna tell Gooba Boy he's annoying and not really adding anything fruitful to the conversation. That's all.
I know I'm not
Exactly.
useful to society, but anyways,
I still watch sci-fis, bro.
I feel like
Outer
I'm on
space
a
stuff. I watch it.
yeah,
I enjoy it.
yeah, nice.
I enjoy the fantasy of it.
Yeah, the fantasy,
I can
interesting.
appreciate it as being what it is, fiction.
Yeah. I don't think people realize how big Earth is, and when they look at
That's right.
Earth.
Globers don't. They don't know how big Earth is supposed to
Oh
be and
yeah,
is claimed
Earth
to
is
be.
ginormous. Earth is like ginormous. But but the thing
How
is,
ginormous? How ginormous? Let's see what you've learned since you've been coming to this channel. How big is Earth? What is the radius value? Don't look it up. Just recall it from the conversations you've had in here. What's the radius value?
Discord
So you
is
haven't listened
literally
and you haven't learned
my
anything.
number one social life power.
Yeah, okay. Just keep believing your little ball fantasy, bro.
Little ball fantasy is crazy, but and literally I see this all the time. People taking photos in space, like on a balloon, like literally not like high enough where it looks like it's flat. But the thing is, they're not high enough to start seeing curvature. Like they're not high enough to start seeing it become a globe. I feel like NASA should have like a program and get like a few flat earthers and send them into space. And then they like and then they ask them, do they still believe in flat earth? I feel like
Yeah, you arrange it. I'm not going to lift a finger. You do all the PR work. You raise the funds. You pay for it. It's all paid for. I don't have to spend a cent or lift a finger. I want a limo to the rocket site. I want the works.
Hey, yeah, do you wanna have champagne with Elon Musk in the limo?
Champagne, caviar, everything. Full Monty, man.
Alright. So yeah, you're gonna go to the ISS, okay? Yeah. So you're gonna go to the ISS in the year 2030. So yeah, okay. Yeah.
How high off the Earth do you have to be to measure the curvature?
I thought I saw something that I believe it was like 80,000 feet. I think.
Oh, really?
I don't directly remember, but I believe it was around like 50 to 100,000. I believe.
Okay, so you're telling me that to measure drop over distance, you have to be really far away from the Earth?
That's me when you start seeing the curvature.
Oh, well, I'm asking you about measuring the drop over distance consistent with the sphere of the radius that we're given. How high off the Earth do you have to be?
To measure it, to measure it.
Yeah, drop over distance, yeah.
I actually don't know that question. I never.
Well,
The thing is,
it's
don't.
0 feet, because if you're going to measure on the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how come there's no measured drop over distance on the surface of the Earth?
I don't know.
Oh, probably because it's not a sphere. It's flat. Because there are no measurements of drop over distance on the surface of Earth. So what you can see from whatever height is going to be inconclusive if the surface itself is not curving. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hello.
Flat Earth.
I'm back. What about mathematic? Mathematic.
Yeah, math. That's a language. We're talking about measuring things, bro.
Yeah, the globe math fails. The globe math fails. You're 8 inches per mile squared. It's not observable, not measurable. Your 1.225 mile horizon times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that doesn't exist. It's never observed, never measured. So your math, your globe math, fails observable and measurable.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I find it interesting that they're calling. I feel I've had this discussion with some of y'all before, but I like how you're calling. I believe 90% of the American population a religion, since that's how many the 90% of America believes in a global or whatever you would like to call it. I know some of y'all don't like it when I call it globe or sphere or whatever.
Well, I mean, you kind of admitted that it is a religion because you're telling us that they believe it, but they don't have any evidence for it.
Yeah.
Right?
I know there is evidence. There's
Oh, what's the evidence? The drop over the distance. Where's that at? That's the only evidence that you need to prove that the Earth is a ball. In fact, it's the only thing that you can use.
You can see the curvature from the ground. I mean, you can prove the curvature from
I've
the
never
ground.
seen it. I've never seen the curvature of the ground, not one
You
time.
can prove it. I can like.
Okay, how are you going to prove it? Are you going to call the horizon Earth curve? Is that going to be the curve?
No. You can
No.
do.
Okay, where
I
is
think
it
you've
then?
heard about this before. I think you've heard about this before, but you go on night. You get you could get 2 boxes or whatever, anything basically, and then get 2 holes, put them about, I believe, 14 feet away from each other, shine a light,
14 feet?
flashlight from one hole, make
14
sure
feet?
that the holes are equal to each other, and then if the Earth is flat, then the lights will go through both holes, but the thing is, people have done it multiple times, and
14 feet.
It would in fact go.
You
It
said
would
14
start
feet,
curving.
didn't you?
Yeah, 14 feet, I believe.
It's okay. Stop right there. You think a distance of 14 feet is enough to show Earth curvature?
Yep. It's already been
How
shown
much?
like that.
How much curvature should there be over the distance of 14 feet?
I don't know.
Because this is going to be a very precise measurement, mate, because we've got a radius value to contend with, which gives us a drop over distance or a rate of change of slope of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. You're talking about 14 feet. That's not even the length of an Olympic swimming pool, dude. You think water curves over the length of an Olympic swimming pool?
It's not even 5 yards. Dude. My goodness, are you out of your mind?
Apparently, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I am, according to. Do y'all believe in space?
What is it? Can you define it?
Pick. Go and if you look from thousands of photos of
I ask you
them
to define
going
what it is,
in
dude.
a spaceship
Bro,
and
you got to
going
calm
down.
down. Can you
I'm
define
sorry.
space?
I'm just annoyed.
Can you
I'm just
just?
annoyed because I've
Well, I don't know
answered
why
this
you're.
question.
Don't be annoyed. I'm asking you a simple question to define what space is, and you won't do it.
No, I'm saying it's because it's a very stupid question. Like that's like saying, "What is grass? What is grass?"
Okay.
Space.
So
You
in
can look right
geometry,
out. Look
in
out. Look up.
geometry,
There you go. There's
dude,
your space.
you're
Look up
spurging.
at night.
Can you not spurg? Please don't
Slow
spurg.
down, fella.
Goober boy. Oh, he left. Bummer.
Well, he gave it a try again, it sounds like. Comes in almost every day now.
14 feet. Okay.
Is there a vacuum in the space between his ears?
Yeah. I have a random.
No,
random
that's not possible because all that comes out of him is hot air.
14 feet.
I have a random question.
Okay.
Are you guys believer, like believing in a religion?
That's a really subjective question to like an individual. Are you asking like all flat earthers or like just us individually in the chat? Because you're going to get a varied amount of answers, dude.
Yeah, that's why I said I have a random question. You don't need to answer.
Well, I was christened Anglican. Does that help?
Okay. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Oh, that's all you wanted. How about that?
Should we tell him that most religions are fakers in space?
No, I'm just asking. It's a random question.
I'd agree with that. Totally irrelevant.
I think I've still got my christening certificate somewhere. It's pretty cool too. Like it's really talks about righteousness and holding the shield of faith and sword of truth and all this stuff like that. Something like that. Anyway, along those lines, like really like powerful like words that are used on it.
Sounds really cool. Get a sword and a shield.
Was it laminated?
Should be. It's probably not. It's probably in a sleeve though, somewhere, folder, somewhere packed. Probably one of the only things from my childhood I have possession of.
So like there are lots of video people are in the satellites, like they are flying through the space. So are you guys saying those videos are Photoshop?
Yeah, the black you see in those videos, that's not space.
What about those rockets? Like there are lots of
maybe.
rockets, and they spent lots of money on these rockets.
They're not spending their money; they're spending our money to do that. If it was viable, they would be spending their own money to do it.
Oh, okay, yes, I am saying that there's lots of money in those projects. So where
So
do
I
the
don't
rockets
think there's a
go?
lot of money in those projects at all. I think they're just inflated and the money doesn't go anywhere but into somebody's pocket because it doesn't cost a lot of money to run a green screen studio.
Yeah.
Video.
Especially if you have mechanics who have to put something together so you can satisfy the tangible, right? Then you could just like overprice a bolt, right? Let's say like a bag of 100 bolts is actually like $20,000, and well, it's okay because those bolts are going to space.
Okay. So where do the rockets go? Like
Up into the sky
where
and then
do they
back
launch?
again.
In the water.
Up into the sky and then back again. What do you mean, where do they go? Up and then back down.
Why do they do that?
For
What, the
you.
rockets because of physical principles, or are you talking about why they
No,
putting rockets up there? What do you mean?
no. I mean, why they do that? Like those people send launch rocket into space and then like
not.
those go to space and then return to to Earth. Why? Like, what's the point of it?
To satisfy the
Just
religion.
Yeah, to sell you the story that they're going in rockets to a place that they tell you exists, and when they go there, the Earth's a ball and they can go to the moon. It's to sell you this story.
Okay, so
You're talking about, my friend, I do apologise. You asked about pictures from space and if they're photoshopped or whatever. They might be, they don't have to be. It could be just the curvature of the lens. But in whatever case, if the picture from space shows the Earth to be a sphere, that's a claim that should be able to be easily verified by a measurement on the surface of curvature, which we don't measure. That's how we invalidate those pictures from space, because they show a ball which we don't measure. You understand that, right?
a lot. Like I understood to some extent. Okay, like you are saying that. No, can you please repeat it?
Yes. If NASA, the satellites, international space stations, or rockets show us a picture of the Earth that's a planet, that's a sphere, then I should be able to measure on the surface of the Earth that curvature that's in that photograph. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure the curvature that's in that photograph. We measure the surface to be flat, invalidating that photograph.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So it disproves that photos they sent, they upload on their websites, because you cannot measure curve,
Yeah.
but you measure flat.
Yes. It's really simple. The picture is the claim. The Earth is a sphere, which we should be able to measure. We don't measure the curvature of the Earth. We measure it to be flat. Invalidating any claim, picture, story, whatever about the Earth being a planet.
Okay, so what's the point of like why they want people believe Earth is a sphere? Like what
Good
they
question.
get? What?
Good question. We don't actually know. We can guess and speculate, but we're talking about who are they? Who are you talking about? They? Who are they?
Like NASA, and I think there are some other organizations in Russia and China.
So the majority of people that work for these organizations, I guarantee you, just believe the Earth is a sphere when they go to work every day. When like your teacher, right? When your teacher tells you about the Earth and how it was created and all of these things, they're not necessarily lying to you. They're just repeating what they got taught. And I think that's going to be for the majority of people on Earth, whether they work for a space agency or not. The vast majority of people just believe this to be true. So it's kind of hard to isolate who they are. But I still
We have one in
appreciate
the
the
chat
question.
right now.
And I know it's unsatisfactory. I'll give you a little bit of my speculation. It's based on the story that we get told about how everything was created, right? how the Earth was created. That came from, the Big Bang narrative. Everything exploded into existence over billions of years ago. And then that evolution story, that other little miracle that took place where biology and sentient life and animals and people, me and you, evolved into existence over, again, billions of years. So it's this creation narrative that is primarily central to the Earth, obviously being a planet. You start asking those questions again. Where am I? How did here get here? Why am I here? What are my purposes? When you understand that the Earth is not what you've been told it is, then your mind starts opening up to other possibilities. I suggest they lie about a lot of things, primarily to hide a lot of truth from you. Now, that's just my speculation, dude. And that's just because of the narrative that we're told.
Okay. So, are you also saying that Big Bang is also a lie?
It's the opening act of the whole heliocentric story. That Big Bang made the Earth a planet. The Earth's not a planet. So we just dissolve everything that talks about that creation narrative, because that doesn't exist.
Which doesn't exist? Big Bang doesn't exist?
Both.
Both.
The Earth being a planet and the Big Bang. The Earth being a planet, was it born out of the Big Bang? The Earth is not a planet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you are guys saying that science of space, there are lots of lie in science of space, like Big Bang.
I'd say for the
Planet.
most part, it's not necessarily an intentional deception. There's people out there that have posed these as ideas for the origins of our reality. They truly believe it, or they suggest it. As a possibility. I don't think that there's any. I don't think you'll find any theoretical physicist out there or astrophysicist who'd be willing to stake his life on the claim that the origins of the universe lie in a singularity Big Bang.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about there are some people predict the future based on based planets, like by looking at sky,
Astrology.
by looking at
Sorry to interrupt.
astrology.
Astrology is the word, yeah. Okay.
So yeah, like can they predict the can they predict future like this?
You'd have to ask the people that do it. Yeah, that's not a subject for us. I would say that the sky, the place, the planets and so on, Mars, Jupiter, this, that, and the other, might be a little bit more magical than we're told within the heliocentric idea. You might want to go and look at that type of thing, Vedic astrology, for example. But you'd have to go and speak to somebody a lot more knowledgeable than us, I think.
Okay. Yes, astrology. Like some people predict the future based on astrology.
Yes.
Okay.
Some astronomers do that too. They predict that there's a possibility then that in 2032 you could have a really bad day based on their astronomical observations, right? Because they predict that there's some sort of asteroid or object out there somewhere that's on course, a potential on course collision, or the moon within our solar system somewhere, which could cause chaos and destruction.
What about meteoroids? Meteoroid. No, wait. Met. Wait.
Meteors.
Let me check. Yes, meteor.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Is it like a rock flying through the atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, some of the shooting stars that we see are as big as like a grain of sand, not massive rocks. They just look big because they burn brightly and they're going so fast with the friction. The big rocks, I don't know, dude. There might be big rocks in the sky.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't think there's big rocks in the sky. I've seen a handful of shooting stars, and they look like sparklers when they fly across the sky. So I really don't know what they are, but that's what they look like.
I find the regular ones, like the asteroid showers, or sorry, the meteor showers, like the Geminids and the Perseids and the Draconids, or however it's pronounced. Those are fascinating because they're regular as clockwork, aren't they?
Yeah. Their post-diction's kind of like eclipses. So it makes me think that they're not actually falling objects. They're just a light phenomena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's lots of things in the sky that we're told about, and there's lots of lights that we see moving around. We're really at a disadvantage. We don't really know. There's lots of stories, we can't verify them. And we try to deal with mostly the empirical things that we can know, things that we can demonstrate. But yeah, these things are kind of outside of our reach. Like most of the things up in the sky, sun, moon, stars, this could include these other things. But yeah, we really don't know. We'd love to, but we don't.
Okay, Plane, I think you're up. As Dead Air Dave comes in. So, Plane might be a bit busy. It's okay. Oh, got anyone new in here? Doesn't look like it. Slim Pickens, it. You're our only hope.
Yes. Did someone call me?
You're our only hope of continuing conversation.
Yes. I don't know. Right now, I have no question.
No questions, Your Honor? Damn it. Case dismissed then.
If I have any
Or is it
question,
case?
I will ask.
Sorry, go on. Yep.
Yeah, if I have,
Okay, then.
I have any question, I will ask.
Right. Court adjourned. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. Is that good for you?
Hmm. What about gravity?
Oh, gravity. What is gravity? I don't know. Next question.
When you ask what about gravity, what do you mean?
Like gravity is something works. It has a formula. So when we apply this formula, it works. So
Okay.
yeah.
So the
So do you
formula
guys?
works. Okay.
Yeah.
So the formula works. Does that mean that the measurement of the surface of the Earth that measures it to be horizontal is invalid because a formula works?
No. I am talking about gravity.
Yeah, I know. And you're saying the formula works, which is useful.
Yes, it's useful.
Doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
Yes, you are right. It doesn't mean.
Cool.
So where does this force comes? Force of gravity. Because like round theory of Earth says that whenever like every item, no, it's not item. Everything has its own gravity force, and the more it's bigger, the stronger its gravity would be.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's.
Well, actually, do you understand the Einsteinian gravity theory?
Not too much. I didn't study it in depth.
Right. So a while ago, like a few hundred years, or a couple hundred years ago, so Newton proposed that it's possible that mass is attracting mass somehow. So matter, large, conglomerates of matter is pulling, somehow tugging on other matter, right? Smaller bits of matter. But they both have an influence on each other. It's just that the bigger one, the one with more mass, wins, right? Now, that has long since been dispelled, right, by modern theoretical physicists who now lean more towards Einstein's theory of mass distorting space and time around it, right? And therefore causing other objects, small particularly, to follow geodetic curved paths space, right, towards the larger mass, right? So it's not so much that the mass has this ability to pull on other matter invisibly. It's just that the space-time surrounding the mass is curved, and an object in motion will follow that curve, right?
Yes.
Right. So this is the leading theory, the disproportional distribution of mass of space-time influencing the motion of other matter, right? It's the leading theory at the moment, as far as theoretical physics is concerned. There's problems with both of them, right? And there's other competing theories as well, right? There are. They're not the only two. I couldn't detail what the other ones are, but I know that there's a list. You can find it on Wikipedia. All different sorts of ideas about why things move the way they do, right? But they're just ideas. There's not really any. There's no physical demonstration or experiment to validate any of it as being true.
Hello?
Okay, guys. For now, I have to go. And thank you for your information. Bye.
No problem, my friend. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey guys.
What?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, good, man.
Awesome. What brings you into the channel?
Is our event still running?
Is what?
Can you defend the globe? That's our current event.
Oh, yep.
Oh, we've
So
actually got an event on.
everybody's joined. Sorry?
I didn't realise we had an event on.
Yeah. Can you defend the globe? The event at the moment, DJ set up. So we've returned. You'd like to take up that challenge. Feel free, please do take up the challenge. Can you defend the globe?
I can't. Not anymore.
I feel like there should be an LOL on the end of that statement or question.
Well, IDK says IDK. He don't know. What? Anyways, I'm already sleepy. Where is everywhere? Come on, show me laser toys. Here we go. Oh, laser toys. Okay. Is that what you think they are? Hmm? What's wrong with laser toys? Military don't seem to mind them. Come on, IDK. Can you defend the globe? You gonna pick up the challenge? Oh, I can even make it more specific for you if you like. We can, narrow it down. Can you defend the globe using only first-hand information? Well, become the drama then, IDK. Become the drama. You want drama? Be the drama. Sell the drama. To love a god and to fear the flame. I've willed, I've walked, I've read, I've talked. I know, I've been there before. Hey, yay. And he's gone, eh? You're boring, IDK. You're boring. Oh, I wasn't sure how to sing that chorus line earlier because I didn't want to say the actual words, reasons. But I could sing. Now we won't be shaped, hey, hey. Now we won't be curved like that, hey, hey. Now we won't be shaped, hey, hey. Now we won't be curved like that. Thanks, man. It wasn't my best. I try not to sing too loud. I can do better. I promise. Oh, do we have some globe defenders? Tempo? Tempo, you here to defend the globe? Felix? Felix, have you come to defend the globe? Or do you dishonor your belief? Hello,
Hey guys,
welcome
how are
in,
you doing,
welcome in.
how are you doing, brothers?
Not too bad, thank you, Pop. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And like there are very so many people, but no one is speaking. Like everybody's
We're
mic is
waiting
off.
for you. We were waiting for you.
Okay,
And now
thanks.
you're here. So now there won't be silence.
Is that Pop? Did Pop come? Oh, we've been waiting for
Yeah.
you, Pop. Wow, guys, Pop's here.
You're capping, bro. You guys are capping.
Finally. The Pop Patcher. The one and only.
Yeah, I'm the one.
We hear that you are the champion globe defender. Is that true?
Yeah. I'm the champion of world globe defender.
Yeah. Awesome. So you can defend the idea that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. Earth is a globe. Yeah, I agree.
You agree? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. How
No,
do you
no.
defend that claim?
Okay. Like if Earth was a flat, okay. Okay. If Earth was flat, then it's not possible. Okay. How do you defend that Earth is flat? Or the
This is
champion of world war? What?
this is why it's the champion. I bet you got nothing there, T-Dub.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like I would simply be able to begin. I could begin to defend the flat Earth by pointing out the
No.
surface of water. I could point out that the surface of water is observably planar and horizontal, flat, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I could begin there. But the real challenge is, how do you defend that the Earth is a globe?
Listen, like I have example like in oceans, like when ships are sailing. Okay, like ships are sailing, they uh, move like downwards. Okay, like if Earth was a flat, then we can see the ships when they go like uh, other direction.
Okay, so what you're telling me is even though the water is flat and we measure it flat, that sometimes the ships look like they disappear from the bottom up? Okay, well, we can't go by just what we see. We're going to have to go by what we measure. So if we don't measure any curve, it doesn't matter what happens to the boat, right?
Okay.
Okay. So we've measured the Earth to be flat. Everybody measures the Earth to be flat. So it doesn't matter what happens to the boat. If I switch this around and said if the Earth was a globe, it would be curving, right? Did he run away?
The old switcheroo.
Well, that was unfortunate. I was looking forward to hearing that discussion take place. And now says who's gone too. Damn it. Anyway. We'll just wait for another bite.
Steve asks, how does it feel living underneath a surface of water that is flat?
Hi, I'm back.
Hi, back. I'm front.
Hi, front.
Any more
Okay,
questions?
front. Hmm. I was asking, like, NASA does lie to, I don't know, to make people believe in sphere shape of Earth. So what's their purpose? Why they are doing it? What will they get?
Okay. If the Earth is a globe, right, that is opposite of all of the religions that everyone believes in, right? Quran says
Yes.
it's flat. Bible says it's flat. But these groups of people who believe these books that come from God, they will also say that they are wrong, and they'll support that claim with the other religion, right? So they make their religion bow the knee of truth to a lie. Okay, so that's one. They get all of these religious people to believe one thing in common, right? And they don't even know it to be true. Okay, second, all of these countries that have these space organizations, that's all money that gets funneled into a single location, right? And then redistributed to the people that works for the organization. Okay, so like the United States, they have Boeing and Lockheed Martin and all the other companies that would be working for them. Okay, so these companies in the United States, they're allowed to vote. Okay, and so a company is able to vote for political purposes just like a person can. Okay, so then effectively all of these people could vote for whatever it is that they want on their own name, and the company also gets to make a vote. So they could all vote for whatever they want. Okay, so now these companies are getting money from the government for free, right? So they say, hey, this bolt costs $200 in order for me to put these two pieces of metal together, which these two pieces of metal are overpriced. The bolt is overpriced, the nut's overpriced, and nobody questions it because it's going to this thing that doesn't exist. So money is another reason. And then you could also scare everybody into believing something is going to come from this place that doesn't exist. Asteroids are going to attack the Earth. Aliens are going to attack the Earth, right? And so now people can buy insurance for asteroids, or they can worry about whether or not it's going to be like War of the Worlds and they're just going to come and steal us. Or if it's going to be like the movie Avatar where we're just going to love each other, right? You also have the entertainment industry making lots of money creating stories off of this belief that everyone has, right? It's really easy to make a story up when you just say, okay, the baseline, the plot is in outer space, right? They don't have to fucking do anything. It's just, hey, a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away, all of these, you know, magic wielding saber Jedi are the pinnacle of truth in this galaxy, and they keep order, and there was a plot, and then they make millions on it, right? You get people buying merchandise for a story. You know what I'm
Hello, guys.
saying?
Okay, so money, they can get money, so and therefore they will be powerful, and they vote when for their own benefit. Second was religion. They want to they can influence people's belief, and change their religion, something like this.
No, they don't
The
change the
final
religion. The different religions have something in common that they can control. Okay, like I can't force a Muslim to do anything that would go against his book, right? I can't force a Christian to do anything that would go against their book, but I can make them do what I want them to because they both believe the earth is a globe. You see what I mean?
Oh, like
Oh, we
their
gotta.
point isn't disbelieving a religion. The point is making them believe one thing altogether,
Right.
a common belief.
Yeah, that way they can control them through the common belief.
Through the common. Mm.
Does that make sense?
And yes, it is, and scaring people as well. You say that, and they scare people by telling them that maybe a dangerous event might happen. For example, uh, like meteor. What do you call it? Like a rock from the space might beat Earth. Aliens might attack our planet. In that way, they can scare people.
Yep. Yeah, because if nobody believed that outer space existed, then why would somebody be afraid of aliens? Why would anybody be afraid of a massive rock coming from the sky?
Okay. And about
You know what I mean?
the religion point, like wait, like wait, what was my question? I forgot. No, religion point. Okay, you
I have to
continue.
go. It's okay. I'm home. I have to go now.
Okay, about the religion point, you are saying that religion is true, but these people, like NASA organization, want to try vanish religion or disprove religion. You are saying that religion is true, but they are trying to hide it. Hmm? Are you there? Where did you go? Oski Johnny squares out, started changing his name and profile to ours. Viviki service banned him. Then he started scamming everyone in every service. I got more important work than this. Bye, I'm sorry guys. Hello? Isn't there anyone? Is there anyone awake? Are you awake? Shaggy. Protect 8. Mark King M009. Hello. The Earth is flat and stationary. Large bodies of water at rest are flat at the surface. Mhm. Hello.
Hey, yo. Guys, I think my network has mistake or something like that. If anyone here hear me, just say yes.
What? Were you just
Because I
moved
think
into
my
this room?
network.
Dude, you're in the flat earth room. I swear it's true. They keep dumping people in here.
What? I didn't
Yeah,
hear you well.
you're in the flat earth room. Did you come here by accident or did somebody move you here?
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you well because I have something is mistake in my network or something like that. Your voice is not clear enough. Yeah, what?
Did you come here by accident or were you moved here?
I by accident.
All right, do you want to talk to flat earthers or no?
Looks like a negative.
So did Donald Trump release the alien files yet?
No, because his name's on it.
Did the aliens release the Trump files yet?
Yeah, right. That's more like.
I think it's a really fascinating point in time that we're living through. I mean, we're starting to see the veil start to lift and thin a little bit. You know, people suspected for a long time that the Western world has been lying to itself and lying to the rest of the world about damn near everything for so long. You know, and it didn't take much really for the powers that be to keep everybody firmly entranced so that they wouldn't fully wake up, you know. But the old distractions aren't working anymore. And the powers that be are getting sloppy.
Right. It's a little hard to control the media now, since it's in the hands of the average person.
You know, it's funny. I think back to all the major media disasters that have taken place over the decades. And really, the general public has gotten zero finality, zero resolution on everything going back to at least JFK. I mean, you could probably make a list of like 100 or 200 major media events that warranted justice, full investigation, and transparency. And for all of them, nothing. You know, the big one that's been part of this generation for so long now is 9/11. You know, the official story is so nonsensical and so much circumstantial evidence even surrounding that nobody has any finality or resolution on truly what exactly really freaking happened. And it doesn't seem to matter if it's on a big scale or a small scale. I mean, for our international audience out there who may be unaware, the Potomac River is the river that runs like right across Washington, D.C. It's a beautiful, big, historic river. And America now faces one of the biggest environmental disasters in its history, as billions and billions of liters of raw sewage has been dumping into it. And nobody seems to know who's responsible exactly. Nobody seems to know what exactly happened. I mean, it just happens, right? Just like a while back was a mysterious train derailment in Ohio carrying toxic materials, and the derailment caused a total overspilling of this into the water system and tables, right in the heart of America's farmland. Or, you've got these mysterious wildfires that keep breaking out in places. Or the mysterious drone sightings in New Jersey. Big or small, no matter what it is, nobody has a freaking clue what's really happening on anything. There's been absolutely zero real transparency, zero public effort to resolve any of these things. So everybody's just kept in this perpetual state of mystery. And there's always a lead. There's always a big break that's just waiting for us, dangling in front of our nose, just mere inches. And nobody can ever seem to reach out and grab it and take hold of it. The big lead, the big news break is just right around the corner, always. And everybody's just anticipating and waiting for it. And then it doesn't happen. And then another disaster occurs, and everybody gets distracted with that one again and again and again and again. And then there's the usual Saturday and Sunday football that gets in the way, kind of breaks things up a little bit, gives everybody a break. And then that becomes the talk for a few days or a week. And what's also kind of funny is they've created such a social stigma around the idea of questioning narratives, calling it conspiracy theory ideation and such, that everybody in polite society avoids asking questions and talking about these issues in public. It's almost like we're under a constant test to see if we're willing to discuss these things amongst ourselves openly or not. And we fail as a people every single time. Like even with the Epstein files that have come out, I don't find people discussing this openly in polite society at all, ever. The only discussions that go on are behind closed doors, privately in people's homes or on the internet where there's some semblance of anonymity. And it's like this with damn near everything, unless it's sports. Why? I guess sports is not as controversial. You can have your rivalry with your neighbors and disagreements about the game, and that's fine. But heaven forbid you bring up something else, right? Like this. All the trivial stuff, it's quite okay, socially acceptable to waste time in the office, spend 10 minutes before big meetings discussing football games. But, God forbid you discuss the state of human affairs and the cultural rot that's degrading civilization.
Yeah, it's going to become more and more to keep up the facade. Like eventually it crumbles. I mean, it's like a family trying to mask the truth within their wall. A home, a family. It's not so. It's not all roses, butterflies, and rainbows, right? Like they present to the public when they go to church or someone else's house, or and they all act all prim and proper. Truth is, they're nothing like that.
But the veil is thinning, though. I think people are slowly starting to wake up, and the next phase might be then breaking through the taboo and start discussing these things more openly in a public manner. And I think all along for decades, people have desired and wanted to have these conversations openly, but never really sought it fit to do so. You know, as as we seem to descend into this madness of perfidy, I think people will start to desire to have these conversations more openly, and we're going to start seeing more of that. But unfortunately, it's going to take that. Unfortunately, it's going to take this, revelation of just how sick and twisted everything really is, how confusing, how utterly demonic, essentially, everything has been for so long. And it's kind of scary. I think maybe there's another part to this, is it's too scary. Like, people don't really want to talk about this, because very quickly, it doesn't take long to start discussing the second, third order of effects and the consequences of what's happening, what we understand at least to be happening, in order to see that things are really this bad, that we have to face a reckoning. And it's going to take breaking a lot of eggs to make it work. There's no easy path forward to fixing this mess before us. I mean, what the hell? The most powerful economy, the most powerful military on earth seems to have been under the freaking influence of satanic PDF files for a long time. We're talking direct influence now. We're talking Jeffrey Epstein may as well be a freaking Nephilim at this point. Look at him. Look what he's been involved in. You've got heads of state asking him, begging him for an audience to get his insight, to pick his brain on geopolitical affairs. You've got the heads of major tech companies asking for his insight on, where he sees the future of civilization going technologically with its advancements in AI and even biomedical things. Like,
who was this guy? I mean, I hadn't even heard of him. 19. Epstein.
Right. You start Googling him, finding out he's been involved in about every damn thing that's been going on, everything that's seemingly center stage for geopolitical affairs, for Silicon Valley, for Wall Street. He's at the center of all of this. You've got people at Harvard asking him to come give lectures on things. Like, what makes him a freaking genius? I mean, is he really like a genius? You may not get that sense from his emails, obviously. Like, when you're just casually replying to emails or sending emails out to people, you're using shorthand, you're going to be very, casual, loose with your language, whatever. Doesn't matter if you have a 240 IQ or not.
But I'd like to know is who's taking over for him.
Right.
They're not doing without somebody. Somebody's taking over and doing what he did.
Yeah, the scary question is if he was this expendable, who isn't expendable? Who is absolutely indispensable next to Epstein? Nobody has a freaking clue. And what's even crazier is with all of this happening, nobody's really talking about it. Nobody's going deep into any of this. We sure find we get some heartfelt testimony from the victims. Your heart really reaches out to them. They've got PTSD. They're scared out of their freaking minds, and it takes a lot of bravery to do what they did. But great. Okay, so we know that Epstein was a freaking, disgusting pervert. Where's all this other shit? Where are all of these other people that are involved with him, and how come they're not talking? How come like the groundskeeper for Little St. James Island isn't talking? The guy who mowed the lawns and like washed the windows on Epstein Island. Where's that guy, or the whole team of house cleaners? How come everybody's utterly freaking silent? I mean, there's some crazy power at work going on. Who is that lawyer that told Les Wexner that if you say another fucking word, if you say more than 5 words to answer this question, I'm going to fucking kill you? He whispered to Les Wexner in court.
Century.
Yeah, so what is America really? What is this country? What even is it?
That's a $64,000 question.
We've had whistleblowers from Congress recently and congressional staffers talk about what a freaking joke Congress is, how nobody seems to take their job seriously. Everybody's high on prescription drugs all the time. Everybody's getting drunk and smashed at the Capitol Grill across the street. People are carrying on having trysts and affairs of all kinds within the halls of our government. So there's that going on. And of course, they're doing their cocktail circuits. They're flying Lolita Express and all this. These are the wholly unimpressive leaders that Americans keep electing over and over to manage our country. But are they really? I don't know. Like they seriously can't be leaders.
How long do you think it'll go on for, Yoder?
I don't want to get too off topic, but there is a tie-in though to flat Earth. Absolutely. I think it's built around this broader idea that there's so much deception and delusion in this world, both sides together, creating this false cosmology, this false sense of security. I mean, there are things happening right now within the past 100 years, 200 years, that have been fundamentally different than at any other point in history when you read through antiquity. One of the main things is all this technology that surrounds us today that we depend on. The cultural layers we dig through show absolutely zero evidence that any other prior civilization has ever lived like this before in all of human history. And all of this just, boom, sprang up out of nowhere. And here we are. It's created such a sense of hubris that we think that we have everything all figured out. So we're more easily deluded by our own ideas. And, the more that you use technology, the more it may give you the false sense of you overcoming the powers of nature itself. really you have no idea what the hell you're using in the first place. I mean, take for example, like you've heard comedians bring this shit up. Like take for example your damn cell phone, right? So you close a real estate deal on your cell phone with DocuSign. You have no idea. The average person has no clue how any of that back end technology, that infrastructure, digital infrastructure works. Nobody's got a complete picture of it all. And then you get in your car and drive somewhere. How many people really know how these modern engines work? Sure, some of the principles are the same from back in the 60s, but so you're using digital technology, you're using high performance computers to bridge time and space and all this. I mean, to somebody ancient, you look like a freaking wizard, but really you're just like a dope. How many people know how to do a crop rotation or to raise chickens?
I'm in the process. Hey, Yoder. Hey, Yoder.
halfway joking about Jeffrey Epstein being an Nephilim, mainly because he was the center of influence for everything. You can read in ancient history how Nephilim, whatever you want to call them, were teaching ancient people and becoming the center of influence for just about everything. It's also funny, too, how when you read through history, you see many of the same names popping up again and again across different disciplines. I mean, you've got big examples like Isaac Newton, Michael Faraday, other scientists, researchers. You've got Airy, you've got Bessel, you've got Clark, you've got Gauss. Huygens, Laplace. You've got all these people, just really a handful of these people. And to them is attributed basically everything. It got entire like mathematical formulas and crap and variables named after them, constants. But it's not just there. Like you see the same thing in art or architecture. All right, you go look up. You see this beautiful building in New York City. Oh, who built that? Who built that? Well, the architect was this guy, a 23-year-old apprentice, who's also responsible for these massive infrastructure projects all over New England. He built that skyscraper and that skyscraper and that skyscraper and so on and so forth. Like it's pretty freaking funny. I mean, it's led some people to formulate something called like the great man, I don't know, hypothesis. That the great men become men of renown and do amazing things. There aren't that many people like that. The titans of industry. I mean, remember people talking about Donald Trump as the last of the great American titans. But I don't know. Look at Jeff Bezos, right? Jeff Bezos starts a company to sell you books by mail order on the internet. And less than 20 years later, starts a cloud company and wins the single largest awarded contract from the US government to any private corporation in history for doing cloud security, something that Amazon itself will at all, really, if at all ever. Oh, and then goes into outer space and everything else. Like, what the hell? Or like Bill Gates, right? I mean, accused of stealing code. You ever see that movie, Pirates of Silicon Valley? The claim is that he stole code from Xerox or something and then turned it into Microsoft Windows. I might be butchering it, but that's the idea. mean, if you want to go conspiratorial, it's like, are these people really great men? Or are they toadies? Are they patsies? Like what we were talking about, right? Did they sell their soul? Did they sell out to somebody else? You know, are there people you can cooperate with and they will help you out? Just like with Mark Zuckerberg, right? Facebook, the Facebook. Wasn't it really the Winklevoss twins that kind of put their elbow grease into building that thing? Well, Zuckerberg gets all the credit. Zuckerberg took it. Never mind, just prior to Facebook, there was the DARPA LifeLog project. And what was there before Starlink? Oh yeah, Google Loon. Yeah, and didn't Elon Musk acquire Google Loon's balloon technology? Why, yes, he did. I think after that, he either sold off parts of it or other parts of it were spun out. There's another company called Raven and another one called Alia that are in the space industry that work off of that Google Loon technology. So then you can work right into, yeah, who's Elon Musk? I mean, right? Wasn't he behind eBay, PayPal? Look at all these so-called great men. But they're not really the center of influence, right? Not when they're the ones seeking out folks in the shadows that you've never heard of before. Like TW, you're saying you'd never really even heard of Epstein before all this. You have all these famous people reaching out to folks you've never heard of in your entire life for advice and guidance and for connections. So where this ties into flat Earth, I guess, is, you know, once you understand that this world that you're dwelling in is not a spinning ball in outer space, once you understand that the outer space vacuum, the cosmos of Carl Sagan is a gigantic myth, there are no space aliens flying around in tin cans that are coming to abduct you. You start to look at all these things in a different way. You may be tempted to go review all of human history again, start digging deep into antiquity, dig deep into philosophy and religion and even some esoteric topics here and there. start to understand that you live in a realm. And things may not be entirely what you thought they were all along. This very somewhat atheistic view of the world, pure scientific materialism, it's a lot more mysterious than you ever thought. We really don't have everything figured out. We've been lied to and deceived about every event of note, whether big or small. Train derailments to 9/11 and so on. You start to notice patterns, perhaps, that we live in this crazy technological era that bears itself no resemblance to the past. But things are happening just as they used to, back when people believed in magical fairies and trolls and Nephilim. That things are happening in a way that rhymes. But this doesn't mean you get to throw everything out. I mean, you can still keep basically all of actual science and actual math and actual physics and everything else. As flat earthers, yes, we can all keep all that. We just get to throw out the entire outer space myth. But is it possible that there's some elements of truth to what people understand? They just misinterpret from outer space. For example, I'm thinking about how people think the sun might like barbecue and fry parts of Earth periodically. The Carrington event, was it real? Did it really happen? Is it possible that we could just be years, maybe decades away from a coronal mass ejection that fries all our electricity, all of our electrical grid, such that none of it can be used anymore? You know what I mean? Like, what happens if we come to find out that the sun, in a very unpredictable but somewhat frequent manner, emits these coronal mass ejections that all prior civilizations to this age just kind of shrugged off? You know what I mean? Because their lives weren't dependent on mass electrical grids. What's funny, you can read all these reports about just how actually cheap it is to harden electrical grid infrastructure against what they believe might be happening, occurring from the sun with these CMEs. And nobody seems to lift a freaking finger to do it. It's just add another layer of confusion of shit that just doesn't make any fucking sense on top of everything else. So if it ever comes down to it and the sun does belch and, cooks half the Earth's electrical grid, or fuck it, all of it, just think about it. I mean, not that you haven't, but how many people are dependent on food being in the grocery store in order to survive? How many people are dependent on refrigerated drugs to stay alive? How many people were depending on going to the operating table next week for a life-saving operation, and now they can't? How long does it take for food to rot, for fridges to turn empty, and for people to start foraging through their neighbors' gardens for grubs and worms to eat? How long does it take for people to start eating their pets? Or, God forbid, eating each other? Like industrial war colleges tell you maybe about 2 weeks. That's about how long it'll take for absolute bedlam and chaos unchecked for that to happen. Probably sooner. Yeah, 2 weeks. you know, and then comes all the disease and pestilence, and then comes everything. I mean, it would just be total chaos. It'd kind of suck, right, to be surrounded by all this technology that used to work so great, and then just overnight, doesn't work. How far away are you from your local supermarket? Now you're asking, how long is it going to take for you to walk to find a nearest stream so you can gather some water? And then how are you going to build a fire to cook out all the freaking organisms in it, the microorganisms that would kill you? How are you going to feed your family if you're a responsible caretaker? Who can you trust? You know, so maybe some of what we've come to understand about our world is true, just makes sense in a slightly different interpretive context. Is you know, some people think that the poles, the magnetic poles, are going to flip. Well, what if we have more than two poles to begin with? Well, it turns out we got three right now. You know, but some people think along with that it's going to be what's called a global crustal detachment, and the land masses of Earth are going to physically rotate about just over 90 or 100 degrees or so. All right, that's what some of these catastrophe doom pill globers are saying. As flat earthers, you can actually reinterpret the same catastrophe in a different way. Earth stands still, it's the freaking stars overhead that turn 90 degrees, and the sun starts rising from what used to be the south instead of the east. So, you know, what if all the doom pillars have something going? I don't know. You know, could they be correct? Just have a completely effed up interpretation of what's really going on? How might flat Earth give you an advantage? I mean, could there be rocks in space that actually could hit Earth? Could that be reinterpreted? Could there actually be something like that up there that slams into Earth every now and then? You know, and could we just have a different interpretive frame? So How much of mainstream cosmology can just be reinterpreted?
Have you ever watched Effed Up Worlds live streams?
No.
He's basically a space proponent, flat earther.
Oh,
He's
really?
not exactly saying. Yeah, he's not exactly. I don't know what they say it is, but he's a flat earther, and he says that the whole gas pressure container is just a script that that non-critical thinking flat earthers, right? And that I don't know, and he says all this about linking it to biblical text and thinking about avoid the outer darkness. I don't know, you'd have to watch. I haven't watched it for a while. I got in with him for a bit on one of his live streams. I was typing in his chat, I asked him questions, and he was responding to me, and he was. I can't exactly remember. It was his response
Your connection's
was
really
exact,
spotty,
but
Tito.
oh, sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. Well, basically, yeah. No, I can. Sorry, guys.
I
Yeah,
heard you
I can
just
come up
fine,
with.
T-Dub.
Really, he was cutting in and out for me.
It might be you. I heard him just fine.
Weird. You sound fine.
He's
But I mean,
playing
if
up for me as well.
I can come up with all kinds of crazy speculations about space just as good as Globers can. I can come up with a cosmology for this that involves general relativity with the flat Earth, building upon some of the ideas like from those Brazilians at that university that did the same thing. Like what if you really could send technology, something like space probes or satellites above a flat Earth up there? What could happen? Maybe there's some kind of crazy space-time warpage. Maybe the further away objects go, the bigger they get because they occupy a different kind of coordinate reference system up there relative to us. Maybe they get bigger. And maybe the same distance that it used to take and the same amount of time to traverse ends up taking longer. Well, in that case, maybe they shrink. Maybe objects that are sent up to space do the opposite. Maybe they shrink. And it takes longer to go the same distance the further up you go. Until everything reaches a complete standstill, or approaches it. And there you go. Objects, the further away they are, the more they shrink in space-time, the slower their clocks run, and the longer it takes for them to traverse the same distance as it is closer to the surface. See there, I solved all kinds of problems with the gradient and, vacuum and space and gas pressure and shit. Just a thought experiment. Yeah. I don't know. How much good does that do? People start speculating too much. They might start believing their own horse shit after a while. That's the problem I find, especially with our community. It's not like speculation is bad. Speculation's fun. It's entertaining, but it's mostly non-productive and can lead to some very bad habits. And it can draw people into this for the wrong reasons. And you end up back where you started with basically believers. It's like mathematically, you can create a Pac-Man world that's flat and operates the same as the globe. You can explain orbits and all kinds of things with it that you don't need to explain.
What's up, guys?
Good evening.
Thanks.
Have you been here before?
I think.
Oh, okay. How was your previous experience? If you could rate it on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being really good, how would you rate it?
0.
Oh man. So did you spiral? Did you not like the fact that the Earth is indeed flat?
It's not flat.
Oh, okay. So you think it's a ball?
It's
Yeah.
not flat.
It's a
I
ball.
know. I hear you repeating yourself saying it's not flat. The problem is, I'm asking you, do you think it's a ball?
Yeah, of course, it's a ball.
Okay. Can you show me any measurements that I can verify of the Earth curving at roughly 8 inches per mile squared?
What?
The Earth's curvature is supposed to be at a rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. Can you show me a measurement that verifies this to prove your belief?
No, I don't.
Do you know anybody that has done this to prove that the Earth is indeed a sphere of radius 3,959 miles?
I don't.
Okay, so you believe in something where there's no evidence.
Pretty much, yeah.
Why do you believe in something that has no evidence?
It's a good question.
I think so. I had to ask myself that same question because, like you, I believe that I lived on a giant spinning ball covered in water in a vacuum, and there was no evidence for it. And so I said, why do I believe this thing that's so absurd that has no evidence? It's a good question.
So the world is flat.
Yeah, measurably. Everybody measures it that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that begs the question, why would anybody believe that they were on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of outer space when there's no evidence for it? Other than the fact that someone told them when they were a child and they've just kept that belief, kind of like Santa Claus,
Santa Claus is like the guy in red and
Yep.
white.
Yep.
Pretty nice
The
guy.
guy well, yeah, I mean it's a nice idea. In reality, there is no real Santa Claus, right? There's no one that lives in the North Pole with a bunch of elves that jumps on a sleigh that's pulled by reindeer that fly and delivers packages to all the children of all the earth in one night. That's silly and stupid. It's kind of silly and stupid in the same way you think of living on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. It's about as stupid.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you think the Earth is flat, right?
No, no, the earth is measured flat. I don't think anything. I just go by what all the surveyors and the navigators and the governments and the corporations tell me that they measured and treat the earth as flat and stationary. It's not really even a claim I have to make. It's an experience and a measurement.
Okay, so people who got in the moon.
I don't know anybody that went to the moon.
No?
Mm-mm.
Oh. The one.
No one. I have no idea. I know zero people in my individual life that went to the moon. Do you?
I don't know. To be honest,
Yeah,
I
of
don't
course.
know.
You don't know anybody that went to the moon. I mean, you saw some people that you don't know on TV that said they did. But you don't know anybody.
Not even in TV, but on the internet. We all know.
Okay, so yeah, so so a large corporation called the United States said that back in 1969 through about 73, they put people on this flying tube called a rocket and shot themselves into the sky, boomeranged around a globe Earth that doesn't exist, and then went 250,000 miles to the surface of the moon. And then they said they came back with no problems. In fact, they played golf. They drove a Jeep around up there. They planted some flags. They did all kinds of things that you and me can't verify. That's what the U.S. corporation said. But I don't know anybody that went to the moon. I just saw it on TV.
Okay, you're from America, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't give a fuck if some people got onto the moon.
Okay.
But
Interesting that you brought it up if you don't care.
I don't care.
Why'd you bring it up if you don't care?
It wasn't me, I think.
Didn't you say some people say they went to the moon? That was you. I didn't bring up the moon. You did.
Okay. It was me.
Okay. Yeah, so if you don't care, why'd you bring it up?
Good question.
Yeah.
Maybe because I care?
Oh, now you do care. But a second ago you said you don't care, and now you do.
Yeah, let's go. So we care
So
about moon?
you contradicted yourself. Why did you do that?
Yeah. Because I'm a bad guy.
Oh, you're a bad guy.
Yeah.
Why are you a bad? So is it your goal to lie to people and contradict yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Why do you do that? Why do you think? What's your motivation for being a bad guy?
Good question. So we're gonna speak about religion.
What religion?
I don't know.
Are you okay? This is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 channel within the English Hub server. The only religion that we may allude to is the religion that people think they live on a globe. That's the globe religion. Are you part of the globe religion?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why do you believe in the globe as your god? That's paganism. Are you a pagan?
No.
Well, you're worshiping the material. That's paganism.
I'm worshipping Satan.
Why?
I like Satan.
Why?
That's my guy.
Why? I'm asking you why. Don't tell me again that you like him. I'm asking you why you like him.
I like Satan.
Okay, you've repeated yourself several times. Let me ask you this question: Does worshiping Satan does it make you stupid because you sound stupid?
Yeah. I'm stupid.
Okay. Okay, so being stupid and worshiping Satan 3 times, do you think anybody else should worship Satan, seeing as how it makes you stupid?
Maybe.
Okay, is being stupid good?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe's not an answer. It's kind of a yes or no thing. Is worshiping Satan good since it makes you stupid?
Maybe.
Maybe. So at this point in the conversation where I know that I've ultimately basically checkmated you and asked you all the questions that are pertinent to the conversation. And then you, for the audience, have shown yourself to be stupid as a Satan worshiper. That means I win, and the one who worships Satan loses.
You
So
win.
now people who worship Satan are losers, yes?
Maybe.
I'm going to say yes. So Satan
Okay.
worshipers are losers,
You're
and
gonna
you're a
say
loser,
yes.
right?
No.
I'll say yes. You say maybe. I'm going to go ahead and make a judgment call. Satan worshipers are losers, and you, sir, are a
Okay.
loser.
You say it.
Okay. Yeah. I think everybody else in the channel would agree, since you've already admitted to being stupid. And
yes, I agree.
yeah. So the Satan worshiper is a loser. So I don't see a whole lot of benefit to
Totally agree, my
worshiping
friend.
Satan.
Why?
Well, because it makes you stupid and a loser. That's why.
Okay.
I agree.
I agree.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah.
Nice. You have 3 again.
Yeah. Right. And, if you got 2 or 3 witnesses, that's a solid fact at this point. Welcome to all the newcomers. The earth is indeed flat. You never lived on a ball. It was always flat. If you're confused about what I'm saying, go ahead and ask questions. Tell me I'm stupid. All that stuff. We'll have a discussion. Welcome, Sudina. Sudinha. I don't know how to say your name. I hope I didn't butcher it. Welcome, Neblino. Looks like you guys are getting kicked from other servers, but you're in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. So if you're confused about where you're at, we talk about Flat Earth here, and that's where you live.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What does flat Earth mean? Like, could you define it?
What do you mean? What does it mean? Like defining a. Okay, so flat Earth. I'll try to assume what I think you mean, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Okay.
No, not. I just want to know
Okay.
what you mean.
Go ahead and clarify. Oh, the Earth is a flat and stationary plane that is enclosed. That's where you live in reality. That's what it means.
A flattened stationary plane.
Yep.
So is that geometric?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a shape with vegetation on it?
Sure.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. What shape is that?
Like a parabola, like a hill. I've seen hills with vegetation on them.
That's not a geometric shape.
A parabola? Yeah, it is.
A hill is not a geometric shape.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you don't think that a rise and fall within a defined region, like a parabola, up and down, right? There's a reason why we call them things parabolas. It's a shape. So yeah, there's vegetation on hills.
Is that the shape of the Earth, though? A
No,
parabola? Oh,
no.
it's a
I've
stationary
also
plane.
seen. No, yeah, like my lawn outside. I mean, like first of all, number one, flat is not a shape. You understand that, right? So you're asking me about shapes, circles. So I could on my lawn go ahead and landscape a circle, and I could plant vegetation, and within that circle there would be growth of vegetation.
Right.
Yeah. Were you under some misapprehension that flat was a shape? Maybe you don't
No,
understand geometry. Oh, okay, good. So why were you asking me about shapes again? Have
because
you
you
ever seen
said stationary plane, and then I said,
Yeah.
"Is that geometric?" And you said yes.
Yes. Yeah, the description of a plane is geometric.
Okay, and then I said, "Have you ever seen a shape with vegetation on it?"
And I said yes. So I could, in my yard, if you want me to do it this spring, I will. I'll just, make a circle, and then I'll put grass in it or some tomatoes or whatever you want in there, and then within the circle there will be vegetation. Does that help you?
No, that doesn't help me. But
Okay, so
thank
what
you.
specifically is the question that you're asking, since it's so incoherent?
I don't think it's incoherent, but I
Oh,
do
I
think it's
think it's
interesting.
incoherent. That's why I said that it was incoherent, so maybe you could
Please don't speak
clarify.
over me.
I will speak over you if I want to, because your questions are incoherent and I want to know what you're talking about. That you're in my house right now. I'll talk over you all I want to. If that hurts your fifis, feel free to leave.
Amazing.
I know. It's amazing that you came into somebody else's territory and they're speaking over you and you're all of a sudden shocked.
Yes, I am. You're
So what are you
100%
shocked
right.
about? Is it the fact that I've answered your questions coherently, or that you're asking incoherent questions?
If it's incoherent, how are you answering them?
I answered what I could surmise and assume, and you haven't given me any detail beyond that. So maybe you can ask a better question.
A better question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any better questions? Or
I'll come up with another question for you.
great, great. In the meantime, maybe you could answer a question for me, unless you don't want to, unless you're scared, but I'll ask it anyways, and then you can decide whether or not you want to ask it or not. If the Earth
Go
is
for
a
it.
sphere, why is it not curving at the rate that would be consistent with a radius of 3,959 miles?
Um, I guess that either means the math is wrong, or it's just not a sphere.
I didn't ask you about math. I asked you about the claimed radius.
Is okay? How long is that radius?
3,959 miles, like I just said.
Yeah. Okay. So if it's
Maybe you
not
should listen
according to
more.
that
Are you
radius,
okay?
what are you talking over me again?
Yeah, I already gave you the radius and you ignored it. Are you listening? Are you okay? Are
Like,
you
am I
distracted by
listening?
something?
Do
Yeah.
you want to actually hear a response?
No, I'm just wondering if you are listening, because I gave you the radius and you asked it for it again. And so are you listening to what I'm saying? Maybe you're not listening at all, since you haven't responded now. This is a bad day, maybe for you, huh?
I don't respond to condescending pricks.
Who's a condescending prick? I don't understand what you're talking about.
You must not be listening.
I'm listening to you. You're not listening to me because I already told you what the radius of the Earth is and you didn't hear it. Maybe you just didn't hear it. Maybe you got wax in your ears. No problem. The Earth is claimed to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Why is there no curvature detected, measured by anybody on the surface of the Earth that we live on, consistent with that radius?
How would you figure that out?
Well, you would need to have drop over distance between points on the surface, and then you would have to see if that drop over distance is consistent with that radius. Do you have any measurements of the surface of the Earth consistent with that? That I could verify, by the way.
How would you measure the Earth over a long distance?
How would you measure it? I guess you would take 2 points and know the distance between those points and see if there is any drop over distance between those 2 points. Vertical drop, you know, like 8 inches per mile squared, or 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would be consistent with the radius given to us, which is 3,959 miles, which I've repeated multiple times, but you have not acknowledged yet.
Right. So if you make that observation and it doesn't comport with the globe, it's safe to
What
say
observation?
a long distance observation.
Oh, okay. What are the 2 points that you're measuring? How far is the distance that we're measuring on between these 2 points? Do you have one, or are you just hypothetically talking about it?
So if it's not comporting with the globe, and that's fair, you could say it's not a globe, does that mean it's flat?
The entirety of it? I don't know. I would have to ask the surveyors, because they're measuring rise over run over every surface that they can find. And every surface that they can find, they're measuring against the horizontal datum they call sea level. And that is a straight flat line. So across all of the land, they measure the Earth flat and the undulations, against that datum. Across the sea, we can see that the water is not curving, because that's the nature of water. It does not curve. So 70% of the Earth being water, the sea level. I just mentioned it. Are you listening? I said it already. Are you okay?
What kind of a datum is that? Is that horizontal or vertical?
Yes, of course it's horizontal.
Well, you're wrong. It's a vertical datum.
So sea level is a vertical datum.
That's right, buddy.
Okay. So tell me how sea level is vertical.
Because you measure up from it.
Oh, up would be vertical, right? Up. So the baseline, the datum, is horizontal. Yes?
You said baseline. Is
Yeah,
that a
baseline.
line?
Sea
Is
level.
a point
It's
a
a line,
line?
and it's horizontal. Oh, now it's a
Oh,
point. So
really?
you're saying sea level is a point.
You're saying it's a line? What makes it a line?
Because
it's an
in
average.
surveying, it's a line. It's a rise over run. So
Is
the
an
run is
average a
horizontal.
line, or is an average a point?
Oh, I don't know. So if we measure a point, does it have any length, width, or height?
No.
No, it doesn't have any of those. So it wouldn't be vertical or anything, would it? We have to carry a line, don't we? And that line
No,
is
you don't.
horizontal.
You can measure
Oh,
up from that point.
So show me how we carry a point. Show me how we carry a point, please. I want to see this. Carry a point,
Carry
please.
a point?
Yeah, that's apparently what you're. Unless you want to correct me, we're not carrying points now, are we?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
You all of a sudden started mentioning points. I want to see this point and how you're going to carry it.
You assume the point.
You assume it. So then it's not an average?
No, it's still an average.
An average of what?
Tide height.
Tide height? That's not what I think. Sea level is an average of tide height?
Or, sorry, not tide
Because there's
height.
places on Earth where there are no tides. So an average of nothing? dumb fuck?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, we're just
No,
having a civil
I'm just
conversation.
curious. Can you tell me how you would carry a point average of nothing?
That's a dumb question. Wait, where did he go?
May I just lost connection there.
Sorry, I just dropped for a moment. So tell me how we have an average of 0, no points to average, certain places on the Earth, which would be sea level, where there's no average of tides, because there are no tides. Tell me all about this, please.
Do you agree it's a vertical datum now, or are you still going with horizontal?
If I carry a line that goes
Are you going
from
to
left to
answer the
right,
question?
is that vertical?
Are you going to answer the question?
It wouldn't be vertical if there's no tides, right? Weird.
Did he bounce?
No, he's just quiet because he realizes that he fucked up.
You're the guy who won't answer a simple question.
I already asked you a question about your question. In the places
I
where there
asked you
are
a
no
question.
tides, is that an average height where there's no tides?
Is a question an answer? It's not an answer.
Listen, this is the fun thing. I'm asking a clarifying question about your question. It can be done in a conversation or even in a debate, by the way. So when there's no tides, is that a vertical datum when it doesn't go up and down?
What do you mean there's no tides? What
There
does
are
that
certain
mean?
places on the Earth where there are no tides. The sea level just stays the way it is. But you didn't know that, did you?
Okay, so?
Okay, so is that a vertical datum since the sea level stays the same?
Yes, it's still a vertical datum.
Still vertical, up and down according to what? An average of 0?
Yeah, it has to be 0.
An average of 0. Okay, so we have a 0. And then we're going to measure.
Do you still
From
disagree
that.
that you're measuring up from sea level? I'm confused.
Up from sea level? No, we're going to measure up from that datum. From it. But we're going to carry that datum horizontally and measure everything vertically against that thing that's going horizontally.
I feel like you just made that second part up.
Hey,
Oh, so that's not what the surveyors are doing? I mean, they're not going to take that 0 point and then carry that horizontally and measure up and down the Earth from that point? Or
Yeah,
that datum, that line?
Just to clarify, perhaps Do Hope doesn't actually know what a datum is. Do Hope, do
Yeah,
you know what a
let's
datum
clarify
is?
that.
Yeah, do you want to like whip out a definition or something? Or
Well, you can tell
provide
me
us a
if you
reference
want.
to what you. I'm asking you if you happen to know it.
No,
I
I
actually
don't know what a
have-
datum is. Tell me what a datum is.
Okay, there you go. Okay, that makes everything makes sense now. Go ahead, Sazu.
Okay. Oh, but you're not gonna, dude. You're not gonna tell me what a datum is now. What?
Dude,
Well,
I
let's
don't
just,
have
cliffhanger.
I'll tell you what. Let's just
You're
do this.
speaking
Let's
with
just get the
Cliffhanger, bro.
definition.
That's a cliffhanger.
Let's just get the definition. We're still here. Don't worry about it.
Oh, good, dude. I just wanted to interject to make sure that everyone was on the same page, and clearly you guys weren't. So I'll allow you to continue and actually get on the same page. I've
Okay,
already
so
interrupted enough, right?
we've got 2 definitions here. A piece of information or a fixed starting point of a scale or operation.
Okay, maybe somebody else can carry on from here.
Okay, now he bounced.
Why did he leave?
It's almost as if he wanted to not be on the same page, so as to have an excuse to, twirl around.
Debate tactic past your opponent, and it's basically like a bastardized straw man. You can attack what you're not even talking about.
There you go. Problem solved.
Yeah, a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane, right? It's in the word, so it's a flat horizontal line. Now, you could do a debate bro tactic and say, oh, that's in the vertical, the horizontal part. And I suppose I could see what he's talking about, but if I'm measuring everything in relationship to that, that would be the vertical plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the datum itself is horizontal.
Right.
Yeah. No, you're on point. And then everything that you measure is a deviation from that, and you get a vertical distance away from that reference. But the datum itself is still horizontal. Yeah, he didn't seem to catch that. It's okay.
Yep. Oh,
Either
well.
he didn't want to, or he was deliberately kind of muddying the waters a bit. Who knows?
Right. He accused me of being a condescending prick, but his initial bounce in here and the way that he phrased all of his questions was from a condescending prick point, like standpoint. Like, okay, so all of a sudden I'm the condescending prick, even though your questions started that way. It's like, come on, dude. We can either do this the fun way or the easy way or the hard way. He chose the hard way.
Yeah, classic projection. Get it all the time.
Every day.
Hello?
Hello, buenos dias.
Spanish.
No, I'm a straight cracker. I'm a you could call me an American, whatever that means. That speaks mostly English. I do know some Spanish, but not too much.
You are American.
Okay.
I'm French.
Okay. All right. Welcome.
I'm not fluent, but I make progress. In English. So I have some words in my head. And I can speak, but I'm not fluent. So it's normal if I can continue to talk with easily to talk. Not for me. But I like the idea I like the possibility to talk with in Discord.
Okay.
The flat Earth Discord, and your conversation is all and nothing. That's all. That's the meaning. The mean. I like that.
Okay. Well, I think you speak English better than I speak any other language. So good job. However, you may have a hard time in here speaking with us about this topic, being the flat Earth.
Okay, I need to take time to hear you, to hear English.
Okay.
That no, not.
Yes, I
Yes,
agree.
to hear,
Yeah,
and to try to talk.
yep, I agree. It will take time and practice. But if we want to talk about the flat Earth, I might use words you don't know.
I like Terry Pratchett. But I never read his books. Terry Pratchett. Do you know Terry?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Terry.
Terry Pratchett. The turtle. No, I can't speak French. I'm not fluent, but I try. But it's fun. It's fun on Discord to try. I make progress. I read a lot of novels. On novels, I can use dictionary too. I have a webcam. My webcam. So you understand what I say? Because you have a good son, maybe? No, I try to make my studies. I make progress. So it's because I try to speak. Otherwise, I don't dare.
If you want to try to have a discussion about the topic of the channel, which is flat Earth, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, if you want to learn English, you're probably best to go to one of the English learning channels. Up to you.
English learning channels.
Yeah, if you scroll down in the server, you'll see a bunch of English learning channels down there. There's people in there, teaching English, learning English. This channel is more for advanced English, where we discuss the flat Earth, globe Earth topic.
English learning channels. Yes. We have room. Psychology.
If you can check the side chat, Rayleigh Criterion has posted a link to the AO beginner channel. You just have to click that. It'll take you into the English learning VC.
Hey, speaking of that, what happened? Didn't we let Gregory back?
Yeah, he's not
Ain't been
bad.
around. That would be like a punishment for a English learner.
If there's anyone else in the channel that wants to ask questions about the topic, you're more than welcome to ask questions. Malik, we got Malik in here. Welcome. Welcome, Malik. Welcome. Nico, if you're still here, you want to ask questions about the topic of flat Earth, you're more than welcome to.
I don't have any question.
Okay.
I am on the flat Earth Discord, so the Earth is right. So on the flat Earth Discord channel, I can talk or nothing. Not a problem for you, I suppose. No? What am I saying? Mm. Mhm. There are many people connect on your channel. Mm-hmm. Not easy. Mm. It's fun. It's fun. I want to learn. I want to learn English with fun. So I'm not here for serious. How to say? I'm a Linux user. A Linux user. It's just for. It's just I try to say something. I don't. Speaking. No wait. Just the ends. Hmm. All of you, your atom, at no? Discord is on your personal computer. So your atom. Anyway. Everyone here. Atom. No? I have a lot of confusion in some details. Everyone is singular or plural? The pronoun. So maybe it's not important. Maybe not don't matter because of that. Everyone is, or I can say that. No one is here. No one is here. Everyone is or okay. It's just a matter of think. I talked a lot. Just a matter of think. No one is here. Personne. The flat.
Oh, they're here. Don't you worry yourself.
You are here. Okay. I'm just trying to think the language. I don't dare to say I'm a friend. It's not true. Absolutely not. But Discord offer me a facility to talk, a facility to talk. No? 2 or 4. An easy way. Discord offer me an easy way to talk the language. So I want to use it. That's all. Not, I just want to play. It's just for fun. So the flat is Earth. The Earth, no, excuse me. The Earth is flat. Okay. I like Terry Pratchett. I'm French. So maybe I have a French accent. I don't have all the vocabulary in my head. So I use my keyboard accent. I am maybe I have a French accent. No, just for game. I like game. I like gaming. I want play. You are my friends on my game. And the purpose of my game is to talk English. I read a lot of novels. It's a game. No? Maybe I'm wrong. It's a game. For me, it's a game. If I want to talk with my friend, I need the tactic.
Profound. Oh man, dude. Insanity, bro. Insanity. Guys, I'm doing some plumbing. So I have to take my drain pipe and tilt it so the water runs down. So I can't have the pipes level. They have to be off level. Diagonal, you might say. Diagonal to what, you might ask? That's weird. How would I know if a pipe was diagonal? Well, if it's diagonal, it's not horizontal, right? But if it's level, it's horizontal, right?
You should measure that that pipe against a curve, and then I'm sure you'll get the answer.
Yeah, just curve the pipe.
Well, see, the problem is if you curve the pipe, if you curve it with the curve down, then the water collects in the bottom. If you curve it with the curve up, then the water never makes it to the top. So that doesn't work. No, it's got to be straight. It's got to be straight and diagonal. Can't be curved. The only parts that are curved are the joints. Ahmed, what's up?
Scientifically, it's been proven that the Earth is not flat, and it's only a minority opinion. You know?
Well, it's also a minority opinion that you're attractive to the opposite sex.
It was a hit and run.
Why? Opinion of his mother.
I was hoping that friend would stay around. Scientifically proven. Sounded like I was going to go somewhere.
Hey, go message him wherever he went to. Say, hey, bro, we wanted to have a combo. Matrix, you ever cut PVC?
Oh, PVC is horrible.
You ever cut it? You ever cut it with like a vibrating tool or something that makes a lot of chips? You know, like it's basically PVC sawdust.
No, I found wood saw. Best thing. Still got heaps of shit everywhere.
I cut it with a vibrating saw, and it was really sticking to my hands. And I'm like, why is my hands all covered in this stuff? And then I realized, oh dang, I put on hand cream because my hands were really dry earlier, right? So I put on all I use for hand cream when I'm working is Vaseline. So it's like it was sticking to me. Like, you remember that movie Bloodsport where they dip their hands in honey and then they dip it into glass?
Oh yeah, was it honey or hot wax and glass? Yep.
Yeah, something like that. That's how I felt.
Hi guys.
Oh well.
Bro,
if someone had just dropped in on the back of that conversation, here's one person talking about plumbing and Vaseline and how his hands all wrapped up with glass.
Hey, dude, I get the Vaseline, then I get the glass, then I get the work on the pipe.
Oh wow.
How you doing, guys?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
What is this about? What the Champions Globe Defender means? So we are new here.
Where do you think you live? What would you describe Earth as?
Describe what?
Earth.
Earth? Like a
Yeah.
giant. Describe? Just like it's a giant mass of water with some land in the space, with a lot of people that seems to be like a virus or something like that. Is that correct?
Well, the space thing, ball thing, that's what they mean by globe, is the ball. And we're hoping some defender will come in and save the day, prove that it is a globe.
Oh my god. But defend of what? Defend from like the
The
climate
globe.
change?
No, not
But
for climate change, no. Not defend
okay.
the globe from something else, as in defend the globe from the flat earthers, I would suppose. Would be the better way to prove it.
I understand. I understood. Oh my god. Yes. It's difficult to like to say something where when you don't see it, like it's difficult because behind a globe there is so many science, and to most of people it's difficult to understand like science, and they like most of people are very lazy to really go deep.
Which science? What science is there that proves the globe?
Well, I am like agnostic from both theories. Like, I don't defend the globe or the flat Earth, but I really do think that uh, maybe there is like a huge scene where we are like programmed somehow with this science. I don't know how to say like entre comillas. I'm a Spanish speaker. Like, well, I mean, I don't know if the I don't really know if the Earth is a globe or is a flat, but I really do think that this kind of thing is to waste of time and to distract us for what really matters in our lives, that are the things we see every day. I don't know. What do you think?
I think you didn't answer my question. Which science?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, Andra Cito, my man. I'd agree with you that talking about the shape of the Earth and where it is in the cosmos is a complete waste of time. So if that's true, then why do they talk about space and the Earth being in space all the time on the news, when you're teaching young kids their first year in school? Why do they do that if it doesn't matter and it's a distraction from real stuff that's going on here?
Well, ask me, I think is because the power. When people are distracted, they like don't realize the power they have in their own lives, and they just like waste their time not just in thinking about the globe or the flat earth, but other things. Not just you don't see only in the news about the space. You say a lot more things that gets distract you for like the experience you are having, that is very specific and individual. I think it's for that, for some people that don't want us to.
Yeah, a little. I'd agree with you a little bit, but the problem is that it's actually factually correct that the globe is the most propagated piece of propaganda across all forms of media. There's nothing else that even comes close.
I don't know, maybe religion. It could be
Nope.
like a pair, no? Okay. Where you from?
No, because within religions is the globe propaganda. I'm just talking like you turn on the news, dude. It's space all the time, all day long. You know, people, they tell you about the weather. They have to tell you that you're on a globe. They tell you that we're shipping, you know, carts of apples to some other country across the globe. It's globity globe all the time. Globe.
Okay, what do you think about this? Why think they do this?
I think they do it because they want you to believe you're on a globe. They want you to believe that space is like something we're going to attain in the future. It's like a savior complex. You know, it's like there's always this illusion that you're going to take mankind into space, and then we'll find some secret answer that we don't have here. It's basically religion. So you were
Okay,
right that religion is the most propagandized thing, but the problem is it's the globe that is the religion.
that's an interesting point. Like, it's by hand. But what do you think? Do you think the Earth is flat, or you don't know and you are just debating?
Listen, friend. Like I was telling the friend earlier here that I'm doing plumbing, which means I'm putting pipes in for water drainage, and I have to tilt them at an angle, diagonally. I have to tilt them below horizontal. Now, we all know that horizontal is level, and we all know that water, when it's running, is not level. It has to be slanted to run. So we all know that